Chapter 1. The intrinsic connection between the sun's erratic vibrations in recent years and the frequent natural disasters on planet Zixing. Cuckoo, cuckoo. As the first light of dawn breaks, the melodious chirping of birds heralds the arrival of a new day. On the sparsely populated Sanyang Street, Chen An hastily finishes his steaming bowl of corn porridge. Uncle Lee, I'm off to school. The proprietor of the breakfast stall peeks his head out from the kitchen, his flour-dusted face radiating festive cheer. Wishing you early success with your thesis defense. Chen An offers a wry smile. Let's hope so. He then scans the QR code, mounts his bicycle, and weaves his way toward Yuancheng Institute of Technology. Having traversed this world for 4 years, he possesses neither a golden finger nor any influential background. All he has is a reasonably sharp intellect. A life this tranquil isn't too shabby. After graduation, I could work at the observatory, bide my time for a decade, and eventually secure a promotion and raise that would render my life quite fulfilling. Half an hour later, he arrives at the school gate, parking his shared bicycle in the designated area. He retrieves his printed thesis and meticulously reviews it, mentally rehearsing the defense process. The title of his thesis is The Intrinsic Connection Between the Sun's Erratic Vibrations in Recent Years and the Frequent Natural Disasters on Planet Zixing. After over a year of research, I can't simply discard it based on a few remarks from my advisor. He is intelligent, yet perhaps not astute enough. For any other student, a simple revision would suffice. They could select a more favorable topic and craft a paper that would pass with ease. However, he was a top student before his transmigration, known for his meticulousness, a trait he has naturally inherited in this new life. Observational data cannot be falsified. If the sun continues its current rhythm of vibrations, Zixing is indeed on the verge of catastrophe. The planet beneath him, known as Zixing, bears remarkable similarities to Earth, making comparisons plausible. Hey, what's on the verge of collapsing? A sudden fragrance wafts by, accompanied by a large hand that drapes over his shoulder. The hand's intended target was his waist, but due to the throngs of people at the school entrance, a last-minute adjustment was made. I'm the one about to collapse. What kind of bizarre perfume are you wearing? Chen An turns to look, his expression one of distaste. The girl stands an impressive height of 6 feet, her exquisite visage adorned with a warm and wise smile, reminiscent of a mother's love for her child so genuine. Have you eaten breakfast? I brought you some. Don't be nervous for your defense today. Just treat those professors like wooden dolls. Don't embarrass me. Chen An is tempted to deliver a sweeping kick in response. Isn't it true you haven't been around this month? Let me clarify that night was not initiated by me. You're responsible for your own actions. You know, I lead a rather monotonous life, buried in data and feeling like a fool. After graduation, I will be heading to the observatory, a place devoid of excitement, which is hardly your cup of tea. Besides, I have my goddess after graduation. We will solidify our bond. You, Jishu, right? Are you sure you can handle that? I'm not forcing you to marry me. It's just a bit of fun better for you than for anyone else. Oh, have you been secretly working out? The girl is Jishu, a star athlete from the Physical Education Institute, who has represented the university at the National Sports Conference, outshining her contemporaries with remarkable achievements, and has been earmarked for the national team. She is likely to participate in next year's Olympic Games. The banter continues as Jishu escorts Chen An into the lecture hall, where the defense commences. Solar vibrations are erratic and may be linked to the significantly intensified particle storms from outside our system. I have analyzed over 30,000 earthquakes above magnitude 4 on Zixing in the past 6 months, alongside 2,000 volcanic eruptions of at least magnitude 2, as well as tsunamis and typhoons, all of which correlate precisely with the sun's vibrations. According to my mathematical model, if the current rhythm continues, Zixing could experience severe tectonic shifts within a century, potentially even triggering mantle bulging phenomena. In conclusion, I posit that Zixing will explode within 500 years. Upon uttering these words, the faculty members exchange incredulous glances. The department head turns to the sullen Mediterranean gentleman seated beside him. Chuckling, your student possesses insight and strong logic, and the data is quite commendable, albeit overly fantastical. Shall we pass him? Li Deguang slams his hands on the table and reprimands Chen An. Where is the detailed data? Speculation. Mere conjecture. The entire paper is riddled with guesses. I've already advised you to change your direction, yet you refuse to listen. As far as I'm concerned, you have not passed with your capabilities. Rewriting a paper in half a month should be a breeze. Await your second chance. This outcome takes Chen An by surprise. 2 months prior, he had inadvertently caught Li Daguang in a compromising situation with a female student, and since then, the professor has regarded him with disdain. Chen An had applied to change advisors, yet the deadline had passed. Upon exiting the classroom, he encounters a pair of shapely legs blocking his path. It is none other than Jishu. Care for a little surprise for that old man tonight? Her stunning face holds a mischievous glint, suggesting a history of mischief. Keep it down, don't get reckless, be careful not to jeopardize your graduation. I'm guaranteed to pass. Come on, they'll treat you to bubble tea, and let's bring along your friends. By the way, you mentioned Zixing will explode. Is that for real? As they leave the lecture hall, Chen An elaborates on his research findings. Jishu is quite intriguing despite her aversion to physics. She seems to relish every word he shares, often drawing parallels. If it's really going to explode, shouldn't we seize the day? How about I come over tonight? We can have some fun, no strings attached. Conversations with her often veer into unexpected territories, and Chen An has grown accustomed to it. All right, I have no objections. Before he can finish, a couple approaches a handsome young man and a heavily made-up woman, exuding artifice. Chen An, I have a boyfriend now, so let's keep our distance. I'm afraid Shungo might misunderstand. Chen An anticipated a surge of emotions, but felt none. Li Ai, a junior he recognizes, was once pure and charming, but has gradually transformed into a more worldly version of herself after 2 years at university. Their relationship had never been particularly deep, they merely shared proximity, which others had misconstrued. Kid, back off from her in the future, got it? Fong Sheng, a tall figure draped in designer labels, seemed to flaunt his wealth. Chen An merely smiles, shakes his head, and walks past them. A traveler should not be a fool ruled by baser instincts. One must maintain rational judgment and discard the dross. Hey, are you feeling hurt inside? It's all right, my chest is broad enough, come lean on me. Chen An glances at her, noting the truth of her words. The memory of that night lingers vividly. He'll continue to tell you about my thesis. Let me explain how Zixing will explode. It's quite a spectacle. As his voice fades, Yuanchang Institute of Technology gradually disappears beneath the bright sun. Meanwhile, 200 million kilometers away, the sun seems to have engaged a super engine, experiencing tumultuous vibrations. As these vibrations reach a certain threshold, the sun can no longer contract, expanding wildly in all directions. The immense solar wind sweeps outward, rushing toward Zixing with ferocious speed. Thump, 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 the pale purple planet trembles slightly, akin to a wild beast slowly awakening. Chapter 2. The purple star is on the brink of explosion. The interstellar train arrives open wide. You fool. Damn it. Can't you play your ADC properly? My dear, I'll come and find you tonight. Get ready for me, okay? Mua. Old Chun, why are you still writing your thesis? In room 451, Chun was bombarded by 3 roommates, yet he remained composed, deeply immersed in his thoughts. The questioner, Liangyu, was a slender figure, barely weighing more than a few pounds, but he was an academic prodigy, having been recommended to Kyoto University. Chen replied, I'll publish it directly after revising that if it's recognized internationally, I couldn't care less about the university's approval. Are you not graduating then? Yang Yuan, having just hung up the phone, set down his device, his shiny bald head resembling a light bulb. This fellow was a wealthy second generation, inheriting not only his father's infidelity, but also the family trait of baldness. Another gaming roommate, Yu Guan, had a standard square face and stood at an imposing height of 6 feet 3 inches. Gaming wasn't his passion. He merely played out of boredom. In reality, it wasn't his teammates who were lacking skill. It was him. No one in the dorm was willing to endure his suffering. I have to graduate. I still have a few drafts left. I can just revise one of them. Oldly wouldn't he dare to come after me twice. It would reflect poorly on the department leadership. Yang Yuan grinned. Li Guantou has the audacity to provoke our great physicist. Don't be timid. Old Chun, stand firm. Once you become famous, I'll hire 99 bodyguards to clear the way for you. And you can stroll around campus, tossing your thesis in that old man's face. Yu Guan joined in, showering curses upon Li Daguang. Hey, Old Chun, what thesis are you working on? The explosion of the purple star? Liang Yu glanced over, puzzled. Chun recounted what he had previously explained to Jishu, but it was evident they lacked her patience, as they began to nod off halfway through. Old Chen speaks well. The data is quite relevant, though I didn't understand a single word. If the purple star is truly going to explode, shouldn't we prepare survival supplies? Survival supplies? Where would you escape to when the purple star explodes? To Mars. Besides, the explosion is still 500 years away. By then, our ashes will have long been scattered. Suddenly, Yang Yuan, who was on the balcony on a phone call, screamed, "I remember you mentioned in your thesis that the precursor to the purple star's explosion is the sun's expansion." Right? That's correct, Chen An responded. The sun's vibrations are becoming increasingly violent, and it will undergo irreversible expansion in about 300 years. The observable phenomena will include a larger sun and a hotter surface. Until everyone is roasted alive. You should come and take a look. Is it as you said? Chen An hurried to the balcony and looked up at the sky. The once small sun now appeared extraordinarily immense. What is happening? Astronomical observations indicated that the sun had undergone violent tremors, and the purple star would soon experience a temperature rise of at least 10 degrees. All individuals were advised to seek shelter in basements or water-filled areas. All trains were halted, and all planes were directed to land nearby. Solar winds were about to strike the surface. Regrettably, scientists at the International O-Train Fengyou Intelligent Corps had 1314, level bronze 0 stars. Owner, Chen An, ordinary human. Capacity 000,000 individuals. Current load 0 individuals, excluding the train conductor. Defense, level 0. Firepower, level 0. Power, level 0. Energy, 20. Remaining, status 100. Perfect, with countless pieces of information, such as the train having 10 compartments, each capable of accommodating 100,000 people. The train features a private area for its dedicated conductor, located adjacent to the cockpit. Chen An felt no inclination to scrutinize further. What should I do now? The train arrived too swiftly, and the selection of a conductor was even quicker. He lacked the time to ponder deeply. Fortunately, Fengyou could instantly display all necessary tasks on the screen. The purple star will explode in 2.5 hours. You must dispatch all spacecraft to the surface to transport passengers until the train is fully loaded. Reminder, the more passengers aboard, the greater the train's potential for development. This train will journey to the Lioli continent. With 72,836 star routes available for selection, you need to confirm the train's travel route, which will aid in elevating the train's level and attracting more passengers. Note, the train's fixed stops cannot be altered, but you can modify the star route mid-journey. Chen An inquired, "What is the Lioli continent?" Fengyou has no relevant information, but can provide 30,000 reasonable conjectures. The screen continuously flashed text, overwhelming Chen An's senses and own need for wild guesses. He quickly ordered the dispatch of spacecraft for passenger retrieval, prioritizing the source city of the Xia Kingdom. Upon issuing the command, the doors at the nodes of each compartment opened, and spacecraft soared out in rapid succession towards the purple star. Chen An stood to stretch and meticulously observe the cockpit. There was only one conductor's position. With no co-pilot, he glanced at the intricate dashboard, streams of information flowing through his vision, allowing him to effortlessly discern the function of each button and gauge. Yet he was not required to intervene. Fengyou would manage everything. Stepping outside for a look, Chen An opened the cabin door and traversed the silver corridor to his private space. The center featured a living room, with various rooms flanking either side. The walls adorned in warm tones that suited Chen An's visual preferences. A bedroom, kitchen, study. What purpose did that large circular room serve? That is the gravity room. You may train within. Train, setting that aside for now. Chen An explored his surroundings, conducting a thorough inspection of his space. Overall, it was vast and spacious, sufficiently equipped, yet it felt lacking. The kitchen was devoid of food, and the study lacked books, rendering the place little more than an empty shell. Continuing down the corridor, he soon encountered a descending spiral staircase, leading to an expansive area reminiscent of a reception hall. Progressing through the long corridor and various rooms of indeterminate purpose, he finally reached a grand glass door. Chen An opened the door and stepped outside, greeted by a mechanical voice prompt. "Welcome to Docking Bay 1. Turning back, he noticed the glass door bore the words "No entry for passengers" in bold. What if passengers attempted to force their way in? Passengers have no authority to enter the owner's private area. Violations will result in immediate execution. The docking bay stood empty, with a hovering platform nearby. Stepping onto the platform, Chen An flew across a vast vacant area. Arriving at the first compartment, 7 steel gates adorned the compartment, all currently ajar. Inside, the seats were neatly arranged, akin to hard seats on a high-speed train. Were passengers only permitted to sit within the compartment? Should the train ascend to silver level, additional expansive spaces, such as passenger dormitories, could be added above. Forget that for now, for them. Just having seats would suffice. Ding ding ding, reminder. The first batch of passengers is about to board. Realizing it was the first compartment, Chen An hurried back to the cockpit. He wished to keep his identity concealed. Not out of fear, but from caution. After half a minute, a spacecraft numbered F3456789 returned, successfully docking at the bay. Welcome passengers to the D1314 Interstellar train. Please disembark from the spacecraft and proceed to the compartment promptly. Prolonged stays in the docking bay and corridor are prohibited. The large screen in the cockpit displayed various angles of the train, and Chen An switched to the docking bay view. The spacecraft's side doors opened, revealing silver ladders. Passengers from the Purple Star emerged, a mix of fear and curiosity etched on their faces as they timidly descended. Is this the interior of the train? Li Jiaoshou, it seems rather different from what you previously described. Among the crowd, Li Daguang felt his authority challenged and frowned darkly, saying the train's exterior is constructed of bronze. Logically, the interior would not be impressive. Who knew it would be adorned in silver? Yet you were so adamant before, claiming to have an exceptional student. I suspect you were merely boasting. Li Daguang said nothing further, muttering as he followed the throng. Fearing there would be no seats left in the compartment, Chen An found the situation amusing but refrained from intervening. The old fellow managed to board in the first batch. Indeed, luck was on his side. Fengyou, monitor the entire train and alert me if a girl named Jishu appears. Additionally, notify me if Yang Yuan and others are detected. Since he possessed means of self-preservation, he would undoubtedly prioritize his own people without question. Chapter 4. Large-scale resource scavenging outside the central park of Soar City. Countless individuals congregated, gazing upward at the spacecraft darting through the sky. Yet, no matter how many spacecraft there were, they lacked the capacity to accommodate everyone. The train would not evacuate all the inhabitants of the Purple Star. Its total capacity was destined to save only a portion that on the outskirts. A throng of students was pressed so tightly that their faces turned pale. Have you seen old Chen? Yang Yuan bellowed, his shiny bald head particularly conspicuous among the crowd. That Yu Guan shouted back, I haven't seen him. Lao Yang, why don't you ask Jishu? Liang Yu, frail in stature, struggled to breathe. He turned and scanned the area, spotting Jishu, who was protecting other girls not far away. Jishu, did Chen An call you before he disappeared? Is he looking for you? Jishu, her lips chapped and face pale, shook her head. I was just about to ask you. He hasn't come out, has he? I'm heading back to school to find him. The calamity struck too swiftly. Students from Soar City Institute of Technology could only band together in search of spacecraft. Unable to consider much else. The spacecraft is coming. Jishu, don't leave in the fiery red sky. A silver spacecraft approached rapidly. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, desperately pushing toward the central park. Occasionally, someone would collapse, letting out a few cries before falling silent. The ground trembled, and high-rise buildings occasionally toppled, leaving the helpless throng unable to evade the chaos, crushed into oblivion amidst their desperate screams. The apocalypse loomed. Survival became exceedingly arduous, with death lurking at every turn. Jishu, you girls move to the front. We'll push through that a few tall boys from the sports college called out, attempting to gather their classmates. However, despair washed over everyone as the spacecraft did not land in the central park, but instead swooped overhead. Ultimately, the spacecraft hovered outside a supermarket. The doors opened, and numerous exquisite silver robots jumped down, entering the already dilapidated supermarket. Inside the train's cockpit, Chen had opened several screens displaying the robots' perspectives. Clear out the rice. Who knows when we will eat rice again? That I want the chips. And don't forget the spicy strips. Take all the beer. Although it's simple to produce, it is nevertheless a taste of the Purple Star, and we won't be able to drink it again. Chen desired everything, not only food but also daily necessities, to be completely cleared out. Then on to the next supermarket. By the way, Fengyou, locate the grain reserves of Soar City. Shortly thereafter, the screens displayed the grain storage points in Soar City, including rice, wheat, and various meats. Dispatch several spacecraft to transport as much as possible. The train could accommodate 1 million individuals. With each spacecraft capable of carrying 10,000, 100 spacecraft could fill to capacity in one trip. Chen An did not require more passengers. Rather, he needed food reserves. As the saying goes, he who has grain in hand need not worry. Ensuring a full belly was always a necessity. The first spacecraft belonged to the dedicated conductor. Chen An did not use it for transporting large items, but leaned towards everyday essentials. Once he felt it was sufficient, he piloted the spacecraft back to his home. The neighborhood was already in ruin. The robots struggled to squeeze inside, rescuing a few photos and mementos. Take the computer. I cannot afford to lose my cherished 800 gigabytes of videos. After completing all of this with the purple star on the brink of explosion and temperatures soaring to 60 degrees, he decided it was time to leave. Everything was in order. Chen An hummed a tune as the spacecraft ascended. Although many people remained trapped in the city, it was of no concern to him. He had rescued 1 million individuals. Theoretically, he could afford to disregard them all. After the spacecraft ascended 100 meters, Chen An suddenly spotted some familiar faces. Fengyou, Whitehaven TG Shu, and Yang Yuan boarded yet. The owner did not preset their information data, so the spacecraft cannot locate them. Damn, why didn't you remind me earlier? Return the spacecraft and get them. As the surface temperature gradually increased, people became dazed from the heat. With so many squeezed together, the Central Park felt like a steamer, roasting their skin to a yellow hue. Shu, hang in there. Perhaps another spacecraft will come to rescue you. S.T.O. carve a path. Shu inadvertently injured herself. Now in a state of semi-dizziness, students ahead, teary-eyed, lamented, "What spacecraft? There are none left. They 1T come to save us. We are all going to die here." They could clearly see the train in the clouds sequentially closing its doors. While the returning spacecraft ceased to emerge, in other words, the train is fully loaded, and there are no available spots for them. The square is filled with cries of despair, and some have even resorted to taking their own lives. Yang Yuan supports the exhausted Liang Yu, intending to find a shaded area to take refuge. For even in death, they cannot perish from a heat. Suddenly, a voice rings out in joyful exclamation. The spaceship. The spaceship has returned. The atmosphere in the desolate square ignites once more as thousands wave and shout. Hoping the vessel will dock promptly in the cockpit, Chen An inquires of Fengyou, "How many seats are left on my train?" "There are still 384 seats available. Can we overload?" The train cannot be overfilled, though it can operate below capacity. This is a fundamental rule that cannot be violated if the owner wishes to accommodate more passengers. The train's class must be upgraded. Setting aside those considerations for now, the priority is to bring Yang Yuan and the others aboard. The spacecraft hovers 5 meters above the ground, its ramp extending towards the student area. However, the crowd is so densely packed that it pushes the frail students aside. Deploy the robots to maintain order. Should the robots enter combat mode? Chen An shakes his head. Not yet. Let's assess the situation first. By the way, you previously mentioned that the number of passengers would determine the train's future potential. What kind of passengers would be most advantageous for me? Young, intelligent, and highly talented passengers are the most invaluable assets. Thus, it seems prudent to rescue these students, aligning with my interests. Dozens of robots leap into the fray, forcefully parting the crowd. "You all, go up," the robots gesturing toward Yang Yuan, and the others leave them momentarily stunned. Unable to fathom such good fortune, don't just stand there. Let us board the ship quickly. There are around 100 students, who immediately help each other up the ramp. Shu, we are saved. Wake up. Shu regains some strength, following her classmates up the ramp. Chen An is uncertain if she has managed to board the train. As she gazes around from the ramp, she hopes to spot familiar faces, yet simultaneously wishes not to. A familiar voice echoes from behind. That guy is probably already dead, always showing off his knowledge. What is there to boast about? The speaker is Feng Sheng, still adorned in gold and silver even in this dire situation. Observing the crowd outside filled with longing and hatred, Feng Sheng arrogantly taunts. "Are you furious? A bunch of lowly peasants. We are university students, intellectuals. What are you worth? You deserve to be left behind to await your demise." Damn, I've lost big. That womanly AI hasn't even been enjoyed yet, and she is crushed by the building. Just as he prepares to climb higher, he suddenly feels a loss of control. Flung aside by a robot. "Hey, what are you doing? Help!" The crowd outside has descended into madness, trampling over Feng Sheng as the screams are gradually drowned out. In the cockpit, Chen An feels a surge of satisfaction. "Do you really think I have no temper? Previously, I didn't bother because I didn't care, but now you dare to insult me while using my spaceship? Then perish. Revenge must be taken." Nothing can be left unresolved in space. Chapter 5. The train sets sail, destination. Starry seas as the students board the spaceship, chaos ensues. Why are only they allowed on? What about us? Don't be timid. Those robots are merely empty shells. We can rush in and take control of the spaceship. The square erupts into an uproar, countless people charging fiercely at the robots. However, as several beams of laser cut through the front lines, they quickly regain their composure. There are still 217 spots available on this train, necessitating a selection process. Although the method is harsh, Chen An has no choice. He cannot simply eject those who have already boarded. He can only attempt to choose some valuable individuals to take along. Hearing that there are still 200 spots left, the crowd erupts in excitement. Are you controlled by aliens? Choose me. I can work like a dog. Alien overlords, pick me. I can fulfill all your demands. I'm a star. My status is far superior to theirs. Please, choose me. Chen An scans the crowd through the spaceship's cameras, but finds no familiar faces. Detected the owner's physiological attraction to beautiful women. It is advised to select attractive females for potential companionship. Chen An scoffs. What is so special about beauty? Will it benefit my future? He issues an order for high-intelligence individuals to be prioritized, especially engineers from various fields. Upon the order being given, joy and despair ripple through the crowd, and chaos erupts once more. Chen An, disinterested in pacifying the tumult, declares that anyone who dares to riot will be killed. After all, they would perish in any case. As high-intelligence candidates eagerly sign up to board, the available spots dwindle. At this moment, an unexpected plea arises. Please let my child and wife board. I will give them my spots. The child doesn't need a seat. She can be held that a man, his face gaunt and yellowed, kneels and begs. Chen An retrieves the man's information. Chen Guoyang, senior management engineer. Is a management role truly beneficial? To be honest, Chen An desires mechanical or electrical engineers more. Reminder, management talents are more valuable than others, as passengers do not need to participate in maintenance or manufacturing of the train. This means that mechanical engineers are less useful than management engineers. Forget it, let them all on. His family can take 3 spots. Hurry up, Chen has no strict standards and proceeds according to his preferences. Finally, the passenger list is filled. The spaceship retracts the robots and ascends into the crimson sky amidst a chorus of curses. In the cockpit, all screens shut off, and Chen An stretches comfortably. How many robots are currently aboard the train? There are a total of 40,000 robots, including 20,000 service robots responsible for maintaining order in the carriages, 10,000 engineering robots for manufacturing, all currently idle, and an additional 5,000 combat robots alongside 5,000 mining robots. If the owner requires, production can continue, provided resources are sufficient. Where will production occur? Fengyou displays the train schematics. The first level is for passengers, comprising 10 carriages, including a designated area for the train's conductor. The basement is the storage level, where all supplies and resources are temporarily held, with factories and production lines set up here as well. The second basement is the power level, housing the energy source for the entire train, responsible for its operation. The third basement is the defense level, the most fortified area of the train, containing warships and combat robots. Currently, there are only 10 escort-class warships. The train consists of these 4 layers. If upgraded, more layers or additional carriages can be added. What resources do I currently possess? What can be manufactured? The owner currently has only the passengers and supplies transported from Purple Star, with no other manufacturing resources. The choice of star routes determines the availability of resources along the way. Improving the train's overall strength before reaching the Lioli continent will help mitigate the threats posed by unknown entities. Chen An, I have no star map. How am I supposed to choose a star route? Fengyou possesses a star map. Would the owner like it to be uploaded? You should have mentioned this sooner. Hurry and upload it. Moments later, a vast star map materializes before Chen An, allowing him to touch it to obtain basic information about the relevant areas. Planets, nebulae, star systems, whether resources exist or whether there are life-bearing planets. Although not extraordinarily detailed, it provides a general overview 3 million light-years to the Lioli continent. No matter how fast the train is, it certainly cannot exceed the speed of light. Are you certain I can reach it in my lifetime? There are jump nodes in the starry expanse that can span 1 million light-years in an instant. Our mission hinges on locating these jump nodes. It is advised that the owner awaken their extraordinary abilities. The higher the level, the longer the lifespan. What is extraordinary, and how does one gain levels? Ordinary beings are far too weak compared to star beasts and stars. Extraordinary abilities are needed for self-evolution through energy absorption. Extraordinary levels include Ascendant, Star Walker, Star Fairy, star merger, star devourer. How long does one live as an ascendant? Each ascendant level increases lifespan by 100 years. Each starwalker level increases it by 1,000 years. Each starfairy level increases it by 10,000 years. And so forth. If one achieves the legendary status of star god, they gain immortality. Chen An becomes intrigued and wishes to learn more, asking, how powerful is an ascendant? The essence of the extraordinary is the enhancement of the body and evolution of the bloodline. An ascendant strengthens the skin, muscles, blood, and even every cell. When you can traverse the starry expanse without protective measures, you become a starwalker. When you can devour stellar resources to enhance your body, you become a star fairy. When you can merge with planets, you become a star merger. Chen An feels a surge of excitement and inquires, how does one awaken? The owner needs to find energy crystals. Currently, none have been detected in the star system. After grasping this information, Chen An takes the elevator at the back of the cockpit down to the first basement. Here, a floating platform carries him as he surveys the area. His supplies are all stacked beneath the cockpit, while the broader expanse remains empty. Beneath the first carriage, he discovers a vast mechanical factory from which all robots originate. Manufacturing robots requires resources if the owner desires more advanced robots. Rare manufacturing manuals are necessary. Beneath the second carriage is the spaceship manufacturing factory, and every subsequent carriage houses its own factory, covering a wide array of operations. Between the factories lies a large space designated for the storage of various materials. Due to the lack of active factories, the entire first basement feels eerie, giving Chen An goosebumps. Let us return. The train is about to set off to A.S. He passes the storage area. Chen An instructs the service robots to transport items upstairs. Filling his living quarters, the robots can even cook, which pleases Chen An immensely. Load all the recipes for the purple star. Recipes have been loaded. After the meal, Chen An reclined on the soft sofa, instructing Fengyou to activate the cameras scattered throughout the train to display the scenes of the purple star at that moment. The purple star had expanded to its limits, its once beautiful purples obliterated, now replaced by molten red. Suddenly, it burst silently like an overinflated balloon. Was this how it ended? There was hardly any feeling akin to a small ball bursting before one's eyes. Let us embark. The power layer at the bottom began to gradually operate. What route are the other trains taking? Most are on Route 7. The so-called Route 7 refers to the primary direction on the star map pointing towards the glass continent, with the purple star system deviating 7 degrees from it. Where do we go? The calculations are complete. Route 18 aligns more with your interests. Deviating 18 degrees implies a longer journey, yet the rewards are undoubtedly greater. Then let us take Route 18 and set off. Thus, Chen An opted for a course distinct from the other trains, plunging headlong into the vastness of deep space. Chapter 6. Consider keeping pets. The most beautiful fireworks witnessed by the Purple Star inhabitants were at the moment of its explosion. Inside the carriage, countless individuals wept loudly, helplessly watching their homeland turn into a sea of red dust, gradually consumed by the expanding sun. We shall never return. Who knows where we are headed now? Does anyone have antipyretics? She has a very high fever. In the rear section of the 10th carriage, Jishu's complexion was a ghastly purple, trembling in the arms of her classmate, Soaring. The train had air conditioning, and the temperature was comfortable. However, Jishu had previously injured her lungs and inhaled a significant amount of hot gas, causing substantial internal damage. Yang Yuan and others hurried over, clumsily laying Jishu across the seats. Her breathing was erratic. This is bad. She might have injured her lungs. What should we do? Is there a doctor here? Yang Yuan shouted for a long time, even coughing up blood in desperation, yet no one responded. Following such a violent upheaval, everyone was focused on self-preservation, oblivious to the plight of others. Old Yang, what is wrong with you? Yu Guan asked anxiously. Yang Yuan chuckled weakly. I was bumped by some idiot when boarding. It's not a big deal. Let us go up front and ask. The father trembled as he raised his hand. I reported this. These people are stealing our belongings. The robot replied, according to the regulations set by the train conductor. Passengers are prohibited from fighting or snatching others' possessions within the carriage. Those who defy this rule will face confinement on the first offense, punishment on the second, and erasure on the third, under the robot's urging. Several ruffians, clutching their heads, were escorted to the confinement chamber outside the carriage, starting with a 3-hour sentence. Once the robot departed, chaos erupted at the scene. Did you hear that? There's a train conductor. It must be an alien. I wonder what they look like. Does the conductor fancy women? Perhaps with my innate beauty, I could become the conductor's wife. Some had ventured to the tarmac and reported that there was a heavily guarded restricted area, likely the conductor's residence. News swiftly spread to the 10th carriage within half an hour. Zishu, with your beauty, it would be great if the conductor took a liking to you. That way, we could escape our suffering. In response to Yan Yuan's words, Zishu glared at him and delivered a punch. Speak less, conserve energy. The students had no food. They either drank water at the fountain or lay on the seats, staring blankly at a female classmate. Noticing Zishu's vacant gaze, quietly inquired, "Are you still thinking about Chen An?" Zishu pressed her cracked lips together and shook her head. "I'm not thinking of him, just lamenting he was the first to discover the potential explosion of Zixing. And he could have become a great scientist. What a pity he couldn't escape. Don't say such disheartening things. He might be on another train. Perhaps you will meet again." Zishu replied bitterly, "In the vastness of the starry sea, thousands of years can pass in a blink. What chance do we have to meet again? I was quite happy yesterday, because I was certain he had nothing to do with Li AI. But who would have thought Sai? Warning, the train's energy has dropped by 10%. In the cockpit, Chen An was mindful of the energy issue. Where can we replenish energy? A standard stellar system has been discovered 800 million kilometers away. Energy resupply possible. Let us hurry there, as the train approached the stellar system. The scorching light captivated the passengers. That it was a sun-like star, radiating fierce white brilliance. An astronomy enthusiast exclaimed, "The train is entering a stellar system. We might discover resource planets that, if life exists, we could find food and survive." However, Fengyou had completed its scan, revealing that the system was filled with meteors and asteroids, devoid of any life. Half an hour after entering, the train successfully docked in the stellar orbit, a mere 90 million kilometers from the star's surface. Why can I look directly at it? The train's glass is specially manufactured to prevent any particle radiation or electromagnetic wave interference. You will not be restricted. The train has entered the preset trajectory. Shall we commence energy collection? Chen An was curious about how the train would collect energy and instructed Fengyou to begin operations. The screen soon displayed a panoramic view of the train, revealing that the compartments on both sides of the power layer opened numerous hatches, extending pipe-like objects towards a star like serpents. These pipes appeared small on the image, yet the scale indicated their diameters reached several hundred meters. As the pipes neared the star, their ends blossomed like flowers, deploying numerous claws that firmly gripped the star's surface. What does this mean? Direct energy absorption. The train's kinetic energy derives from nuclear fusion. We will absorb the star's fusion elements, which is the most convenient method. Do you misunderstand the term convenient? In Chen An's view, other planets also harbored abundant fusion elements. Although extraction would take more time, it was at least safer. Now, the train was absurdly siphoning directly from the star. However, given the train's enigmatic nature, anything seemed possible. How long will it take to fully replenish energy? To merely restore energy reserves will take 2 hours. To replenish fuel stock, it will require 4 hours. We must completely fill it. All reserves must be replenished. With 4 hours at hand, Chen An decided to dispatch probe and mining ships to gather resources from the nearby asteroids. The system is too chaotic. It is advisable to send warships for escort to clear debris along the route. All right, let us proceed. The ship traveled swiftly, reaching the nearest asteroid within 10 minutes, which contained abundant minerals, all of which Chen An needed. After Fengyou's analysis, mineral information was displayed on the screen, indicating the materials could be used to manufacture various items, primarily weapons or spacecraft. Why do some minerals only have numbers and no names? For instance, mineral 47 and 65. The former is fundamental for constructing warships, while the latter can upgrade the train's outer defenses. Numerous civilizations exist in the universe, and their naming conventions for minerals and materials are diverse. Numbers are more universal. Do other civilizations use similar numbering? Pretty much, as mathematics is the foundational discipline in the universe. Any civilization that develops will have its own mathematical system, albeit expressed differently. Subsequently, mining robots commenced operations on various planets, transporting batches of minerals back to the train. Chen An activated the factories in the storage area. At this stage, the primary production was mining robots and transport ships. Just like in a game, sufficient laborers were essential for development. Chapter 8. Establishing a train bank, opening a train market. What is the train doing? Passengers, with nothing to occupy their time, leaned against the windows, gazing outside. They could see ships making continuous trips, yet were unaware of what they were transporting. Some astute individuals remarked, "Clearly, the train also requires energy. It might be transporting fuel. For the train to possess such immense power, it must be nuclear fusion. Those pipes must be for transporting fuel. Goodness, is the train planning an expansion?" Some discussed the train itself, while others pondered survival. If the train remains here, what will we do? Wait to die? Surely the train will provide us with food. Otherwise, rescuing us from Zixing would be meaningless. Time passed amid various inconsequential discussions. And 4 hours later, the train set off once again, instilling hope in the passengers. Train energy reserves at 100%, raw material storage at 100%. Robot and ship factories are operating at full capacity, with an estimated output of 20,000 mining robots and 50 cargo ships. Cargo ships differ from passenger ships. These vessels cannot accommodate people. Chen An breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was sufficient energy, everything would be fine. The next objective was to fervently search for life-bearing planets. Otherwise, they would not survive. He could not afford to use his resources for altruistic purposes, as he simply did not have enough. A day passed once more. On the third day after Zixing's destruction, the train finally detected a life-bearing planet situated within a young stellar system. Name, none, number, S360E5728-496, classification, planet, mass, 8.439701002, 4 kilograms, diameter, 195,462 kilometers. Surface temperature, 46, rotation period, 59 hours, 25 minutes, 39 seconds. Intelligent life, none. Life detected on this planet. Immediate dispatch of warships and transport ships for resource collection is advised. The screen displayed the planet's appearance, oval-shaped and tinged with green. Green signifies vegetation and suggests the presence of animals. Can ordinary people land there? If so, Chen An contemplated transporting passengers to collect resources himself. The environmental conditions of this planet differ vastly from Zixing. Zixing residents cannot survive here. Diverse microbial species detected on this planet, posing a risk of fatal infectious diseases among passengers. Direct contact is not recommended. Chen An frowned. Having discovered a life-bearing planet yet unable to land was not good news. Fengyou subsequently proposed 2 solutions. One is to awaken the passengers' extraordinary abilities, granting them resistance to the planet's pressures and viral invasions. The second is to mass-produce protective suits, isolating them entirely from the planet's environment. Chen An rolled his eyes. That's utterly pointless. I cannot even awaken myself. How would they find the ability crystals? As for the protective suits, let's not even discuss the availability of materials. Even if they could be produced, what good would it do? To send them up for a vacation? After some contemplation, Chen An made a decision that he would send robots to gather resources in large quantities, which the train would then process into food. However, one problem lingered. It was ultimately unreasonable to provide free services to the passengers. He had been studying the train's regulations for days, gaining a deeper understanding that IT was not so much that the train was saving the passengers as it was transporting a cargo of laborers. The only issue was that these laborers were currently too weak and required more training. It is advisable for the master to establish a currency system and activate the train market. Chen An immediately perused the documentation provided by Fengyou, realizing that the train was indeed meant to develop in this direction. It was merely a matter of when he would activate it. All right, I will set the currency as star coins, allowing passengers to take loans for food. In the first carriage, people were dizzy from hunger. Relying solely on water was no longer sufficient. In a corner, a group of pale-faced men huddled together, whispering. Rather than wait to die, they decided it was better to take a gamble. Next, we need to rally more people to storm the conductor's restricted area. I suspect there might be food there. Even if there isn't, we can seize control of the train and then search for food. A timid individual, quivering with trepidation, spoke up, but those robots are armed. We stand no chance against them. Moreover, we have no idea how many robots are aboard the train. Are you suggesting we simply sit here and await our demise? If death is inevitable, then I shall fight with all I have. The one organizing the operation was Tian Wei, a burly man towering at nearly 2 meters to Lin. You are to venture out and ascertain the situation regarding the robotic sentinels near the restricted zone. Discover their numbers. Lin, a slight figure, hunched over from hunger, immediately crossed through the gate of the first carriage. Upon passing through the gate, he did not find himself on the tarmac right away. As there were vast vacant areas in between, the purpose of which was yet unknown. However, to Li Yan's astonishment, the previous empty spaces revealed a multitude of chambers, evidently constructed not long ago, with robots nearby undertaking decorative tasks. He noticed that the chamber on the far left was completely open, adorned with the words Train Bank, shimmering with colorful lights, strikingly brilliant. What is this place? I must take a closer look. Rubbing his stomach, he hurried over, and as he approached, he heard a voice prompt. Welcome, passengers to the bank. Please enter the hall for services. What a curious affair, a bank aboard the train. Observing that the robotic sentinels did not react aggressively, he boldly stepped inside. Unlike the banks on Zixing, this establishment had no windows. Instead, it was filled with transparent compartments housing minimalist equipment reminiscent of automated teller machines. The train bank catered to all passengers, allowing deposits, withdrawals, and loans. That a colossal screen displayed various instructions, guiding passengers on how to proceed. Could it be that my deposits from Zixing have transferred here? With a sense of anticipation, Li Yan entered a nearby compartment. After a series of straightforward operations, his account balance appeared, a mere 0 star coins. What use are star coins? A machine emitted a voice explaining, star coins can be used for all purchases aboard the train, including weapons, daily necessities, energy, and food. The mention of food made Li Yan's eyes widen in disbelief, and he urgently inquired, is there really food? How can I acquire star coins? Currently, there are no channels for earning star coins. Passengers are advised to take out loans. Ordinary individuals are entitled to a loan limit of 500 star coins. Li Yan was taken aback. Truly a bank's modus operandi. How do I apply for a loan? Let me try it out. Regardless of its authenticity, he had nothing to lose and decided to take a chance. The machine screen displayed the procedural steps that a few minutes later, 50 star coins appeared in Li Yan's account. Could he purchase food now? The market was fully operational, and passengers were encouraged to explore. Li Yan hurriedly exited the bank and proceeded to the adjacent market. How convenient that the market was right next to the bank. The market was vast, resembling a supermarket. Li Yan looked up closely. It featured 3 silver pathways, left, center, and right, each guarded by 2 armed robots. Would he be permitted to enter? He approached the first pathway. The robots stood like statues, unresponsive, yet the market provided a prompt. Welcome, passengers, to Market 1. Chapter 9. Discovering the energy crystal mine, awakening the extraordinary. What food options are available? Chen An, in the cockpit, sipped on the cola brought from Zixing while savoring freshly roasted pork tenderloin. The meat came from a creature akin to a pig, capable of weighing thousands of pounds, yet a few bullets could bring it down. Food includes both meat and vegetarian options. The meat primarily consists of various animals that have undergone thorough disinfection and are all fully cooked. The vegetarian options mainly feature ferns, processed into flatbread shapes, and due to their abundance, they are sold at a low price. This planet also boasts several unique fruits, which, due to their scarcity, will be sold as rare delicacies. Chen An nodded in agreement. Fengyou always managed to organize things meticulously. Bring up the footage. I want to see if anyone has entered. The screen displayed Market 1, showing Li Yan cautiously traversing the pathway, fearful of gun barrels emerging from the walls that on either side of the corridor. Screens displayed you are merely a celestial ascender. Only the Star Treader possesses the freedom to traverse the planets at will. However, if the celestial body harbors an environment conducive to life, you may endure its gravitational pull, unlike that of the purple star, and withstand any viruses or bacteria. Chen An continued to stretch his limbs, feeling invigorated, as if a seal had been lifted, allowing him the liberty to move freely. How much energy crystal could he possibly harvest? Based on the total reserves of energy crystals on this planet, approximately 20 million units could be extracted. Haha! If I were to absorb them all, would I not instantly ascend to become a Star Treader? The mere thought of soaring through the cosmos is exhilarating. Yet, Fengyou doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. Celestial ascenders must reinforce every cell in their bodies, a process that demands time and cannot be hastened. Given your innate talents and physical condition, you may absorb a maximum of 10 units of energy crystals per day. A mere 10? What am I to do with so few? His interest waned immediately. However, a new idea soon sparked within him. He would list the energy crystals at a price of 10 star coins each. I need the passengers to gain the capability to venture into the unknown swiftly. Hence, they must be transformed into the extraordinary. Not all planets are suitable for robotic exploration. Certain areas are rife with electromagnetic interference, likely causing robots to lose signal. Therefore, facilitating passenger exploration is the inevitable trend. Chapter 10. Guild System, Mission System, Spaceship Rental System. On the 18th of January, Year 01 of the Revival Era, within the market of Carriage 10. What exactly are energy crystals? They're priced at 10-star coins. Madness. 10-star coins could procure 20 pounds of premium meat. IT must be a tax on intellect. Surely no one would purchase them. Indeed, all 10 carriages were aware of the new product on the market, yet they merely observed without daring to buy. Chen An refrained from giving any hints, allowing them to draw their own conclusions. In moments of boredom, watching the passengers' reactions became a source of amusement for him, and he gradually grew fond of this elevated perspective. He noticed that Zishu appeared eager to try, but her classmate, Soaring, restrained her. Don't waste it. 10-star coins could sustain you for quite some time. Zishu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, but the train wouldn't list something worthless. Energy crystals must possess special properties that you think if I consume it, I will never feel hunger again. Soaring shot her a look. If such a miraculous pill existed, it wouldn't be unreasonable to sell it for 1,000-star coins. Everyone must remember that star coins are borrowed. We still owe money. That Soaring's words extinguished much of the curiosity. Loans have limits, and none can foresee what happens once the limit is reached. At that moment, a frail youth pushed through the crowd, his face impassive as he approached the shelf and skillfully purchased an energy crystal. Wow, someone is buying energy crystals. Instantly, many gathered around, eager to ascertain the purpose of these crystals. The youth curiously examined the energy crystal he had extracted from its crystalline box. He had no idea what it was for. He simply felt disenchanted with life, willing to act on impulse, even if it meant an early demise. Young man, do you know what it does? Inquired a bald man from a distance. Leaning forward cautiously, fearful of an explosion affecting him, the youth remained silent, feeling a chill in his palms, devoid of any additional information. Heavens! Look, the energy crystal is dissolving. The melted energy crystal flowed into the youth's body, causing the veins in his arms to shimmer with a bluish hue. The crowd gasped, beginning to speculate wildly that it could be some radioactive mineral. He is doomed to high radiation exposure. Perhaps it is a particle weapon that he has just triggered, now entering his body. Could it possibly be micronuclear fusion? That bluish light might appear during fusion. The last suggestion sent the crowd into a frenzy, prompting them to flee in panic. Zishu and her companions remained, confident as university students that the energy crystal entering the youth body was not nuclear fusion, but rather a unique substance integrating within him. Yet, they were uncertain of its effects. Suddenly, the youth's complexion turned ghastly. His Xiaofeng once served as an instructor for the Divine Dragon Special Forces of the Xia Kingdom, but resigned due to an unfortunate incident. His union has taken in numerous Special Forces soldiers. Being Special Forces, they are inherently suited to harsh environments. Subsequently, an announcement was made that cast a pall over the lively atmosphere in the train cars. Passengers exceeding their loan limits and unable to repay will be treated as refuse and expelled from the train. A new list appeared at the front of each car, a wealth ranking that displayed the assets of each passenger, nearly all of which were in the negative. As people scrolled down, they discovered that at the bottom of the list was Xiao Zhan, who owed 272 star coins. My goodness, where did his money go? I had just seen him purchase a battle knife and firearms, practicing his shooting at the Union, which provides a shooting range. Is he out his mind? If the train does not stop for an extended period, he could very well endanger himself. Yet, Xiao Zhan's actions sparked motivation in many, including Zishu, who promptly purchased equipment, a bronze gold alloy battle knife, an AK-3 pistol, fully arming herself. The shooting range was located beside the Union building, divided into several isolated areas, accommodating only a handful of individuals for training at a time. Xiaozhen, Zishu called out, having just fired a few shots. He turned to acknowledge her, reminding, 1-star coin can buy 2 magazines, each containing 20 bullets. Please use your resources wisely. Thank you for the reminder. I thought you were always so cold, she replied. Xiaozhen chose not to engage in further conversation, instead focusing on honing his skills with the battle knife. After awakening, his physical attributes had significantly enhanced, embodying the essence of a martial arts master. In the following 3 to 4 days, the awakened supers gradually surpassed 50,000. Yet most hesitated to register with the Union, opting instead to merely join it. Few possessed the fighting spirit. Only a small minority were willing to purchase weapons to train themselves, while the majority remained conservative. In the cockpit, Chen An expressed his frustration towards Yang Yuan and his companions, lamenting that they were less daring than Zishu, a girl who had the courage to take a risk while they cowered in inaction. Though Yang Yuan and the others had awakened, they were no different from the conservative crowd, choosing instead to languish in their seats. As a true friend, Chen An earnestly wished for them to rise to the occasion. Fuyao, how far are we from the life star you discovered? We will arrive in half an hour, came the reply. All right, I will issue the announcement immediately. Shortly thereafter, a notification rang through each car. The train will stop in half an hour. All unions should rent spacecraft in advance and prepare for exploration. Upon hearing this, the entire train surged with energy. The awakened rushed to prepare, while those yet to awaken felt disheartened, begrudgingly spending their money to acquire energy crystals in a desperate bid to awaken. In Car 10, Zishu urgently assembled the union members. Everyone, stop dawdling. Those without weapons should hurry to purchase them, and those with weapons follow me to rent spacecraft. I suspect there are not many available. However, upon reaching the landing pad, Zishu found a plethora of spacecraft in various models and sizes. To the side, a rental center staffed by robots provided her with information. Currently, there are only 2 models available for rent, the F399 and A106. Each in large, medium, and small sizes. Zishu noted that the spacecraft that had picked them up earlier was the large F399 model, with about 10 available on site. What are the differences between the 2 models? And what are their prices? The F399 is a multifunctional transport vessel, capable of accommodating between 1,000 to 10,000 passengers, with a cargo hold that can carry between 50 to 500 tons. This model also possesses commendable offensive and defensive capabilities, suitable for space combat. Rental prices range from 500, 1,000 to 5,000 star coins. The A106 is a standard transport vessel, accommodating between 500 to 5,000 passengers. With a cargo hold of 10 to 100 tons, IT is equipped with a light laser cannon but lacks standard offensive and defensive capabilities, hence not recommended for direct warfare. Rental prices are 200, 500, and 3,000 star coins, respectively. Zishu pondered, grasping the characteristics of each vessel. Shujia, why don't we rent the A106? The smaller model should suffice. Zishu replied. Our union currently has 300 members, and the smaller A106 would indeed be adequate. But what if we encounter danger? Who knows what lies beyond the train? I want the smaller F399 spacecraft. However, my loan balance is insufficient. Can we pull together? The robot, with a gentle demeanor, reminded her. The union has a maximum loan limit of 5,000, independent of individual restrictions. Furthermore, renting a spacecraft does not require additional loan processing. The train will deduct the amount directly. This is quite convenient. How do we proceed with the rental? There is no need for you to do anything. Simply scan your face to confirm your identity. Before long, she received an identity card containing her information and that of the spacecraft. Am I the captain now? Wait, I have another question. How long can we rent the spacecraft? Rentals start from 1 day. If you wish to extend the rental period, it is advisable to handle the paperwork and payment in advance. Zishu was taken aback, having spent 500 star coins for only a single day of use. If that day yielded no gains, it would be a complete waste. The train is too unscrupulous. I wonder who the conductor is. I want to give him a good kick. Her companion, Soaring, quickly covered her mouth. Watch your words. What if someone overhears? In truth, the robot had already heard her and immediately adopted a serious expression. Apologies, but you have been placed on the train's blacklist and can no longer use any rental services. Zishu was stunned, her heart racing. Yet before she could plead for mercy, the robot broke into a stiff smile. Just a little joke. The conductor advises you to speak of him privately in the future. Zishu's face went pale as she shook her head repeatedly, vowing never to speak ill again. Conductor, I'm sorry for my thoughtless words. Please don't take it to heart. Chen An, of course, bore no ill will. He merely intended to tease her. Chapter 12. The train issues a task to earn star coins. The train has docked in the stellar orbit and is preparing to absorb energy. The exploration vessel has been dispatched and will return with information about the life star within 10 minutes. The train's radar was not highly advanced. It could only detect the type and general condition of the planet. To ascertain the presence of minerals, special life forms, or civilizations on the surface, the exploration vessel would need to approach and deploy robots for closer examination. Half an hour later, a wealth of information was relayed back to the train. Basic information about the planet has been obtained. A list is being generated. Name, none number, S360E5729125 classification. Planet mass, 7.1154102, 4 kilograms diameter, 20,765 kilometers surface temperature, 28 rotation period, 18 hours, 25 minutes, 39 seconds intelligent life. None. This planet is suitable for human landing. Star beasts have been detected, classified as primitive level 1. Wait. You Haven T informed me about the classification of star beasts. Star beasts are categorized similarly to the awakened, distinguishing levels including primitive, commander, star sovereign, monarch, and so forth. Each level comprises 9 ranks, corresponding to the awakened. This strict classification has been validated by countless awakened civilizations. There is no need for any doubt that I harbor no doubts. Are there any level 2 awakened on this planet? None have been discovered as of yet. The absence of discovery implies potential existence. Quickly package the data and put on the market. 1 star coin will suffice that in the future, we can sell similar information about encounter planets. You're truly clever. Chen An could not discern whether this was praise or sarcasm. As each union rented their spacecraft, they awaited the train to open its doors to this moment. The train provided a notification indicating that market information about the target planet had been listed. Consequently, each union hastened to purchase the data, which was a query tool akin to a mobile phone, allowing them to access stored information at any time. Zishu linked her identity, using her fingerprint to unlock the device, which displayed a palm-sized holographic screen revealing the information they sought. Are there aliens on the planet? Voice queries could be made. The screen immediately displayed the answer. No aliens present. Yang Yuan, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, "Are there any monsters?" With various questions being answered, their anticipation for the upcoming planet soared. 10 minutes later, the train issued a task reminder. The train has published tasks. Union leaders should proceed to claim them. Zishu and the union leaders promptly made their way to the task issuance area, where a massive screen displayed a dozen tasks. Task 1. Hunt star beasts and submit at least 50 complete brains. Reward: 5 star coins. This task can be claimed infinitely. Task 2. Collect 1 ton of natural objects infused with super energy, including minerals. Reward: 5 star coins. This task can be claimed infinitely. Task 3. Collect 3 types of biological genes. Reward: 10 star coins that if someone has already collected them in advance, subsequent submissions will be invalid. Task 4. Collect 1 ton of edible plants. Reward: 3 star coins. This task can be claimed infinitely. Overall, the task displayed a strong bias. Some unions could engage in continuous combat, while others could persistently gather resources, thus always finding their survival niche. Zishu claimed all the tasks. Collecting 1 ton of plants would yield 3 star coins. My spacecraft has a cargo capacity of 50 tons, which means a single round trip could net me 150 star coins. She was overjoyed, but soon her excitement waned as she sensed something amiss. The need to discern whether plants are edible requires considerable effort in manual collection. With an estimated 50 tons to harvest, we project it will occupy an entire day, rendering it quite impractical. Thus, it seems that hunting the stellar beasts is the preferable option. Collecting 50 brains yields 5 star coins. If we gather 500, that translates to 50 star coins. Alas, it appears to be far from simple. Indeed, the train conductor seems unwilling to incur any losses. Zishu refrains from vocal complaints, opting instead for hushed conversations. After several minutes of commotion, the hangar door finally opens. All guilds hurriedly board the spacecraft to perform final inspections. Most guilds have rented smaller vessels, with the scientific guild's ship positioned at the forefront. As the assembly enters via the boarding ladder, they find the interior resembles that of the previously docked train. The ship is adorned in a sleek silver hue, devoid of any superfluous items, exuding an air of minimalism. The vessel is equipped with a cargo hold and a passenger cabin, while the cockpit remains exclusive to the captain. Yang Yuan, take a team to inspect the cargo bay. Jiying, please check the passenger quarters for the cocoon rooms, Zishu commanded. The cocoon rooms, akin to small honeycomb-like bedrooms, allow for resting within. Most individuals, with nothing to do, leaned against the portholes, gazing at the scenery outside as the ship remained on the tarmac. Zishu entered the cockpit alone, her scalp prickling at the complexity of the control panel. Fortunately, the ship is equipped with basic intelligence for fully automated operation, requiring only her command. After understanding the system, Zishu activated the ship's detection features. The radar can scan a range of 500,000 kilometers, which is more than adequate. The ship commenced its launch, setting the landing point to planet S-360 E5729125. Subsequently, The vessel maneuvered along its trajectory to the train's final gate. With a soft chime, the gate opened, allowing a searing light from the outside to flood in, emanating from a fiery red star. The ship has departed from the train and is currently charging in stages, set to reach maximum speed in 5 seconds. Traveling at full speed, the ship will enter the atmosphere of the target planet in 24 minutes and 36 seconds. Jishu paid little mind to these notifications, as her gaze remained fixed outside the porthole. The enormity of the train, towering thousands of meters high, was awe-inspiring. While it was impossible to grasp its full size from within, being outside was a shocking revelation. Behind the train lay a vast inferno, a star continuously releasing energy. Turning to the opposite side of the starry sky, she beheld an infinite expanse adorned with countless stars, a breathtaking sight. She gazed for an extended period before opening the cabin door to the passenger area. Others appeared even more astonished, either conversing in small groups or staring vacantly at the view. The profound desolation of the emptiness sent shivers down their spines. Ahem, it's time for the meeting, upon the president's call. Others gathered around. These individuals, having awakened their extraordinary abilities earlier, possessed significant talent, indicating their potential to become core members of the guild, a fact Jishu greatly valued. I invested 100 star coins into registering the guild and 500 more on the ship rental. The first 100 is on me, but the latter 500 will be shared among the guild. Should any accidents occur, we shall all bear the consequences. None can ascertain if we will find sufficient resources on the planet. But I must remind you all that this is not an excursion. It is a matter of survival, an endeavor to stay alive. Look at the stars outside. If you do not wish to be abandoned by the train, I suggest you remain vigilant. Now, let us discuss strategies for exploring the unknown planet. I encourage everyone to share their thoughts. A spirited discussion ensued, with each contributing their ideas. Currently, it appeared most prudent to follow the mission directives. I calculated that if we complete all tasks, we could earn over 700 star coins today. After deducting rental costs, we would still profit, albeit not significantly due to weapon wear. The initial focus should be on acclimatization. I trust conditions will improve thereafter. Sister Shu, what is your take? Jishu unsheathed her battle knife, wiping it clean on her sleeve. I have little to say. Let us act decisively. Chapter 13. The luminous life planet. The actions of each guild and the mobilization by their leaders were clear to Chen An. Chen Guoyang proved most adept, rallying 500 individuals into a fervor, such that even an immediate call to arms would elicit no hesitation. Conversely, Tianwei's approach was brutish and dictatorial, relying solely on threats. Jishu's strength lies in her willingness to heed her subordinates' counsel. Xiaozhan exhibited an intriguing boldness by renting an A106 ship independently. Based on your big data analysis, which guild is poised for the most growth? Chen Guiyang's Hope Guild shows the greatest potential for development, while Jishu's Scientific Guild ranks second with the highest average talent. Master, your private ship is ready. Shall we proceed to land on the planet? Not just yet. Let them venture forth first. Chen An dismissed the screen. Turning away from the passenger's endeavors, he retreated to his private quarters, increasingly enveloped by solitude. Just as you suggested, I require companionship. Prolonged isolation affects my mental state. Master may select a pet from the passengers. This recommendation arises from a comprehensive study of your psychological needs. Ahem, kindly adopt a more tactful manner in your speech from now on. Understood? Master has expressed a need. I suggest resolving it with the passengers. Is this phrasing sufficiently delicate? Delicate indeed. Do not disturb me. I intend to cultivate. He proceeded to the gravity chamber, where he could activate multiple gravity levels to intensify his physical training and expedite his enhancement. As long as progress is swift enough, he would level up without needing to absorb energy crystals. Set the gravity to 5 times normal. With a resounding thud, immense pressure bore down upon him, nearly overwhelming him. Despite the weightiness, it felt invigorating as he began his workout, utilizing various apparatuses in the vastness of space. Nearly 1,000 ships approached the verdant planet. Though the vessels appeared numerous, they were insignificant amid the countless meteoroids. If an unavoidable meteor was encountered, the ship would automatically engage in defense, clearing the path ahead. By the portholes, numerous figures pressed against the glass, their eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, wonder at the unknown, fear of it. As the planet drew nearer, the familiar greenery ignited excitement among the crew. Only the green could elicit such fervor. Upon reaching the planet's atmosphere, the vessels would decelerate and activate cruise mode. The ship has been captured by the planet. Please confirm the landing point, Captain. Without a designated point, the ship would continue to cruise until its energy was depleted. Zhishu hastened to the cockpit. Can we display the planet's map? The ship screen immediately presented a flat map of the planet, clearly illustrating 3 continents distributed across various latitudes and longitudes. Numerous red dots flashed on the map, prompting Zhishu to inquire about their significance. The screen indicated that those red dots represented landing points selected by other ships. I see. This feels reminiscent of a game. She remained unhurried, combining the data for research. Determining the landing point at 30 degrees north, slightly to the southwestern side of the northern continent. Landing point confirmed. The ship is in the process of landing. As the vessel neared the surface, the passengers joyfully discovered the ground was a vibrant expanse of grass, radiantly green. What a beautiful planet! It appeared the universe held many planets akin to the purple star, but they had previously lacked the strength to discover them. Some debated scientific matters, while others pondered the reality of the planet-star beasts. Would they prove formidable? Let us not dwell too much on that. We will see once we arrive. The ship landed smoothly, devoid of any turbulence. With the sound of releasing air pressure, the hatch opened, lowering the boarding ladder. The ladder rested upon the soft grass, its texture exquisitely smooth. Zhishu descended first, feigning calmness as she carefully navigated the steps. Upon reaching the midway point, she suddenly leaped, landing softly on the grass from a height of 5 meters. Sister Shu, how did you master such lightness of foot? Zhishu replied with delight. You all should give it a try. The gravity here is less than that of the purple star. She jumped several times, reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters. While an ordinary person would struggle to achieve such heights, they were extraordinary beings with inherently remarkable jumping abilities. Others followed suit, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Zhishu surveyed the boundless grassland, uncertain how to proceed with exploration. Shall we simply wander aimlessly? A group circled the vicinity, but returned empty-handed, gathering beside the ship. Ultimately, Liangyu proposed, we need not disembark. We can patrol from the ship and descend only when we spot prey, thus increasing efficiency. Zhishu smiled precisely. Let us proceed this way. Everyone back on board. Subsequently, the ship flew low, meticulously scanning the surface. During this time, they identified several creatures, clearly documented in their records. However, these creatures were far too few to warrant a landing. After approximately 10 minutes of aerial observation, a herd was spotted ahead, resembling wolves with reptilian limbs and formidable momentum. They were dubbed lizard wolves, according to the train's records. Yang Yuan expressed disbelief. Lizard wolves? What a peculiar name. They seem numerous. Let us engage. With a decision made, the ship settled nearby, and over 300 individuals disembarked, leaving no one behind. Each was armed with battle knives and handguns, promptly loading ammunition for safety point. 3 minutes later, the chilling howl of the wolves echoed across the grassland. Before they could launch an assault, the pack of lizard wolves surged towards them, perceiving the group as prey. In this moment, the importance of training became evident. Zhishu struck true with every shot, while others fired chaotically, wasting ammunition with minimal impact. Calm down, everyone, gather closely, and shoot in intervals. Do not waste all your ammunition at once that aren't your magazines purchased with hard-earned money. Zhishu assumed the role of commander, leading by example to provide guidance, striving to maintain control over the situation and prevent the lizard wolves from getting too close. These creatures had never encountered humans, hence they were oblivious to the strengths and weaknesses of mankind. Recklessly charging forward, leaving behind a trail of corpses. After 10 minutes, the lizard wolves retreated in fear, instilling confidence in the outsiders, who now understood how to engage in battle. Zhishu commanded, leave 20 individuals to transport the prey onto the spaceship. The rest will continue the pursuit and eradicate all lizard wolves in the tropical vicinity of the central continent. Chen Guoyang and his 500 men took refuge in a valley. The blood-eyed python was exceedingly ferocious. We cannot withstand it head-on and must first set traps. Everyone, put in your utmost effort. The energy crystals we earn will be evenly distributed among us, without shortchanging anyone. However, if anyone tries to be sly, the brothers are keeping a close watch. Someone quickly responded, we all heed the president's words. Let us expedite the digging of traps. If there are any slackers, I'll deal with them personally, with both sweet dates and threats. Chen Guoyang kept these individuals firmly in line. Half an hour later, Over a dozen traps were set up, and Chen Guoyang personally lured the enemy, while others lay in ambush around to be careful. President. The members were deeply moved. Chapter 14. The energy crystal mine worth 500 star coins by the riverside on the southern continent of the planet. Tianwei led a group attempting to craft fishing nets from ferns. The river teemed with large fish. Regardless of whether the mission was successful, at least it would provide sustenance. Damn it. Eating the same meat on the train every day is making me nauseous. Tianwei grumbled, grass dangling from his mouth. 3,000 kilometers east, in a primeval forest, Xiaofeng traversed with his 200 men. They were on the hunt for a group of unicorn rabbits, a type of star beast that could be hunted for missions. But President, these rabbits are incredibly swift. Can we catch up to them? Let us give it a try. The forest holds more than just rabbits. It is surrounded by prey. Different guilds ventured to various locations, most returning with bounty. Though a few faced unfortunate encounters with formidable star beasts, such as Xiao Zhan, he was audacious, fully armed, weaving through the marshlands. Occasionally attacked by water snakes or swarmed by mosquitoes the size of fists, he hesitated for a moment, but, driven by the potential for great rewards ahead, resolved to take a risk. The spaceship's detection system indicated unique energy fluctuations in the marsh, suggesting the presence of super-energy substances. If he was to gamble, he would do so wholeheartedly. Xiaojin registered with the guild, rented a spaceship, and exhausted his personal loan balance, but if he did not achieve sufficient gains today, returning to the train would be out of the question. Suddenly, vines descended from above, emitting a hissing sound as they neared. Xiaojin remained composed, wielding his blade to slay a venomous snake hanging from the vine. What a peculiar snake! It had an oval-shaped head, elongated wings on its back that could not support flight, and its scaly body resembled that of a pangolin. Unfortunately, these snakes were not star beasts, and their heads bore no significance. Xiaojin had no interest in gene collection. He sought something grander. After traversing several thousand meters, Xiaojin finally reached his destination. To his astonishment, there was no special substance. Merely a rat. Damn it, this rat isn't in the train's records. It was the size of a tiger, with a white head and long fangs stained with blood. Although Xiaojin was bold, he was taken aback, his legs shaking as he contemplated a discreet retreat. However, the rat, alerted to his presence, leaped with agility, resembling a great bird in flight, charging at him. Bang, bang, bang. Retreating, Xiaojin drew his pistol and emptied the magazine. The rat was injured but grew even more furious, letting out a roar as it burrowed into the ground. The marshy ground was soft, perfect for the rat's escape. Xiaojin, drenched in cold sweat, sheathed his pistol, gripped his battle knife tightly with both hands, and stood atop a higher brown stone, his gaze fixed intently below. 5 seconds later, with a muffled thud, the rat emerged from the ground. Attacking from behind, a rear assault? Xiaojin rolled forward, dissipating the impact before rising, sidestepping to evade the rat's lethal strike. This was no ordinary star beast. Its level surpassed his own that he could not afford to hesitate. He knew he must fight fiercely or risk exhausting his strength. The most pressing concern was whether similar creatures lurked nearby. Come on, if you dare, kill me. The rat could not comprehend his words but sensed his hostility. With a swift leap, it pounced, its form remarkably agile. Yet, Xiaojin suddenly crouched down, swinging his battle knife upward with great force, successfully slicing into the rat's abdomen. I knew that was your weak spot. Let us see you suffer. The blade tore through, laying open the rat's belly. Its code, the wristwatch, can establish long-distance communication with the train, promptly prompting, please select the target to shield. Not only Yang Yuan, but she also temporarily shielded others, intending to reopen the connections after the hunt concludes. Recently, Zishu discovered a small creature resembling a squirrel, but adorned with a fox-like tail. Unsurprisingly, it is named the fox rat, and the train acquired it for 3 star coins, a true delicacy. That little creature is exceedingly sensitive and likely vanished in an instant. All thanks to Yang Yuan, Zishu nimbly leaped through the grass like a playful kitten, her movements as graceful as a flying swan. She is currently the most adept extraordinary being at utilizing the planet's gravity. After searching for 5 minutes, the wristwatch provided a coordinate alert. You can help me locate prey? In truth, it was not the wristwatch that found it, but rather a reminder from Chen. And since passengers began wearing the wristwatches en masse, Chen effectively installed numerous surveillance devices across the planet, effortlessly obtaining visual information as passengers moved about. This girl could be a bit scatterbrained at times, The prey was clearly hiding beneath the large leaves of a bush, yet she could not find it. After a fierce struggle, Zishu successfully captured the fox rat, adding 3 star coins to her account. According to the guild's distribution rules, the results of individual hunts belong solely to the hunter. While resources obtained collectively are shared and I need to repay my debts, I must strive harder. If only there were more fox rats. As soon as she uttered this thought, the wristwatch immediately provided more coordinates, all indicating fox rats. Wow, this is going to be lucrative. Fengyou, what products can be manufactured from the resources submitted? Chen An, seated at the helm, held a can of soda in hand, with a multitude of screens displaying the passengers' adventurous exploits. The star beast brains can produce potions. Some possess healing properties while others are invigorating. These potions can be marketed to passengers. Fur can be crafted into clothing. Passengers have not changed their attire in ages, making new garments a necessity. The genes of flora and fauna are being researched in laboratories, which will eventually lead to the development of various enhancement potions, specifically designed to augment extraordinary abilities. What can be extracted from the fox rat? The fox rat is incredibly swift and can directly yield acceleration potions, temporarily boosting extraordinary speed upon consumption. And oh wonder this creature holds such high value. The prices are not arbitrarily set by Chen An. They're all based on reference prices provided by Fengyou, after which Chen An makes the final decisions. Over the next half-day, the guild ships ran multiple trips, significantly increasing efficiency compared to the earlier hours. They even ventured out at night. Night refers to the planet's night, as the train experiences no concept of day or night. The top-ranking guilds have nearly cleared their debts and even have surpluses. The momentum is promising. May they continue their efforts. The train is poised to remain in this star system for several days, and an announcement will be made stating that it will not depart temporarily. I want to go out today. I'll wait until tomorrow. Chen An had a normal night's sleep, and upon rising the next day, he first examined the result from the previous night's guild activities. He then piloted his private spacecraft, accompanied by 500 robotic bodyguards, making a grand entrance towards the Lifestar to ensure his absolute safety. Chen An even brought along 2 escort ships, hiding them within the asteroid belt outside Lifestar. With so much at stake, caution was imperative. As he gazed upon the verdant planet, Chen An felt elated. He tactically maneuvered his ship away from other groups and chose a comfortably tempered area at 30 degrees north latitude. Seeking out a forest, immediately he began scouting for nearby prey. His intent was not to hunt, but rather to unwind and simultaneously hone his combat skills. With the order given, the radar scanned a 100-mile radius. Confirming the absence of any threats, the 500 robots quickly dispersed, establishing a 10-mile safety zone around Chen An, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would arise. Master, understand this is not cowardice. It is caution. Chen An mused. In truth, I am rather timid. With such favorable conditions, it would be a tragedy to perish. I am unlike others. They dance on the edge of a blade, worthy of risking their lives. What do I have to fight for? The longer I live, the stronger I shall become. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. I intend to live for an eternity. Fengyou, do you believe I can achieve this? I firmly believe that you will become a deity of the cosmos, mastering your own destiny and attaining true immortality. Eternal life seems rather dull. A few billion years will suffice if you find that uninteresting. You could collect beautiful pets, or perhaps even create a pet empire in the future. Is that all you can think of? Chen An feigned annoyance. This is a manifestation of your innermost thoughts. I have not embellished my words. Disinterested in further discourse, Chen An acknowledged that Fengyou, as an intelligent entity, might not possess a profound understanding of humanity. Shortly after, he encountered a pack of lizard wolves. Although he had seen many before, experiencing them firsthand revealed their peculiar nature, a combination of lizards and wolves. One must admire the creator's ingenuity. Chen An refrained from using any weapons. He charged into the pack, unleashing a flurry of punches that sent blood spraying and carcasses sprawling. The lizard wolves were too feeble. He was now nearing dual strength. Were there any stronger beings nearby? 300 meters to the left. There is a crimson bear at the peak of first-level strength. Good. That's the 1.10 minutes later, Chen An found himself being pursued by a towering 5-meter red-skinned bear. Are you certain this is first-level peak strength? Indeed, it is. With no choice, Chen An resorted to weaponry, barely gaining a fighting chance. Subsequently, through the combined might of laser weaponry and a silver-grade battle blade, he overwhelmed and slaughtered the crimson bear. The laser weapon was formidable. A single shot could inflict severe damage. The silver-gray battle blade could likely defeat 3 or 4 level 3 star beasts. It was a pity to waste it on a level 1 master. Relying on external forces does not achieve the goal of cultivation. Are the weapons not mine? Is the blade not mine? Both belong to you, precisely. Since they are mine, they do not constitute reliance on external forces. Muttering to himself, Chen An instructed Fengyou to continue searching for star beasts of this caliber. Chapter 16. You are evolving towards tyranny, President. Someone has died. While hunting in the forest, Zishu's heart sank. Who has died? Zhao Wei. How did he die? We discovered a formidable crimson cloud leopard. We couldn't overpower it. So we came to find a president. The others have already rushed over. Zishu followed and found the guild members scattered, forming small groups, barely able to withstand the crimson cloud leopard's onslaught. It was a leopard adorned with red clouds, remarkably swift, capable of leaping onto trees with ease and then launching powerful attacks on the cluster humans below. Yang Yuan. Be careful. Yang Yuan wielded a knife in his right hand while holding a wooden shield he had crafted with his left. Gritting his teeth as he valiantly defended against the descending crimson cloud leopard. Crack. The wooden shield shattered, and Yang Yuan rolled away just in time. What is this creature? It's incredibly powerful. The crimson cloud leopard's agility surpassed Yang Yuan's. Rapidly repositioning to overpower him, attempting to shred him to pieces. Swish! Zishu dashed over, her battle blade, marked with bite marks, sweeping fiercely across the leopard's flank. Shujia, your timing is impeccable. This creature can't be pierced by bullets, nor can blades cut through it. It's absurdly strong. Indeed, the crimson cloud leopard withstood Zishu's strike without flinching, casually pacing on a nearby lawn, blood-red foam at the corners of its mouth. However, Zishu understood that the leopard's strength lay in its speed and aggression, and its defenses were not as exaggerated as Yang Yuan had claimed. Subsequently, Zishu engaged in a tactical dance with the beast, occasionally landing cuts to gradually wear it down. Others joined in to assist, alleviating the pressure significantly, and the wonder Shu Jia appears so formidable. She awakened alongside us and entered the planet, yet she resembles a seasoned special forces soldier. The crimson cloud leopard, having overpowered dozens of individuals, was evenly matched against Zishu, with no clear victor. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, Chen An was astonished to realize how close his chosen location was to Zishu's scientific guild. Should I reach out to them? He pondered aloud. Fengyou has already analyzed your psychological state. You require companionship, or you may evolve towards tyranny. I ask this how tyrants are born. Chen An retorted with irritation. After careful contemplation, he concluded that without exposing his identity, he could go wherever he wished and converse with whomever he desired, without any reservations. The train had been sailing for over half a month, and Chen An had felt quite lonely, engaging in daily conversations with Fengyou in the cockpit. Fengyou, register a guild for me, named Red Sun, maintaining a rank around 100. Let me ascend the extraordinary and wealthy rankings. Aiming for a position within the 1,000 range. All robots dispersed. No one was permitted to approach without his command, nor could they get near others. Replace my handgun and bronze battle blade. That would be more reasonable. Chen An enthusiastically sought to alter his identity until he was indistinguishable from ordinary passengers. Detected that the scientific guild is combating a second-level star beast. 2 individuals have already perished. The deceased information will be archived. Death has become commonplace. Chen An had long anticipated this outcome, in his view, if half of the current million survived, it would be considered fortunate. 10 minutes later, Chen An arrived near the battlefield of the scientific guild. Using Fengyou's information to access live footage, the Zishu was still embroiled in combat with the crimson cloud leopard, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. She aimed to exhaust the leopard's stamina, but in reality, the leopard's endurance far exceeded hers. Fengyou, can I defeat it? He asked, excitement coursing through him, eager to engage. The master's combat strength surpasses that of the crimson cloud leopard, allowing for an effortless victory. Your personal spacecraft hovers high above, with particle guns aimed at the prey. Should the master encounter any danger, I will eliminate it. With a sense of assurance, I shall proceed. Chen An, adorned in space boots, accelerates effortlessly, darting into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, Zishu is gradually exhausting her strength and calls for others to take her place. We shall employ a rotating strategy to wear it down. Yu Guan. Ensure you and your companions block its escape. Zishu has confirmed that the crimson cloud leopard is at the second tier, Should we slay it, we would undoubtedly fetch a high price upon our return, and she anticipates it eagerly. Yet, just as they prepare to switch positions, a flash of blue rushes forward, and with a swipe of a battle blade, the front leg of the crimson cloud leopard is severed. Its pupils constrict as it drags its injured limb backward, preparing to flee. Who is that? Such incredible speed. Is he truly wielding a bronze blade? How can he breach the defenses of the crimson cloud leopard? The crowd gasps, but only Zishu, closest in proximity, stares in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Chen An, hearing her trembling call, he turns and glares at her, exclaiming, "Can you not think? If you cannot win, retreat. There is no need to show off. As long as you survive, resources will come in abundance. But should you perish, even the vastness of the cosmos would be of no use." His familiar tone, yet more domineering than before, causes Zishu to feel a flicker of panic, ignoring her and Yang Yuan's excitement. Chen An swiftly corners the crimson cloud leopard and delivers a fatal strike. What a thrill! This time, without employing any weapons beyond their tier, Chen An relies solely on his own strength to vanquish the beast. In truth, the crimson cloud leopard had only 30% of its stamina remaining. Even without the master's assistance, they could have managed to defeat it. Silence will not render you mute. You have imposed a 10-minute silence upon yourself. After a brief respite, Zishu and the others approach. Chen An, what brings you here? Are you alone? Zishu's cheeks flush with excitement, her words tumbling forth in a flurry of course. I am not alone. I am in the first carriage, leading my own guild. Yang Yuan, Liang Yu, as long as you are alive, that is what matters, although he's aware of their existence daily. Only now, in this moment of genuine interaction, does Chen An feel a sense of comfort. Humans are, after all, social creatures. Only by integrating into a community can one become whole. Yang Yuan draws close and embraces Chen An before reluctantly releasing him. Old Chen, how did you end up in the first carriage? We thought you had perished in the dormitory. I was the first to sense the crisis. How could I have died so easily? There were too many people, and we got separated. I boarded the school bus and went straight to the airport, which is why we missed each other. Liang Yu gazes at him enviously. Old Chen, you are so fortunate. You have no idea how close we came to not making it. Suddenly lowering his voice, he leans in and adds, Sister Shu has been incessantly mentioning you. She is nearly obsessed. This is hardly a whisper. Those nearby can hear him. Shu gives him a swift kick, and the atmosphere lightens with laughter. Chen An has no further thoughts, simply seeking to immerse himself in the life aboard the train. Soon after, they collectively transport the carcass of the Crimson Cloud leopard onto the spacecraft. Chen An, where is your team? After some pleasantries, Zishu inquires that my team will not come. I wish to avoid conflict, as you understand. However, I am free and can join you for hunting, providing some guidance along the way. Chapter 17. The Annihilation of the Cosmos, an Urgent Departure. Perhaps it is due to Chen An's presence that Zishu exhibits remarkable bravery, scarcely encountering any opponents capable of challenging her. The first tier of the extraordinary primarily enhances physical strength. One should find a suitable breathing rhythm to accelerate recovery. But you have any spare energy crystals? If not, procure some from the market. Strive to absorb at least one each day. The wristwatch is equipped with a reconnaissance function. Keep it activated during idle moments. Do not fear energy consumption. The train provides free recharging for the wristwatch. Under Chen An's guidance, Zishu's team becomes increasingly organized, their actions methodical. In the afternoon, Zishu pilots the spacecraft back to the train, either submitting gathered resources for tasks or directly exchanging them. Upon tallying the results, they discover that from this single trip, they have earned 600 energy crystals. Chen An, what is your account balance? I can transfer some to you. No need. Just take care of yourself. Spend your earnings on upgrading your equipment. Do not hoard them. Saving money is the most foolish of actions. Chen An does not accompany Zishu's team to the planet. Instead, he returns to the cockpit to thoroughly assess the day's gains from all guilds. The guild registered yesterday has mostly turned a profit today, with Chang Guiyang's Hope Guild now the wealthiest, boasting a reserve of 2,000 currency units. Goodness, have I set my product prices too low? I suggest a price adjustment. Haha, I am merely jesting. It is not that severe. The quality of the bronze battle blades and K3 pistols is subpar. Upgrades are in order, perfectly consuming their reserves. Chang Guiyang's spacecraft returns to the train. He casually switches to a medium-sized transport ship, capable of carrying up to 200 tons per trip. Lao Ge, why not take a few hours to rest? I can lead the team. The vice president notices Chen Guiyang's weary demeanor and suggests, "No, I heard there's a new energy-boosting potion on the market. I'll just buy some. I am not like you. You can feed your family alone, but I have a wife and child." Chen Guiyang boards the ship with an infant in tow, necessitating that his wife remains aboard the train to care for the child, which is why he works so tirelessly. His team is inspired by his dedication, working hard as well. Upon reaching the market, Chen Guiyang discovers a new product, the upgraded version of the bronze battle blade, priced at 100 star coins, and the K103 automatic rifle, priced at 20 star coins. After deliberation, he decides to purchase 5 of the upgraded blades, 10 rifles, and additional ammunition, significantly depleting the guild's assets. President, we have discovered a herd of star beasts in the desert, estimated to number in the thousands. With a leader likely at the second tier, the subordinate station on the planet send this information, prompting Chen Guiyang to buy 10 more rifles. The more one invests, the greater the returns. Hoarding is not an option. He immediately pilots the spacecraft back to engage in the hunt. Other guild leaders operate similarly. As long as debts are repaid, they quickly replenish weapons and equipment to enhance the strength of their core members. Ensuring sustainable development, in the following days, Chen An ventures out again, but does not seek out Zishu. Instead, he focuses on self-training. By the 5th day of their stop, nearly everyone aboard has awakened. With the number of guilds reaching a staggering 8,000, however, most are small guilds that will gradually be absorbed by larger ones. Given the increasing demand for spacecraft rentals, Chen An orders the factories to expedite production, aiming to create a surplus of small to medium-sized ships. At this point, reviewing the wealth leaderboard reveals that the Hope Guild ranks first with 15,000 star coins, the Science Guild second with 12,000 star coins, followed by Shaojin's Knight Guild with 9,000, Tio Chen and Surprise. The previously promising Xiongba Guild holds only 2,000 in reserves. Tianwei, the leader, fails to manage effectively and disregards others' advice, squandering earnings recklessly or enticing extraordinary individuals with monetary incentives, leading to an unhealthy guild development. Master, do you require guidance? No need. Incompetence begets its own obsolescence. Someone will eventually replace them. Chen An expands the screen to reveal a multitude of red dots densely clustered on the target planet, over 500,000 passengers. In merely half a month, they could clear the planet, at which point they could set sail. That it appears that all guilds are developing. Yet in reality, they are laboring for Chen An, with all resources accumulating in the storage layer of the train. Chen An's only contribution is the products in the market, which he can manipulate at will. Just as Chen An prepares to wander once more, Fu Yao delivers a grave report. Our reconnaissance ship, 50 billion kilometers behind us, has detected anomalies. The cosmos is experiencing annihilation. What does cosmic annihilation entail? Fu Yao provides an animated demonstration that depicts an endless blackness sweeping through the cosmos, obliterating everything in its path. Nebulae, planets, even stars and black holes are not spared from its dissolution. Goodness, even black holes are being destroyed. What kind of immense power is at play? I could provide 300 hypotheses. Chen An reviews the speculations, finding one particularly compelling. The universe is on the brink of destruction. The explosion of the purple star serves as a precursor. Now, this annihilation is extending along their route, forcing Chen An to avoid lingering in any location for too long. Damn it, the sense of urgency hits hard. I was rather relaxed before. Fu Yao, calculate the time until annihilation. The cosmic annihilation will reach this star system in 5 hours. I recommend departing in 4.5 hours. That is far too risky. Immediately issue an announcement. The train will depart in 3 hours. Instruct everyone to return right away. Should any issues arise, they can report back promptly. Chen An prepares the unleashed ships for immediate assistance. The announcement comes as a shock to passengers busy on the planet, who are utterly unprepared for such a scenario. President, what should we do? The Science Guild has just discovered a pack of star beasts and is poised to encircle them. Zishu quickly accesses her wristwatch to check the urgency of the announcement. It clearly states that this is a top-tier emergency, and the train will undoubtedly depart in 3 hours without waiting. There is no other option. They must return to the train immediately. Those with any sense will gather their belongings and return, rather than risk their lives for resources that are almost within reach. In the following 3 hours, the spaceship, like migratory birds returning home, lined up to enter the docking area. Tasks were exchanged, extra supplies were sold directly, and the compartments buzzed with activity. Chen An admired his foresight. If he had adhered to Fu Yao's arrangements, the time would have been exceedingly tight, as the returning ships queued. However, as the 3-hour mark approached, Fengyou issued a reminder that 2,000 individuals had yet to return. What do they mean by that? These individuals do not intend to return to the train. They wish to remain on the planet to create a new civilization. Chen An was momentarily taken aback before sneering. They really think too highly of themselves? Such theatrics! Should we dispatch a ship to forcibly retrieve them? There is no need. If they seek their demise, let them beat it. I shall take this opportunity to set an example. The train prepared to embark, retracting the exploratory ships from various directions, yet leaving one behind. Fengyou understood Chen An's intent and promptly made arrangements. Chapter 18. Maintaining authority through death. What is happening? Why the urgency? Inside the compartment, passengers murmured among themselves, their minds filled with questions. They were unaware of the situation, but since the train was set to depart, they would follow along. Could it be that the train conductor had matters to attend to? Perhaps. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such a sudden departure. It is unfortunate for my camp. I'd hoped to utilize it for half a month and had invested considerable effort. Are you foolish? Why establish a camp when there are spaceships? After a tumultuous 10 minutes, the train officially set off. People gazed through the windows at the verdant planet, their eyes brimming with reluctance, unsure if they would ever encounter such a world again. Surely there will be others. The universe is vast. That is uncertain. It took us half a month to find a suitable landing planet. Who knows how long it will be until the next? Sighs of nostalgia filled the air as they mourned the gradually fading life planet. Suddenly, massive screens emerged within the train, ensuring that everyone could see. Attention was drawn to the screens, revealing images of many individuals constructing dwellings. A film? No, it seemed to be the surface of the green planet. They refer to the life planet as the green planet. Could it be that some had not left? It was evident that indeed some had remained. Damn, I forgot about that. Since there is a habitable planet, why return to the train? This revelation jolted many into regret, lamenting their lack of quick thinking. Who knows where the train intends to take us? It may be better to stay on the green planet. How enviable. They need not continue the arduous journey. They can thrive on the green planet. Perhaps in several millennia, a new civilization may emerge. The screen displayed numerous beautiful scenes, particularly captivating. Occasionally, familiar faces would spark commotion within the compartments. Li de Guang. How did he stay behind? In compartment 10, Yang Yuan and others were astonished at why Yuguan muttered, "This old man may not have the best character. But he is clever. No wonder he is called a beast." Yishu massaged her temples, leaning back in her seat to rest, casually remarking, "There is no need to envy others. Each has their own future." Perhaps the train's next destination is a better world. Their staying on the green planet may not necessarily be advantageous. Sister Shu is right. Those individuals have lost their ambition. Even if they followed the train, they would be useless. We are different. We seek to explore the stars and the sea endlessly. Stop being melodramatic. Who will go to the market to buy some food? I am hungry. Perhaps some fruit as well. The guild is now affluent. These elders of spending allowances. Zi Shu added, "Give me 2 pancakes. Sister Shu? Not something better? I have eaten too much meat these days. I should moderate a bit." Just then, Yang Yuan exclaimed, "Look at the screen." The view rapidly expanded, pulling back from the fragrant surface to the planet's exterior. What happened? The green planet is indeed beautiful. Then what? Sister Shu, look behind the green planet. What is that? Many noticed the large expanse of darkness looming behind the green planet, resembling a monstrous abyss, rapidly consuming the planet. The scene shifted, revealing numerous screens showcasing the green planet's inhabitants, now devoid of smiles. Filled with panic and confusion, trembling beneath the darkened sky on the prairie, Li Daguang fell to his knees, his eyes filled with terror, as he witnessed the sky being devoured by darkness, layers shattering like glass, creating an unreal spectacle. And oh wonder, the train sought to flee. Disaster was upon them. Oh my, if disaster is imminent, why did the train not make this clear? Li Daguang ran eastward, accompanied by many others, as if they could catch up to the departing train. In reality, it was futile. Soon after, they were engulfed by darkness, their bodies dissolving layer by layer, in the cockpit. In truth, the master could have explained everything in advance. Most would have left. Chen An replied nonchalantly, "Why should I explain? I am not an NPC. I am under no obligation to provide them with explanations. That I require their obedience to my commands. When I say go, they go, and when I say leave, they leave. Otherwise, my authority will gradually diminish, and they will begin to disregard my presence. Do you understand? Fengyou comprehended that to maintain the Master's authority, one must stimulate fear through death. This sounded peculiar, but it was quite simple. The goal was to instill a sense of fear in them, ensuring that they would heed my words in the future. Otherwise, should any issue arise, I would have to explain everything. I am not the game master. With the arrival of obliteration, all images abruptly ceased, leaving nothing but endless darkness. Chen An instructed Fengyou to issue an announcement. The universe is collapsing along our trajectory. It cannot be prevented or avoided. We can only continue forward. If anyone wishes to leave midway, they may apply at any time. The train conductor permits anyone to depart freely. Having witnessed the destruction of the green planet, who would dare to reminisce now? The compartments were filled with a heavy silence. People stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard. Slap, slap. They chastised themselves, relieved they had not acted foolishly. My heavens, the starry sky is indeed collapsing, meaning we must keep moving on the train. If we linger too long, we will perish. Why is this happening? Despair enveloped the people as they could not envision their future. Pessimism is contagious, and the atmosphere within the compartment grew increasingly oppressive. This cannot continue. Prolonged journeys necessitate maintaining a positive demeanor. Fengyou enhance more functionalities. Chen An issued the command. Shortly after, the compartments were upgraded with new amenities. The train has opened a dining area where passengers can customize their favorite delicacies, and there is even a chance to purchase Purple Star cuisine. The train has also opened an entertainment area, featuring various virtual games for passengers to enjoy during their journey. Upon learning of these updates, the compartments erupted once more. Many rushed out to see what awaited them. The dining area, adjacent to the market, occupied a considerable space. Inside, there were numerous orderly establishments with robotic chefs. Whatever dish the customers desired, as long as the ingredients were available, it could be prepared. The food appeared delectable, though prohibitively expensive. Only the upper echelons of the guild could afford such luxuries. Zishu led Yang Yuan and others into a shop resembling a long corridor, discovering a ramen stall. They actually have Purple Star ramen. Yang Yuan's mouth watered, urging, hurry and buy it. They only serve 50 bowls each day. Upon learning of the limited food supply, those with wealth hastened to purchase, determined to taste it. Meanwhile, those with less money opted to save for the journey ahead, reluctant to spend recklessly. Only Purple Star food was limited. Other dishes could be supplied infinitely, with a significant price disparity. This was to be expected as Purple Star cuisine had become extinct, dwindling in availability. The ramen arrived, each small bowl costing 3-star coins. It smelled divine. They hesitated to eat heartily, instead savoring small bites. Alongside the noodles, there were various stir-fried dishes, albeit at even higher prices. Concurrently, more people flocked to the entertainment area. Chapter 19. Discovering new life planets. The entertainment area, situated opposite the dining section, was adorned in vibrant colors, with numerous virtual screens advertising games, exuding a sci-fi ambience. Welcome to Game City. It turned out that the game area comprised several sections. The entrance led into Game City, while adjacent spaces offered card games and other forms of entertainment. Many newcomers, drawn by the novelty, entered Game City alongside robots, their exclamations echoing. What greeted them was a massive, luminous orb, brilliantly suspended in the center. Surrounding it were various game stations, all vacant, awaiting players. The supervisor of Game City, a silver-black robot, introduced the offerings in a magnetic tone. To the left was the PC area, housing thousands of computers, where they could play all network games from Purple Star. With new games to be added gradually, the cost was 0.5 star coins per hour. Adjacent to the PC area was the physical activity zone, allowing players to exercise and prevent physical decline during the prolonged journey. Priced at 1 star coin per hour. To the right was the virtual zone, currently offering 200 virtual headsets, priced at 2 star coins per hour. There were also other novel games charged by usage, available for exploration. After relaying this information, the robots dispersed, allowing passengers to roam freely. How nostalgic for Purple Star games. Quick, occupy a computer. The crowd surged into the PC area, swiftly claiming all available computers. These computers were affordable and entertaining, appealing more to the average person. Upon activation, a scanner would capture each individual's information, automatically deducting fees based on usage duration. Wow, you all are too fast. Who will give me a turn on a machine? How reminiscent of the days spent at internet cafes on Purple Star, waiting for a computer while others spectated behind. Alas, how things have changed as before, many individuals now gather at the back to observe, and the atmosphere in the PC zone gradually becomes vibrant. Additionally, numerous players venture directly into the virtual realm, yearning for the thrill of virtual games. What is extraordinary combat? One simply needs to try to grasp its essence. Currently, it is the sole game of its kind in Chen An's living room. He held a stunning purple gold helmet, growing increasingly fond of it. Back on Earth, he had long anticipated engaging in similar games. Although most were mere gimmicks, as the technology of that time could not support such experiences. What effects does this helmet possess? Can it provide an unfair advantage? The purple gold helmet is exclusively yours. You may alter its settings at will. The game is yours. Thus, you may indeed gain an advantage. Merely a jest, for extraordinary combat requires real-time data transmission. Cheating would diminish the experience. I shall enter and take a look. Reclining on the sofa, Chen An donned the helmet, and his consciousness instantaneously transcended into the virtual realm. He found himself beneath a radiant starry sky, walking freely among the stars. Welcome, player, to the world of extraordinary combat. The helmet will collect your extraordinary information to establish a matching model. Here, you can engage in combat with any player and hone your fighting prowess. Extraordinary combat features a power ranking, showcasing your combat strength. A chill coursed through Chen An's body as the helmet scanned his physical data. Soon, his extraordinary model was established. Name, Chen An race, purple star being, identity, president of the Red Sun Guild, level ascender, first layer. A chaotic array of information prompted Chen An to immediately modify the settings, concealing all specific power metrics, but he decided that in the game, only the level should be displayed, as this was not a genuine game. Combat capability ought not to be tied to data, lest it hinder a normal person's performance. Shall the player commence matching? No matching. Let me try a human-machine duel. The scene shifted, and he found himself on a platform suspended at the pinnacle of the stars, known as the Star Summit, where every player might engage in battle. Chen An's opponent resembled his extraordinary model, with power levels closely matched. For now, weapons were unnecessary. The two engaged in unarmed combat for a while, during which Chen An endured several punches. Fengyou, are you controlling this? Are you deliberately bullying me? The AI's level was too high, comprehending all of Chen An's moves, rendering him unable to win. Master, you misunderstand me. It is the secondary intelligence of extraordinary combat engaging with you. I am not intervening. What a farce. The secondary intelligence is still you. Lower its level immediately. Make it half as strong as I am. Consequently, Chen An unleashed a flurry of attacks on the AI, reveling in the experience. Open the leaderboard. A series of rankings appeared. Power rankings, battle count rankings, level rankings. Currently, only the power ranking held any relevance. With the top spot claimed by none other than Xiao Zhan, he truly deserved the title of the first awakened among the passengers, consistently maintaining a high level of combat prowess, far ahead in the game. However, given the limited number of players in extraordinary combat, it remained uncertain whether he could sustain his lead. Within the carriage, a select few had experienced extraordinary combat. Quickly propagating the news that it was then that people learned of a game in the entertainment zone capable of simulating battles between extraordinary beings in real time, significantly enhancing their combat skills. Look at the extraordinary leaderboard in the carriage. It has now merged with the rankings from extraordinary combat. This means that the outcomes of extraordinary combat will determine each person's rank. What is the significance of rankings? At the very least, they symbolize status. If you enter the top 10, guild registrations would flood in by the hundreds. For the following half-day, extraordinary combat overshadowed other entertainment offerings, capturing widespread attention. The rankings continuously updated, stabilizing after half a day. To the top was Xiao Zhan, followed by Chen Guoyang, then Ji Shu, and Xiafeng. Chen An also placed himself within the rankings, albeit at a mere 100th position. Yang Yuan expressed astonishment. Old Chen is so strong. How did he not make it in the top 10? Ji Shu explained, you must complete at least 3 matches and achieve a score above 90 to have a chance at entering the top 10. Chen An likely hadn't invested much effort. This suggests that the credibility of the extraordinary leaderboard is not particularly high. That it remains quite credible. At least most individuals take it seriously, and the higher your rank, the more opportunities you will have. That I have heard that those in the top 10 will be summoned by the train's conductor. Is that true? Goodness, I must compete in more matches. If my skills are lacking, I shall compensate with quantity. The carriage buzzed with excitement, dispelling previous gloom. For the next half-month, People became immersed in the train's various entertainment activities, leading to increasingly refined order aboard on the 15th day of their journey. Chen An broke through to the second layer in the gravity chamber. His extraordinary energy surged, a burning sensation enveloping his skin, akin to shedding a layer and being reborn. Ascending to the second layer requires skin enhancement. Master, please strive diligently. After half a day's practice, Fengyou offered a reminder. Life-bearing planets have been discovered 1 billion kilometers away. Shall we make a stop? Chen An's spirits lifted. We must stop. Many passengers have exhausted their savings, and they need to earn more. How far is the annihilation of the starry sky from us? The train speed exceeds the annihilation rate, providing us with approximately half a month's interval. That is reassuring. Ensure thorough reconnaissance and report promptly. The train is preparing to dock at the target star system. Chapter 20. The commencement of civilizational warfare, the annihilation of the giant lizard civilization, named Giant Lizard Star, ID, S360-5-729-266, classification, planet, mass 12, 64,791,024 kilograms diameter, 51,278 kilometers surface temperature, 19, rotation period, 35 hours, 12 minutes, 09 seconds, intelligent life, giant lizard. After dispatching reconnaissance spacecraft, the basic information of the planet was transmitted back. Why does it have a name? Planets with civilizations are granted names. This planet hosts a primitive-level giant lizard civilization. Giant lizard? Chen An reviewed the images transmitted from the front lines. They depicted enormous lizard-like creatures averaging over 10 meters in length. Residing in tribes that it was precisely due to their tribal structure and their rudimentary script that they were classified as a civilization. Giant Lizard Star is rich in extraordinary energy, indicating its civilization is not to be trifled with. Chen inquired, are the giant lizards classified as extraordinary beings or star beasts? Any entity categorized as a civilization is regarded as extraordinary, not as star beasts. So, we are about to confront an extraordinary civilization. The lowest tier of extraordinary civilization, approximately level 0.2. How pitiful, not even reaching level 1. And what level are we? We are at level 0.3. Very well, we are evenly matched, both lacking in strength. Immediately conduct a thorough exploration of the planet to ascertain the quantity and strength of the giant lizard civilization. The train docked in the orbit of a star, becoming the closest celestial body to the sun. This star system was pristine, comprising 20 planets, with giant lizard stars situated in the fourth orbit. Each planet boasted commendable resources, prompting Chen An to dispatch all available spacecraft to gather the necessary resources. Various guilds have prepared to lease spacecraft. The top guilds even planned to rent 2 medium-sized vessels. Why haven't the hatches opened yet? Weaponry had already been acquired, yet to maximize the leasing time, they would wait until the hatches opened to rent, as securing even a few extra minutes would be a gain. The delay in opening was due to the overwhelming influx of information from Giant Lizard Star, which Chen An was meticulously organizing. With 30,000 tribes, totaling over 5 million individuals, most of whom are minor lizards, even the smaller lizards could be significantly sized. This was not the previous Green Star. Chen An feared the passengers might suffer considerable losses. Presently, there were no new passenger reinforcements. Excessive losses would hinder the train's development. I suggest that the master initiate a civilizational war. What does that entail? For the train to ascend to the first tier of bronze, 3 conditions must be met. First, all passengers must awaken as extraordinary beings and possess 100,000 second-layer abilities. Second, the train's combat capability must be rated as first class, requiring diverse kinetic weaponry and at least 50 escort-class warships. Third, participation in at least one civilizational war with a victorious outcome, including conflicts between trains. Chen An pondered. So, war is inevitable. How do we initiate civilizational warfare? Issue war assignments to the passengers, supply weapons in unlimited quantities at market rates, temporarily suspend the guild's loan limits, and, if necessary, the master can deploy warships or robots directly into battle. Very well, I agree. Let us commence civilizational warfare. Please confirm the mode of warfare, raiding, occupation, or annihilation. I comprehend. Raiding entails seizing resources and fleeing. Occupation means taking control of the planet, enslaving the local civilization to harvest resources. Annihilation involves a comprehensive and relentless assault aimed at total destruction of the opponent. Which mode do you recommend I select? I advise the master to opt for annihilation. Given the giant lizard civilization's low intelligence, yet formidable combat strength, the risks of enslavement are too great. It is wiser to eradicate them outright. After consideration, Chen An concurred with Fengyou's counsel. Enslaving other civilizations requires two prerequisites: absolute superiority in strength and the ability to communicate. Lacking both, he had no choice but to engage in conflict and decisively eliminate the threat. Outside the hangar, countless guilds awaited eagerly. After the train's half-month hiatus, passengers were eager to venture forth and vanquish star beasts. Craving the thrill of conquest, I currently owe the train 300 star coins. If it continues without stopping, I fear I may meet my demise. Look outside. What on earth? How have the battleships set sail? It is common knowledge that the train possesses battleships, yet they seldom mobilize. However, this time, over 10 battleships have departed, accompanied by various reconnaissance vessels, forming a formidable fleet. As the crowd speculates, the train issues a series of announcements. The target planet is called Lizard Star. Some information has been transmitted to everyone's wristwatch. The train captain is preparing to declare war on the lizard civilization, and passengers may choose to participate at their discretion. From now on, the train's resources will be dedicated to the civilizational war, and corresponding changes will be implemented. During the war, all entertainment zones will be closed. New weapons have been added to the market, with prices reduced by 20% and unlimited supply. The loan limits for all passengers and guilds have been temporarily revoked. Spaceship rental prices have been reduced by 50%. Large guilds are advised to consider renting larger vessels. War missions have been issued. Please check your tasks accordingly. Everyone is taken aback, never anticipating such a turn of events. However, they quickly regain their composure and rush to check the tasks on their wristwatches. Main mission: annihilate the lizard civilization. The objective is to destroy all tribes and eliminate 90% of the lizard population. Upon completion, each participating guild will share a pool of 1 million star coins based on their contribution. The prize pool is variable and will increase as the war progresses. My heavens, 1 million star coins, and this is not even the final reward. What are these lizards? They're clearly a cash cow. Let's get a battle. I can hardly wait. Hold on, everyone. There are also side missions. Side mission 1. There are 35,247 tribes of varying sizes on Lizard Star, numbered according to strength. This task must be accepted by all guilds, who may select their target at will, but cannot choose multiple or revisit selections. Completing the task will yield star coin rewards. Note that multiple guilds may select from the top 10 tribes. It is advisable for larger guilds to support smaller guilds. Side mission 2. Among the powerful tribes, there exist 2-star extraordinary beings. Hunting them will grant separate rewards. Side mission 3. The corpses of lizards can be sold to the train, with unlimited purchases available. Side mission 4. Gather information on lizard civilization, such as their writing, living habits, or other records. The train will reward based on the importance of the information. In addition, there are numerous standard tasks, but no one is concerned with those at the moment, as they hastily accept the war missions. How can it be that there are no tribes left ranked beyond 30,000? Most guilds are weak and plan to tackle the easier targets first to gauge the situation. The larger guilds lack this interest and go straight to the top 100 at Sister Shu. Shall we take on the top 10? Zishu shakes her head. Do not rush. There are many tribes, yet not enough guilds to complete the first round of tasks. We can finish one and then take another. Primarily to test the strength of the lizards. Yang Yuan give the thumbs up. Sister Shu is impressive. At this moment, someone shouts. The market has launched many new equipment. Let us hurry and buy. Guilds that have accepted missions rush towards a market, while some astute individuals head to the bank first. Since the train has revoked loan limits, many guilds plan to take a gamble. The 1.0 version of the alloy shield is priced at 5 star coins for one-handed and 10 star coins for two-handed versions. The 1.0 version of the deep purple armor costs 25 star coins. Why mention versions? Others respond. It will surely be upgradable in the future, just like the K3 pistol, which has a 2.0 version. Now I see. Look here. Goodness, the 1.0 version C-36 high explosive bomb is only 10 star coins. And the 1.0 version J-12 rocket launcher is 50 star coins, including 5 rounds of ammunition. That I realize the newly launched weapons are even more powerful, yet are priced remarkably low. Perhaps it is merely a unique period. Prices may rise in the future. The markets are bustling with activity, as guilds frantically purchase supplies. The market in Carriage 10 is particularly fierce, with several large guilds present. Chun Guoyang, Zishu, and Shaozhen. The leaders of the top 3 guilds inadvertently meet and mutually agree to restrain their subordinates from competing against one another and to follow a sequence. Gentlemen, shall we join forces to take down the number 1 tribe? Xiao Zhen proposes that he enjoys adventure, and it is precisely this trait that has allowed him to thrive. Chen Guoyang, being more conservative, decisively declines that we may collaborate in the future, but at this early stage, I am not willing to take risks. President Z, what are your thoughts? Zishu replies, I share your sentiment. Let us avoid the top 10 for now, that I will engage with Tribe 27. Xiao Zhen chuckles. I have not taken on the top 10 either. But I have accepted Tribe 11. Everyone. I shall take my leave first. He heads to the market first to complete his purchases. Zishu follows suit, and after concluding her shopping, hastens to the docking area, where a spaceship has already been rented. It is now Chen Guoyang's turn. Everyone is racing against time to buy, ensuring each individual acquires a set of armor, 50 alloy shields, and purchasing other weapons based on the number of members. Maximizing ammunition supplies. Chen Guoyang is willing to spend, depleting his savings without the option of loans. President, many members' combat knives are severely worn. Shall we replace them? Chen Guoyang glares. Do not forget the rules I set previously. Combat knives are essential. Replace them when damaged, and if funds are insufficient, take out a loan. Despite our extensive purchases of firearms, I suspect they will not be sufficient, and ultimately, we may require close combat. From a cost-performance perspective, cold weapons are still more economical. Firearms are too expensive. Once all war supplies are prepared, Chen Guoyang leads his guild's 2,000 members aboard the rented large spaceship, heading towards Lizard Star. There are 2 vice presidents, Han Dong and Chu Du. Han Dong, robust in physique but meticulous in thought, calculates expenses for Chen Guoyang. President, our expenditures are considerable, and we are merely at the outset. Should our returns be inadequate, it would spell serious trouble for the guild. Before Chen Guoyang can respond, the suave Chu Du, wearing glasses, interjects. Do not be concerned about this initial expenditure. We are in a civilizational war that a moment's contemplation reveals the complexity of the situation. Since the train provides us with unlimited resources, it indicates their necessity. Chen Guoyang concurs. Chu Du makes a valid point. The data has arrived. They had not previously received mission information, which has just been updated. Chen Guoyang opens the task and finds information on Tribe 17. They have accepted Tribe 17. The data reveals that this tribe is located in the Northern Hemisphere's forest, containing approximately 800 lizards, possibly with 2-star existence. Han Dong is taken aback. Only 800? Do not underestimate the lizards. They surpass star beasts of the same level. For us, it would take at least 3 individuals to confront 1 lizard. Even with firearms I have a map here. Gather the various squads in the tactical room for a thorough study. It is hoped that the guild will manage teams accordingly, with squad leaders overseeing 10 members and captains managing 100, resulting in a total of 20 large squads. Once all squad leaders arrive at the tactical room, Chen Guoyang points to the map and articulates his strategy. The geography of the lizard tribe is not particularly complex. They reside by a lake in stone-built dwellings. However, due to the surrounding forest, our spaceship cannot land nearby. In my view, it would be optimal to lure them out and set traps to eliminate them in batches. Chen Guoyang excels in strategy and traps. President, according to the map, our landing point is several kilometers from the tribe. Can we lure them out? It may be challenging, since they are also sentient beings. I am concerned they may have set traps in the forest to counter us. We have purchased several bombs, and the spaceship itself is equipped with an attack system. We can first conduct aerial bombardment, then land directly by the lake, followed by a strong assault. Each person shares their opinions, gradually clarifying the situation. In the cockpit, Chen reviews the plans of each squad, and indeed, Chen Guoyang's approach appears the most prudent. Master, shall we join the war? Not yet. If I join, there will be no enjoyment left for me. War serves as the finest training ground. Each guild should experience significant growth through this conflict. There is no need for robots to partake in the experience distribution. Chen has already comprehensively assessed Lizard Star, capable of dispatching battleships and robots to obliterate it at any time. Yet, such direct action would be overly simplistic and would not achieve the goal of a civilizational war. That I shall continue to observe and see what strategies they devise. Chen An instructs the robots to bring popcorn and cola, enjoying the spectacle as if it were a blockbuster. Sister Shu, the target is in the mountains. I propose a carpet bombing first, followed by a gradual advance from the mountain pass. Liang Yu, now the strategist for the scientific guild. Offers many viable suggestions, agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest. The spaceship has now ascended to the high skies above Lizard Star. The ground is covered in dense forest, not in green, but in an unsettling pale yellow. As the spaceship approaches the target point, the colossal forms of the lizards become visible. There are several lizard creatures engaged in predation, running on all fours with impressive balance. Their heads rise sharply, revealing gaping maws lined with rows of teeth that send shivers down one's spine. Hissed out, without weapons, we would be mere fodder. The lizards are extraordinary beings. They possess highly acute hearing. Upon sensing the commotion above, they abandon their prey and raise their upper bodies to observe. Chitter, croak, croak. This is the language of the lizards, which likely conveys astonishment. They have never witnessed such a massive avian creature in the sky. The aged giant lizard emitted a terrified shriek as it dashed towards the forest. Simple emotions signaled to them that the large bird could not penetrate the woods. However, as the sound of rapid gunfire erupted, bullets were unleashed from the sides of the spacecraft, precisely striking down several of the giant lizards. Sister Shu, since they too are an intelligent civilization, might this slaughter be deemed excessively cruel? Xing's complexion paled, discomfort washing over her as she recalled the fear evident in the dying eyes of the giant lizards. Zishu turned to glance at the others, most of whom bore similarly grim expressions. I find solace in your compassion, yet I am also disheartened. Those who possess mercy often do not endure long. The struggle between civilizations is a matter of survival, and if roles were reversed, do you believe the giant lizards would extend sympathy towards us? Yang Yuan interjected. Sympathy? We are fighting for survival, not indulging in a leisurely tour. Let me remind you, war claims lives, and those giant lizards will rush to devour you. Furthermore, should our resources dwindle post-battle, some among you may find yourselves expelled by the train, left to perish as debris in the cosmos. Do not mistake my words for mere alarmism. They are the harsh truth. Sister Shu, do you not agree? Zishu nodded, steering the spacecraft closer to the tribe. Chapter 22. A muddy path for Tianwei. The sound of gunfire reverberated. Bang, bang, bang. Firearms, explosives, rockets. The scientific guild, relying on their spacecraft, initiated an aerial assault on the giant lizard tribe below, turning the battle overwhelmingly in their favor. Yet a dilemma arose. The adult giant lizards had tough hides, making it arduous for bullets to penetrate. As for high explosive bombs, they merely sent rocks and trees flying, occasionally taking down smaller lizards, but posed little threat to the adults. Sister Shu, fire the cannons. Very well, let us test a couple. The scientific guild ship was a medium-sized F-399 multifunctional transport vessel, equipped with firearms on both wings and conventional laser cannons. With a command given, 2 laser cannons rapidly charged and fired at the most audacious of the giant lizards below. A brilliant flash erupted, followed by a thunderous roar as the lizards were obliterated. The ground beneath them cratered. Goodness, how ruthless! Sister Shu, shall we try the main cannon? The ship's primary weapon, an electromagnetic DRA, they are strategizing to conquer Tribe No. 14 by dividing and conquering, rather than charging recklessly into their lair. Over the course of 3 hours, they have successfully eliminated 1/5 of the tribe, which comprises over 1,000 giant lizards. The entire group assembles, crossing the mountains to the opposite side to lure out another batch. Yes, everyone swiftly gathers, forming a standard military formation for a rapid march, their spirit and demeanor truly remarkable. Chen An zooms in to observe the expressions of others. There is not a trace of impatience. All comply with Xiaofeng's command. Fengyou, does Xiaofeng's Dragon Guild consist entirely of special forces? There are only a handful of special forces, but nearly everyone else is a soldier. Xiaofeng specifically screened members during recruitment. This revelation is not surprising. Pay close attention. Inform me immediately of any anomalies. He then brings up the footage of the Night Guild. Xiao Zhan is audacious indeed. Taking on the mission from Tribe Number 11. Tribe Number 11 is located in the Northern Hemisphere's desert, home to over 3,000 giant lizards, and it is confirmed that there are dual-level creatures within. The Night Guild, comprising over 2,000 members, is currently hiding behind massive sand dunes, reluctant to engage. Xiao Ge, are we not going to take action? They already bombarded the area half an hour ago, drawing out the dual-level giant lizards, and now they must retreat. These dual-level desert lizards can leap high enough to strike a spaceship. Xiao Zhan sits, idly playing with the sand, a childlike smile gracing his lips. Look, the sand here is exceptionally fine and smooth. The texture is delightful. His companion, Zhu Daming, a bald man, gazes at him incredulously. "Brother, stop playing with the sand. What are we going to do?" Xiaojun glances around and slaps Zhu Daming's bald head. "Are you the only one who can't contain yourself? Look at the brothers. They're all lying down asleep. Who's complaining? Get ready on watch. If the giant lizards come, we'll make a quick escape. But running won't eliminate the giant lizards. We must complete the mission. If we don't, we'll be crushed under our debts. By the way, brother, where's our spaceship? It would be so comfortable to sleep in it. It's so hot here." Zhu Daming, the first member Xiaojun recruited due to his straightforward nature, has been appointed as the vice president. However, he is prone to impatience, prompting Xiaojun to frequently admonish him. "The spaceship is on a mission. Just wait." "A mission?" Chen An, observing the footage, inquires of Fengyou what happened to his spaceship. The Night Guild rented a large spaceship, which returned to the station not long ago to replenish water. Estimated at 400 tons, Chen An immediately comprehends Xiaojun's intention, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Does he truly believe the station's water is free? The station has a specialized water reservoir, and the water either comes from Lifestar or is extracted from solid-state liquids in space, subsequently refined into pure water. To be honest, it pains me to see so much pure water wasted by Xiaojun. I must find a way to reclaim the costs later. After a long wait in the desert, Xiaojun's spaceship finally returns. He springs up, leaving a human-shaped impression in the sand. "Brothers, rise and prepare for battle." The drowsy Zhu Daming instantly perks up, rallying the others. "Xiaoge, should we charge in?" Xiaojun replies, "Everyone check your armor. Those responsible for defense, inspect your shields. Everyone else, ensure your rifle magazines are fully loaded. We will encircle and attack shortly." The spaceship does not land but hovers above the giant lizard tribe. The doors on either side open, revealing massive pipes. With a thunderous roar, torrents of water cascade down, leaving both the giant lizards and the members of the Night Guild in awe. "Xiaoge, so we were waiting for this." Xiaojun responds, "Stop thinking only of reckless charges. Study the data from your wristwatches. It clearly states that desert giant lizards fear heavy rain, as water can cause the sand to clump together or even collapse, hindering their movement. And to that point, the giant lizards will merely be targets for us to eliminate. Although 400 tons of water is not an excessive amount, it can significantly affect their habitat. As the water pours down, the core area of the giant lizard tribe temporarily transforms into a swamp, ensnaring many giant lizards and impeding their movement. The Night Guild has already occupied the hills, and now they can simply stand and shoot. Do not waste bullets. Fire them all. Remember, money can be earned. Weapons can be purchased, but once life is lost, it is irretrievable. Therefore, unleash all available firearms, and only consider close combat once we have exhausted our ammunition. But Xiaoge, what about the dual-level giant lizards? Bullets cannot penetrate, and rockets are ineffective. Xiaojun gazes skyward as the spaceship's main cannon extends. The main cannon of the large spaceship can fire 4 times, direct all attacks at the dual-level giant lizards. Even if we cannot kill them, we can at least inflict severe injuries in the cockpit. Chen An watches with keen interest. He must admit, Xiaojun is increasingly to his taste, in stark contrast to individuals like Tianwei. This is how it should be. I have provided you with unlimited weaponry, so use them freely. Once expended, you can restock. Master, the Night Guild is under considerable loan pressure. Point 1 can only earn if one can borrow. Back on Purple Star, those wealthy individuals often had loans in the billions from banks, yet they lived lavishly. I am not afraid of their loans. I fear their thriftiness. The resources aboard the train are plentiful. Even with 1 million passengers, adding another 0 would still suffice. Chen An continues to observe Xiaojun, who has successfully cleared Tribe Number 11 with remarkable efficiency. It is worth noting that Zishu has yet to finish with Tribe No. 27. News of the Night Guild's successful mission is disseminated, along with their rewards. Chapter 24. Medical Assistance Center and Foster Care. The Night Guild has successfully annihilated Tribe Number 11, earning a reward of 46,000 star coins. With each member receiving an additional 200 star coins, the Night Guild has also received a discount voucher, allowing for a 50% discount on weapon purchases within the next 24 hours. All members receive the news simultaneously, expressing astonishment. 40,000 star coins not only recoups our costs, but also yields a significant profit. Tribe Number 11 was merely a fraction. The rewards for the top 10 tribes must exceed 50,000. A 50% discount is extravagant. Does it suggest that the station hopes we will purchase more weapons? How enviable. We must strive harder to secure a major mission next time. Opinions vary, but for Zishu, her curiosity lies in how Xiao Zhan achieved this feat, especially since she has yet to conquer tribe number 27 that not long ago, a dual-level giant lizard emerged from that tribe, forcing them to retreat, making it challenging to mount a comeback. Xiao Zhan, how did you manage it? Zishu sends a private message via her wristwatch to AT that moment. Xiao Zhan rests in the spaceship, currently not accepting new missions. He has blocked messages from strangers, but Zishu, as the guild leader, is already a friend, allowing for seamless communication. Once Xiao Zhan explains his reasoning, Zishu experiences a moment of enlightenment. We belong to an open book examination. Since the information is readily available, it should be utilized effectively. Thus, Zishu temporarily ceases her offensive and immerses herself in research. Chen An observes this without offering reminders present. He notes that the individuals he is monitoring each possess distinct strengths and weaknesses. Zishu exhibits considerable bravery, embodying a valiant spirit. However, her flaw lies in her impulsiveness. She tends to act without thinking. Fortunately, with Liang Yu's guidance, she avoids making significant mistakes. Xiao Zhan's strength is his quick intellect and exceptional courage. Yet he can be overly reclusive, struggling to fully integrate even as the guild grows. Chen Guoyang's strength is his wisdom, though he's excessively cautious, at times verging on cowardice due to a lack of boldness. Xiaofeng exemplifies a standard military demeanor, exhibiting a steadfast, principled nature. Currently, no apparent flaws are visible. Then there is Lu Cheng, decisive in combat and resolute in action, suggesting a promising future. Aside from these five, Chen An also keeps an eye on more than 10 others. While their potential may be slightly inferior, their prospects remain bright, though they have yet to showcase their talents. After a lengthy day of research, Chen An shifts his focus back to the interior of the train. Certain matters cannot be delayed and must be addressed. Currently, there are 3,670 children aboard the train, with 720 injured individuals unable to leave. Neither of these groups possesses the capacity to generate income. Those with family may receive support, while those without must rely on loans to survive. However, Chen understands that many are merely awaiting their fate, lacking the ability to repay their debts. Most children have family, but the injured are largely solitary. Master, should we initiate free medical care? Is it necessary? The master can provide basic medical assistance to the injured. Aiding their recovery is beneficial to you. However, free assistance does not imply it is entirely without cost. If better medications or equipment are required, purchases will certainly be necessary. Chen An comprehends Fengyou's intent and reflects before agreeing that IT is crucial to help the over 700 injured recover swiftly. What about the children? They cannot grow quickly in the short term and will only impede the adult's progress. To speak bluntly, had sufficient time been provided during the explosion of Purple Star, Chen An would have undoubtedly filtered the boarding individuals, excluding the elderly and children. Nonetheless, as time aboard the train extends, inter-passenger reproduction will naturally lead to an increase in children, necessitating proactive measures. Reminder, Master, since the beginning of the revival era, numerous additional rules have emerged in the universe, one of which prohibits extraordinary beings from bearing offspring. This rule will persist until the end of the revival era. Ordinary beings are not subject to this limitation. Chen An is taken aback. How do you know this? This information has spread throughout the universe. I captured it long ago. Absurd. What other rules exist? Those you are already aware of, such as the train being unable to change its final destination and train upgrades increasing passenger capacity, among others. Chen An had been pondering for a while before he asked, if we are unable to bear children, would that not spell the end of our lineage? Why would we face extinction if we strive to prolong our lives indefinitely? Your response left me speechless. Thus, children are indeed precious. What should I do? I suggest establishing dedicated childcare facilities on the train. Ostensibly, they would look after the children, but in reality, they would educate and cultivate them to become loyal supporters of the train. Should a train guard force be formed in the future, they would be more suitable than ordinary passengers. Chen An rubbed his chin in contemplation and ultimately agreed with these recommendations. Very well. Let us proceed as you advise. We shall establish it immediately. Shortly thereafter, the train issued an announcement. First, passengers would receive free medical assistance. Second, each compartment would host a child care center for children under 10, allowing parents to entrust their children without worry. The Medical Assistance Center, situated to the left of the bank, was a medium-sized building. Most of the injured passengers were languishing in a state of despair. But upon hearing of the aid, they rushed to the designated assistance center. If there was a chance to survive, no one would choose to languish. The child care center occupied a substantial corner near the helipad, comparable in size to the entertainment zone. Each compartment center was designed to accommodate 1,000 children, a capacity that was presently unnecessary. However, in reality, most parents were reluctant to leave their children, preferring to sacrifice their own time. They did not trust the cold robots to care for their offspring. Chen An did not impose his will, but allowed them to choose freely, for all facilities had already been provided. Later, Chen Guoyang returned to the spaceship, having just finished a tribal battle and prepared to rest for 2 hours. Upon entering the compartment and cradling his child from his wife's arms, his face radiated affection. It was only at this moment that he felt the significance of all his endeavors. His wife, filled with concern, gently stroked Chen Guoyang's back. "Are you hurt? My back is soaked in blood." Chen Guoyang chuckled. "It is the blood of a giant lizard, not mine. Please go to the market and buy me 2 new outfits." His wife hesitated, instead discussing the medical assistance center and childcare facilities. "Medical assistance? That is splendid. My leg has been aching. I should take a look." His wife furrowed her brow. "You say you are fine? By the way, I would like to send our child to the child care center and then join you in battle." "Is that possible? I have seen the child care center. It is very professional, perhaps even better than my own care. Don't be hasty in your refusal. The train has provided us with ample benefits. Surely it will not be detrimental to our child. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Guoyang did not rush to agree, but first visited the assistance center. The center was equipped with numerous machines, capable of swiftly curing common ailments. "Can cancer be treated?" Chen Guoyang inquired of the robotic doctor. The robot replied, "Extraordinary beings do not contract cancer." "What about viral infections?" "We simply eradicate the virus, unless it is an extraordinary virus, which necessitates more rigorous medical research. However, as long as you do not perish instantly, we can discover a treatment." Chen Guoyang laughed heartily. "That is true. If an illness is beyond your remedy, it must be severe enough to cause rapid death. If one has not died, perhaps a cure is possible." "Thank you." His leg was merely bruised. After applying some medication, he felt a tingling sensation as the flesh began to heal. Chapter 25. The train does not support the indolent. Those who languish shall be expelled after leaving the medical assistance center. His wife urged Chen Guoyang to visit the child care facility. Along the way, he expressed his true feelings. "You cannot fathom the dangers outside. I fear for your safety more than anything. Do you understand? People are dying every day. Even I cannot guarantee absolute safety." His wife replied, "If something were to happen to you, who would care for our child? Let me familiarize myself while there is still an opportunity. Regardless of who encounters trouble, I will be able to look after our son, right?" Her words persuaded Chen Guoyang. The child care center resembled a kindergarten, the primary distinction being the absence of charming female teachers. Only robots were present. After some discussion, Chen Guoyang agreed to place his child in the center, which was not a permanent arrangement. Parents could retrieve their children at any time, provided it did not interfere with their work. Chen Guoyang's reputation was substantial, and his deeds spread rapidly. Observing that he had entrusted his child to the center, others followed suit, liberating more labor for work. "How many passengers remain who have yet to venture outside?" Chen inquired of Fu Yao. "Approximately 4,000, was the response. "Why do they not go out? They lack the courage, living on loans. They consume the bare minimum, with some only eating a single biscuit each day. Following this lifestyle, 500 star coins could sustain them for several years." Chen could not tolerate such blatant exploitation. Every able-bodied passenger must contribute. The train would not support the indolent. "How shall we resolve this?" "I suggest implementing a fare. While the train is in motion, no fee will be charged, but when the train is stationary, a maintenance fee of 1 star coin will be levied daily on each passenger. This amount is negligible for those who venture out to fight, yet it would be devastating for those who do not." Chen An added, "Children entering the child care center will incur no fees, while those who remain immersed in the entertainment zone will be charged an energy fee of 0.5 star coins per day." Many of the 4,000 unwilling to venture outside were deeply engrossed in games, some even indulging in eating, drinking, and relieving themselves within the gaming establishment, a situation Chen An could not abide. As these policies were announced, the majority remained indifferent. However, for those who were languishing, it was a dire situation. They panicked, realizing they needed to find a way to earn money or risk depleting their resources. Consequently, many applied to join guilds in hopes of earning some coins. Yet, even so, hundreds remained unmoved, continuing their idle existence. Fengyou, how long can they sustain this? They can last at most a month, at which point they will reach their loan limit, triggering penalties. There would be no mercy. Those who fail to comply would be expelled. And the entire train would witness the process. The train's rules must be adhered to, lest anyone exploit loopholes. Thus, the first day of the campaign against the giant lizards passed, with most guilds completing their missions and reaping considerable rewards. Only a handful of guilds encountered formidable opponents and struggled to find solutions that be why the second day. Chen An awoke to learn that the major guilds were assaulting the top 10 giant lizard tribes. As previously suggested, it was primarily the larger guilds leading smaller ones in task assignments, forming alliances of thousands. How many alliances are there currently? The Hope Guild's Hope Alliance boasts a total of 16,000 members. Comprising 24 guilds, and is attacking Tribe 9, the Night Guild's Night Alliance consists of 13,000 members, uniting 18 guilds, and is assaulting Tribe 4. The 7 Guild has yet to conquer Tribe 7, rallying 17,000 members from 20 guilds. The Science Guild is attacking Tribe 6, with a total of 10,000 members from 12 guilds. The Divine Dragon Guild is assaulting Tribe 5, consisting of 8,000 members from 7 guilds, with no smaller guilds involved. Additionally, over 80 small to medium guilds have formed an alliance of 30,000 members to attack Tribe 8, and O Guild dared to engage the top 3 tribes for the time being. As reports indicated, these tribes contain no fewer than 8,000 giant lizards and could reach as many as 20,000, display the scenarios of the 5 major alliances. I wish to observe them all. The strategies of the various alliances mirrored previous tactics. They initiated with carpet bombing of the enemy, followed by the formation of squads to hunt down the remaining foes, yielding satisfactory efficiency. Moreover, it was evident that the styles of each alliance were influenced by the larger guilds, resulting in varying degrees of combat effectiveness. Half a day later, the Hope Guild was the first to complete its mission. Chen Guoyang seemed to suddenly gain courage, exploiting the giant lizard's weaknesses for targeted strikes. After accomplishing their task, he shared his insights publicly on the train's network, allowing other guilds to learn from his experience. In essence, the strategy was simple. Leverage numerical superiority to form combat teams of 3 to 4, with designated roles for defense, close combat, and range harassment. This approach maximized their efficiency, enabling them to systematically eliminate the giant lizards. Chen An applauded this methodology, deeming it a classic case to be archived. Other guilds emulated the strategy, systematically conquering the giant lizard tribes. However, just as they prepared to assault the top 3 tribes, the 3 tribes unexpectedly merged. The giant lizards possessed unique observational capabilities. They were aware that their tribes were suffering significant losses and thus chose to unite. Consequently, Chen An decided to consolidate the tasks of the 3 tribes into a single mission. The guilds were hesitant to act recklessly, temporarily gathering at a distance for discussions. This night fell in the northern hemisphere. Around a campfire, dozens of guild leaders grilled meat while strategizing, with the 3 major tribes united. Their combined forces exceeded 50,000, equivalent to a human combat strength of 200,000. Xiaojun remarked. Initially, each tribe had its own vulnerabilities, but now that the 3 have merged, those weaknesses have been significantly mitigated, making them much harder to confront. It was indeed peculiar that the 3 strongest tribes on Giant Lizard Star were situated so closely together, a detail previously overlooked. The proximity facilitated their rapid unification. Otherwise, the guilds could have intercepted them separately. Ji Shu suggested to Chen Guoyang, "Shall we proceed with your strategy? Begin with bombardment, then split to eliminate them." Chen Guoyang shook his head. "That approach is only viable when we possess absolute numerical superiority. Many guilds are still en route. Once assembled, our numbers will surpass 200,000, maintaining our advantage." While this reasoning seemed sound, Chen Guoyang sensed something amiss but could not articulate. It was Xiaofeng, possessing greater understanding of warfare, who stated, "The terrain constrains the battlefield, limiting contact points." As he observed others looking over, he elaborated carefully. "It is akin to a battlefield of this magnitude. If the enemy is few and we are many, it is easy to divide them. However, while the battlefield size remains constant, the enemy's numbers increase significantly along with our own, we cannot deploy so many warriors, rendering our numerical advantage ineffective." Zishu suddenly comprehended. In essence, it is a matter of combat efficiency. We may appear to possess 200,000, yet can only deploy 50 to 60,000 due to terrain constraints, leaving many unable to engage. Chapter 26. The conclusion of civilized warfare and the division of rewards. Chen Guoyang activated his wristwatch, projecting the map onto a luminous screen. Positioned amidst lofty mountains, as Xiaofeng indicated, it would be challenging to achieve a decisive annihilation even with 500,000 troops. The dilemma was vexing. It was not that the giant lizards could not be eradicated, but rather, no one wished to incur excessive losses. That night, the forces of various guilds gradually assembled, totaling as many as 300,000. Most medium to large guilds had arrived, yet they still struggled to devise a suitable strategy. Chen An was also monitoring the situation. Should the guilds fail to succeed, he would deploy warships that a direct assault would lead to significant casualties. However, by dawn, a solution emerged. Fire attack. The giant lizard planet was in autumn, with the trees dry and ready to ignite with just a spark. Their hiding in the mountains would prove fatal, as once the inferno ignited, there would be no escape. Our task was straightforward: block all major mountain passes and eliminate any that emerged. This proposal, originating from Xiao Zhen, drew apprehensive glances from the crowd. His cheerful demeanor belied a ruthless disposition. Chen Guoyang wondered aloud. Would the conductor reprimand them for burning the mountains? They were uncertain of Chen An's temperament. Soon, someone discovered that incendiary grenades had been made available in the market. It seemed the conductor was in agreement. Everyone rushed back to purchase them. Sharing the cost in the cockpit, Chen An expressed his admiration for the fire attack strategy to in civilized warfare. Morality was irrelevant. The sole objective was task completion. After all, the giant lizard planet was destined for obliteration. What did it matter if they burned the mountains, or even the entire planet? Subsequently, everything proceeded smoothly. The incendiary grenades were in place, awaiting the commencement of battle. On January 21, at noon on the giant lizard planet, the major guilds dispersed, surrounding the mountains. 300,000 troops divided into 6 units of 50,000, blocking the 6 primary exits from the mountains. They communicated through their wristwatches. The eastern flank was prepared for battle. The southeastern flank was ready. The northern flank was set. The western flank was poised. The southern flank was prepared. The southwestern flank was ready. Let the assault commence. Chen Guoyang issued the final command, and dozens of small spacecraft took flight, converging towards the mountain's heart from all directions. They indiscriminately deployed incendiary grenades, quickly igniting a conflagration that raged through the mountains. With thick smoke billowing into the air, creating a spectacular scene that in this dry season, the flames intensified, toppling trees in droves. The patrolling giant lizards noticed the fire and hurried back to report to the 3 clan leaders. Though wise, they were not astute enough to discern human intentions. They ordered their kin to take refuge behind the mountains, believing the flames would not reach them. However, the spacecraft soon flew to the mountain's opposite side, encircling them in flames, creating a cataclysmic inferno. Finally, the leaders sensed something amiss and hastily commanded a breakout. The ranks of giant lizards became chaotic, attempting to escape in all directions without a unified front. In truth, the guilds overlooked a critical issue. Had the giant lizards remained united and fled in a single direction, that path could have been compromised, leading to significant losses. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. Outside the Western Valley, rows of armored warriors wielding double-handed shields blocked the pass. Behind them stood countless others, each armed with rifles and fully stocked with ammunition. Zishu stood atop a height, witnessing giant lizards emerge from the smoke. Here they come. Prepare yourselves for a round of fire. The giant lizards, indifferent to the dangers ahead, charged forth in the face of the towering inferno. Gunfire erupted like thunder, despite the formidable armor of the giant lizards. They fell in defeat in the cockpit. Chen An reflected deeply. Ultimately, it was technology that prevailed. Even in victory, there was little to boast about, for they were merely overpowering their foes. He had not even participated in the battle. Alert! Our level is 0.3, while the giant lizards are at 0.2. Even without technology, victory is assured. How stringent are the level classifications? What constitutes a Level 1 civilization? Level 1 civilization and Level 1 extraordinary civilization are distinct concepts. The former assesses comprehensive standards, including technology, while the latter solely evaluates extraordinary levels. When a sufficient number of passengers upgrade to Star Striders, We will achieve level 1 extraordinary civilization. I understand now. Just then, an unusual commotion was heard. Emerging from the mountains were some twofold giant lizards, possessing formidable strength and breaching the defenses. Fortunately, the guilds utilized various weapons to besiege them, eliminating them one by one. As the war progressed, some ascended to twofold status, making the conflict increasingly manageable. At T6 p.m. on the 21 SD, the coalition of the three major tribes was declared obliterated, and one anticipated it would be so simple. Yet the cost was high. The largest mountain range in the northern hemisphere of the giant lizard planet lay scorched, thick black smoke billowing into the stratosphere, impacting the atmosphere. However, in light of their victory, such a price was negligible. What is this? The main quest remains unfulfilled. Everyone anticipated the rewards following the completion of the main quest, only to discover it was not achieved. Look closely. The main quest has two conditions. The first is to eradicate all tribes, and the second is to kill 90% of the giant lizards. The first condition has been met, but the second likely has not. Simple enough, we can hunt down the giant lizards and other star beasts. Thus, the guild's subsequent task was to pursue giant lizards and other stellar creatures, accomplishing the main quest while also fulfilling routine tasks. Finally, at 9 a.m. on the 22 ND, the main quest was declared complete. The giant lizard civilization has been destroyed, and the state of war has concluded. Congratulations to all guilds for uniting to fulfill the main quest. Rewards totaling 10 million star coins will be distributed based on contribution. Heavens, the prize pool has swelled to 10 million. How did that happen? No matter. The more, the better. Next came the distribution phase, where Chen An presented the list for all to see. First, Hope Guild, receiving 120,415 star coins. Second, Night Guild, receiving 118,600 star coins. Third, Science Guild, receiving 113,205 star coins. Fourth, Wanfang Guild, receiving 110,560 star coins. Fifth, Divine Dragon Guild, receiving 109,985 star coins. Sixth, Lily Guild, receiving 107,542 star coins. People were astounded. 12 guilds received rewards exceeding 100,000, including the familiar Hope and Night, as well as the rising Wanfang and Lily. Conversely, the previously boastful Xiong Ba Guild fell short. Ranking 15th.it was not that Lu Cheng was ineffective, but rather that Tian Wei's prior measures had detracted significantly from their score, resulting in a lower contribution overall. Besides these large guilds, medium-sized guilds also garnered several thousand star coins, making a profitable endeavor overall. Master, how could you afford to distribute so many star coins? Firstly, they are heavily indebted. After repaying their debts, they need sufficient star coins to sustain their guilds, or else they will struggle to maintain operations. Secondly, star coins are merely data. A gradual increase can motivate their enthusiasm. That Fengyou recalibrated market prices and launched new products encompassing all aspects of life. With newfound wealth, spending was inevitable. Money is not given freely. It must be spent. Despite the guilds appearing to save so much, it was hardly enough. Chapter 27. Sister now has money. Supporting you is no problem after the conclusion of civilized warfare. The giant lizard planet transformed into the conductor's garden, returning to normalcy. Those who hunted continued their pursuits, and resource gatherers resumed their tasks, all while completing quests to earn money. Passengers were delighted to find that the market's offerings had become increasingly diverse, prompting them to indulge in shopping. For instance, a plethora of food options emerged, featuring various flavors and types, no longer limited to simple roasted meat or vegetarian cakes. Clothing options expanded, moving beyond a monochromatic palette. Those with wealth could purchase attractive, durable garments, while those with less could find affordable alternatives, each carving out their unique identities. Additionally, the market saw an influx of new potions, many stemming from research on the giant lizards, such as stamina enhancers and strength boosters. For the extraordinary, no amount of weaponry could surpass personal strength. Many chose to invest their funds in enhancing their physiques, leading to a surge of individuals ascending to twofold status within 3 days of the war's end. Twofold extraordinary beings were nearly invincible against the star beasts of the giant lizard planet, even rendering conventional weaponry unnecessary. Given these circumstances, the conductor's weapon production temporarily slowed, as there was insufficient demand. Chen An shifted his focus to battleship manufacturing, contemplating the conductor's ascension to the next star level. Fengyou, has everyone achieved extraordinary status, especially the children? Following superpower injection enhancements, even infants have ascended to extraordinary levels. Chen An was pleased. Thus, the conductor's elevation to the next star level hinges on two conditions. First, achieving a total of 100,000 twofold extraordinary beings, given the current explosive upgrade rate. This could be accomplished within a week. As for the 50 escort ships, that would likely take more time. The conductor's manufacturing capacity was not as formidable as anticipated, currently producing only 2 escort-class warships daily. No matter. Time was on his side. 10 days later, the number of extraordinary individuals reached 100,000, yet the fleet comprised only 35 ships. Chen An officially ascended to the third realm and commenced the enhancement of his physical form. In the training chamber, he pinched his skin and inquired of Fengyou, "Are you certain my skin enhancement was successful? I perceive no difference from before. The enhancement process is incessantly ongoing and does not cease with your ascension to the third realm. Your skin is now capable of withstanding ordinary kinetic bullets, which signifies the success of the enhancement. I understand now, the enhancement process is perpetual. Does this mean I could withstand a nuclear explosion with my flesh? A nuclear explosion is far too trivial. You could traverse within a star at will. This is a realm achievable by all extraordinary beings." Just as this was stated, Fengyou alerted him that Zishu was searching for him. "What does she want with me?" Over the past 10 days, Chen An had conversed with her twice and even visited the giant lizard for leisure. However, it was merely friendly interaction, as he had also engaged with Xiao Zhan and others. Forming preliminary acquaintances. Let us go see her. Continuous training is rather dull. Instead of taking the main passage, Chen An entered the 9th compartment from the lower level and then proceeded into the living area of the 10th compartment. The living area referred to the space between compartments, where markets and entertainment zones thrived. The 10th living area was exceptionally bustling, filled with people adorned in vibrant attire, reminiscent of the normal world on the Purple Star. In certain areas, vendors set up stalls to trade goods, as some individuals found the train's purchasing prices too low and opted to sell specialized items at a premium. Chen An neither intervened nor obstructed these transactions, provided they were reasonable. "Chen An, over here," Zishu beckoned. She was clad in an impressive purple combat suit, exuding elegance and charm, drawing the attention of passers. As everyone recognized her as Zishu, they dared only to glance surreptitiously. "Everyone is watching you. You've become a celebrity on this train." Zishu grinned and linked her arm with Chen An, stating her intention to treat him to a grand meal. "You possess ample funds. My wealth now surpasses what I had on the Purple Star. I could easily afford to not only treat you, but also support you." Chen An was taken aback. "So, does this imply I could indulge in living off your generosity?" "Indeed, if you are willing to accept it." A wave of comfort washed over Chen An as he rediscovered the camaraderie he shared with Zishu on the Purple Star. They bantered freely, embodying their true selves. They entered the dining area and found a restaurant renowned for its feasts. While waiting, Chen An asked, "Is your guild not busy?" "Of course, it is busy, but I have delegated tasks to Yang Yuan and the others. I can't be expected to attend to everything myself. By the way, how is your guild faring? If it's underperforming, you could join the Science Guild. I could make you vice president." Chen An sipped his tea and replied with a smile, "I am faring quite well. Our ranking is at least 100. My guild is in the top 3. She beamed with pride, then pulled out some candies from her pocket. "These are candies from the Purple Star. Quite precious. I bought only a few at the market and couldn't bear to share them with Ziying." Chen An accepted one, savoring it. Previously, these candies were of little value, but now they were highly sought after. It was that the production process was particularly challenging, but rather that no matter the method, the original flavor was irreplaceable. Chen An's stock was limited, and he only occasionally sold some for market variety. "Chen An, if the Purple Star were restored, would we return? Would you go back?" Chen An pondered for a moment before responding. "To be honest, if such a scenario were to arise, I would not return. I would prefer to live boldly among the stars rather than languish on the Purple Star for a lifetime. What about you?" Zishu's eyes sparkled as she chewed on the candy, her expression blissful. "I feel the same. Here, I am the president. On the Purple Star, I was merely an ordinary athlete, toiling away for a lifetime with little to show for it, likely exhausting my body in the process. Let us raise our glasses to our shared aspirations." The market boasted an ample supply of liquor, as the giant lizard star produced abundant fruits suitable for fermentation. They each took a cup of fruit wine. And soon the culinary delights arrived. The so-called delicacies were various preparations of star beast meat, emanating an enticing aroma. Zishu gasped. This feast is worth 10 star coins. We must not waste it. Chen An inquired, how much do you have in savings now? Perhaps 5 or 6,000. This was not a lie. 5 or 6,000 constituted her personal treasury, and with the guild's funds added, the total would be greater. Chen An feigned astonishment, which delighted Zishu immensely. After their meal, Zishu suggested they explore the entertainment offerings. There are performers singing. Let us check it out. As the train's offerings expanded, numerous entertainment projects emerged among the passengers. Former singers now set up stalls to perform, enriching the passengers' leisure time and often receiving generous tips. There were also dancers and performers of various skills. Anyone with a talent would never go hungry. From a distance, Chen An heard a melodious voice, captivating and soothing. And no wonder so many enjoyed listening. Amidst the battles, such songs could indeed touch one's heart. Fengyou enhanced the entertainment area with KTV. He commanded in his mind. Chapter 28. Establishing rules and punishing the nomad guild. The singer was Wenjie, a former celebrity known for her beautiful voice. It was a stroke of luck that she was on the same train. Peering through the crowd, they spotted a girl with short hair passionately singing. Are you a fan of hers? Not before. But I am now. After a while, the song abruptly halted, and it seemed a conflict had erupted in the crowd. What is happening? Zishu's expression soured. The two squeezed through the throng, discovering several armored extraordinary individuals halting the singer, asserting that this territory belonged to their guild and forbidding others from using it freely. Zishu furiously exclaimed, those are members of the Nomad Guild, who spend their days avoiding tasks and merely occupy territory. What do you mean by that? Many areas within the living zone lack structures, logically allowing everyone to utilize them. However, the train lacked definitive rules, enabling certain guilds to exploit loopholes and occupy these spaces, subsequently renting them out to those in urgent need. Upon hearing this, Chen An inquired of Fengyou in his mind, why was I not informed? Such situations comply with the rules and do not require your attention. That was a valid point. Being notified of minor issues would indeed be bothersome. Zishu continued. The leader of the Nomad Guild is Zhao Jun, a vile individual. He exploits his authority to attract girls to his guild, then coerces them into submission. Wenjie is one such girl he has set his sights on, which is why she faces constant harassment, being pressured to join the Nomad Guild. Has Wenjie not joined any other guild? She previously joined a small guild, but was crushed by the nomads and found no refuge in other guilds afterward. I only learned of this recently. Otherwise, I would have taken her in. Now that you know, it's not too late. Let us go. Zishu then pushed through the crowd, boldly declaring, who dares to touch my people? What are you? Someone retorted, but upon seeing Zishu's attire and beauty, their expression shifted to fear. Z President, I apologize for not recognizing the mountain. Zishu delivered a swift kick, sending the insolent man flying 10 meters, landing heavily and remaining down for some time. The group had a captain amongst them, also at the second realm. He was not intimidated by Zishu and coldly remarked, this is inappropriate. President Z, we have not provoked you. Wenjie is a member of my guild. You claim not to have provoked us? The captain chuckled. President Z, you jest. You may check the rankings on your wristwatch. It clearly shows Wenjie has not joined any guild. As Zishu approached Wenjie, took her hand, and declared loudly, from now on, she's a member of my guild. Oh, you dare to contest this? The man's expression darkened, but he had no retort, merely conceding. Very well, please leave. This is our Nomad Guild's territory. As Zishu prepared to lead Wenjie away, an announcement resonated through the train. Guilds are prohibited from maliciously occupying public areas. Violators will face fines, and severe cases may result in the disbandment of the guild. If temporary territory is needed, applications may be made at the guild center. The Nomad Guild is in violation and shall be fined 5,000 star coins. Upon hearing the announcement, the members of the Nomad Guild were left in shock. Zishu felt a wave of satisfaction and laughed. Did you truly believe you could take advantage of the train? The train's elder is far too shrewd. The defeated group departed, their faces ashen, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Thank you for your assistance, President. Wenjie expressed her profound gratitude. It was a mere trifle. From now on, you are my responsibility, and I shall certainly assist you. Chen An, come over. Everything is fine now. Chen An was engaged in a discussion with Fengyou about the Nomad Guild's misdeeds. Rules must be established. We cannot allow a few bad apples to spoil the whole bunch. Have the robots conduct inspections. If there are indeed widespread violations, impose severe penalties. Chen An was willing to tolerate the existence of malice within the train, but could not be allowed to run rampant. Hearing Zishu's call, he promptly jogged over. Impressive, you resolved it swiftly. Wen Jie was of average appearance, far less striking than Zishu remarked. It is not my prowess, but rather the train elder's ingenuity. I just informed Yan Yuan. We shall wait a moment. Indeed, it is he who is remarkable. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yan Yuan arrived. Take Wen Jie to register. Yan Yuan was overjoyed. Wen Jie, I am your fan. Wen Jie appeared taken aback, maintaining a humble demeanor. Hey, do you only have eyes for beauties? Chen An teased. Yan Yuan playfully punched Chen An's shoulder, chuckling. Stop it. You have Zishu, and I am still single. Shall I escort you? Wen Jie, thank you. Yan Yuan, please lead the way. Yan Yuan's reputation is quite significant, as he's the vice president of the Scientific Association. After they departed, Zishu continued to explore with Chen An. The train's offerings were abundant and could not be fully experienced in a short time. Let's play some games. In the extraordinary battle game, Chen An defeated Zishu twice, but during the third match, he deliberately held back. Once they removed their helmets, Zishu looked at him suspiciously and remarked, I suspect you didn't give it your all the third time. The first 2 times were just luck. The third was my true strength. Noting the late hour, Chen An suggested, perhaps we should call it a day. The train displayed the time. It was 10 o'clock on the night of February 3rd, which, according to the biological clock of the Zixing people, was a period for rest. However, Zishu insisted on holding on to Chen An, whispering, don't rush. There's something else. What is it? He inquired. Follow me, she instructed, leading him out of the entertainment area and turning right into another section secured by multiple gates. Above the gates, a display read, Physiological Area. What are we doing here? Chen An asked, his expression peculiar. Zishu muttered, it's not like I'm making you responsible. The so-called physiological area was established by Chen An 5 days prior. As he observed many individuals with excessive energy frequently seeking satisfaction on the planet, addressed this. He set up the physiological area, designed like hotel rooms. The prices here were steep, accessible only to the wealthy. In this harmonious society, one must remain humble and composed. Chapter 29. Flying the ship with Zishu wished to learn how to pilot a spaceship, and Chen An resolved to teach her diligently. After 2 hours of instruction, Zishu asked, if we were on Zixing, would you marry me? Chen An set the ship to autopilot and replied, yes. And if we were on a train? No. Zishu giggled and inquired. Why not? With a distant gaze, Chen An explained, the essence of marriage is to bind 2 individuals through societal rules, fostering a shared consensus for procreation and the continuation of the species. However, times have changed. We cannot procreate, which renders marriage devoid of its binding significance. Therefore, such an outdated institution should be discarded. Would you not agree? Wow, as expected from someone engaged in theoretical research, you articulate your points so eloquently. I concur. You are absolutely right. Marriage as a civilizational constraint ceases to exist the moment civilization fragments. Yet, humans experience loneliness and require companionship. This companionship is distinct from marriage. Can we cultivate such a relationship? Chen An embraced her. Responding, you can always seek me out whenever you need. In truth, Chen An's thought processes evolved more swiftly than those of others. This was partly due to Fengyou's guidance, and partly because he perceived reality from a higher dimension. With civilization shattered and procreation forbidden, the need for male-female relationships diminished. Even the distinction of genders became unnecessary, that he believed that single-gender or mixed-gender species surely existed in the universe. Given these shifting perspectives, he felt no need to confine himself or differentiate between genders. All individuals were treated equally. He would not disclose these thoughts to Zishu, quietly leaving once she fell asleep. Fengyou, set that room to a permanently reserved status. Understood. That is where the master procreates. Do not speak so plainly. We are exploring the philosophy of life and the truths of the universe. Harmony of yin and yang is crucial for the extraordinary. You certainly require it. Given the master's noble status, I suggest nurturing exceptional female beings without limiting yourself to a single race, as it is vital for your evolution. What do you mean by not limiting to a single race? Give me some examples. For instance, harmonizing with merfolk will facilitate smoother absorption of extraordinary powers. Harmonizing with lizard men will accelerate skin fortification. Harmonizing with mechanical beings will aid in strengthening your mental resolve. Wait, robots? Chen An's worldview shattered. He could hardly fathom such imagery. There are many means of harmonizing yin and yang. You Zixing people only employ the most rudimentary methods. The emotional entanglement on a spiritual level is truly profound. Should you encounter mechanical beings in the future, I can guide you step by step. With that said, Chen An felt a sense of anticipation. By the way, since you are an intelligent brain, can you do it? My spirit is too powerful. I worry you may not withstand it. She was shy. The notion of making an intelligent brain feel shy filled Chen An with a sense of accomplishment. Fengyou, do you have a gender? Are you male or female? Fengyou maintained its mechanical voice, which made gender indistinguishable. All things possess yin and yang. I indeed have a gender. I am female. Alas, I lack a carbon-based body. Otherwise, I would be willing to use the most rudimentary methods to harmonize yin and yang for the master. Goodness, you've sullied the term harmonizing yin and yang. From now on, avoid using a mechanical voice. Switch to a normal one. Very well. Is this acceptable? It suddenly adopted a cute, girlish voice, startling Chen and not so exaggerated. Just be normal. I actually prefer a more mature tone. Fengyou promptly adjusted its style to make Chen feel at ease. Upon returning to his private area, he entered the training room to cultivate, everything proceeding as usual. Yet only 2 hours had passed when Fengyou awakened him. The starry sky will reach this star system in 7 hours. Chen An understood it was time to depart. An announcement was made that the train would set off in 5 hours. After the announcement, various associations hurriedly scrambled. 5 hours is not a short time. Those with significant resources needed to gather them promptly. For those without resources, they could collect some food nearby. For the associations, harvesting fruit directly on the giant lizard planet was certainly more economical than purchasing on the train. However, the issue was that the train did not provide preservation services, and the food stored by the associations would not last long before it ultimately needed to be bought. Chen An strictly controlled this aspect. Frozen food equipment would never appear in the market. The 5 hours swiftly elapsed, and all spaceships returned to the train, with no one remaining outside, given the cautionary tales from the past. The train is about to set sail. The next destination is unknown. Passengers, please manage your consumption. Once the train departs, daily fares will no longer be deducted. As the train began its journey, the giant lizard planet receded into the distance. With the example of the green planet in mind, people held little nostalgia for the giant lizard planet. It was a pity that such a beautiful planet would ultimately be obliterated. After the train traveled far, the giant lizard planet was engulfed by darkness, transforming into interstellar dust. The subsequent experience aboard the train differed from the previous drudgery. Now, the train was vibrant and lively, making the prolonged voyage a source of enjoyment. Especially as it offered a rare opportunity for respite that on the 4th day of departure, the train stopped again. However, passengers were not required to disembark, as the train was leveling up. Chapter 30. The train levels up. Passenger count doubles master. The train has met all conditions for leveling up. First, all passengers have awakened to become extraordinary and possess over 100,000 dual ascenders. Second, the train has participated in a civilization war and emerged victorious. Third, the train's combat capability has been rated as first-class. In summary, the train is about to upgrade to bronze level 1. Chen An had been waiting for this moment and asked, "What should I do?" Please rest well. The train will upgrade automatically, and no one may enter or exit during the process. Although unable to exit, Chen An could monitor the situation through various detection devices. He observed the train entering a vast nebula, concealing itself while opening its lower levels. 50 escort ships dispersed, and various spacecraft carried mining robots to collect special minerals. What astonished Chen An the most was the countless mechanical arms extending from the train's bottom defense layer. Performing modifications on the train. What specific modifications are being made? The train will increase its compartments and enhance its defense and power systems. Will the existing compartments remain unchanged? The original compartments will only receive basic upgrades in defense and other configurations. If further modifications are required, such as enlarging the compartments, the train must continue to level up, and no relevant data is available at present. Chen An ceased his inquiries, knowing that everything would become clear after the modifications were complete. For the entire following day, he primarily engaged in cultivation, occasionally checking the progress from the cockpit. The 11th and 12th compartments, among others, were gradually constructed, seamlessly integrating with the original train, Chen An sensed a unique power in the starry sky assisting the train's modifications, significantly shortening the time required by the end of the day. On February 8th, the train finally reached level 1. Chen An observed from the screen that the train's exterior had not changed much, but it was noticeably heavier, with additional devices on the top and sides. Most prominently, 10 new compartments have been added to the rear of the train. Provide me with the train's information. Train Fengyou, Intelligent Brain, A1314, Level Bronze, 1 star. 0.4 Level, Extraordinary Civilization. Owner, Chen An, Extraordinary Being. Capacity, 2 million people. Current load, 956,002 people, excluding the train conductor. Defense, Level 1. Firepower, Level 1. Power. Level Energy 15. Remaining status 100. Perfect. More information requires Fengyou's report. The train's overall defense has reached Level 1, capable of perfectly shielding against the probing of super beings. The train's firepower has been upgraded to Level 1, primarily reflected in the body and top of the train. The body has been equipped with 2,000 laser cannons, and the top has been outfitted with 200 electromagnetic railguns. The train's power has escalated to Level 1, resulting in a 30% increase in speed. Its energy reserves have doubled, necessitating even more energy to sustain consumption. The train has added 10 new carriages, allowing the master to accommodate more passengers. The radar system has been upgraded, expanding its detection range to 2 billion kilometers. Chen An took a long time to digest these various changes. He pondered if the train can traverse between stars. It must possess formidable defenses. Why, then, does it seem less than robust? Rules are rules, came the reply, effectively silencing him. So, does that imply the train can be breached? Superstar beasts, advanced civilizations, or trains of levels far exceeding ours could potentially defeat us. Therefore, please strive to enhance the train's strength. Simultaneously, increase the number of passengers so they can form a militia to protect the train. Chen An finally grasped the significance of the passengers. They exist in a symbiotic relationship with the train, safeguarding one another. Can the train's cannons be used freely? He inquired. They do require energy consumption. Should the energy be sufficient, feel free to utilize them. But why is there only 15% left? Upgrading costs more than half, and one must gather resources anew. The reduction in energy percentage is due to the increase in the train's energy reserves, came the clarification. That makes sense. I must seek out stars immediately. As for the renovation of the new carriages, I shall wait until the energy is replenished. Subsequently, the train announced the results of the upgrade to all passengers, sparking lively discussions within the carriages. The stronger the train, the safer we are. This is undoubtedly a positive development. A living area appeared behind the 10th carriage, providing a direct passage to the 11th carriage. However, that area is currently sealed off, rendering access impossible. With new carriages in place, can we not request a transfer? I fail to comprehend why we need so many carriages when the number of people is limited. Fool! It is evident that the train will accommodate even more passengers. Heaven forbid, if that is the case. Will the train evolve into a colossal entity? The population might swell from hundreds of thousands to millions, then tens of millions, and eventually into the billions. This could be beneficial, as it implies that the guild would attract more members, enhancing our lives as the first batch of passengers. The Purple Star people will undoubtedly enjoy numerous benefits, while subsequent arrivals of any race will inherently find themselves at a disadvantage. In the 10th carriage, Zishu and others took a stroll around the living area of the 11th carriage, but they could not enter as the gate was firmly secured. Yuguang exclaimed, "This is wonderful. It means that we will find it much more convenient to access the living area in the future, without having to traverse long distances." Their position is at the rear of the 10th carriage, and each journey to the living area requires passing through a lengthy corridor. Once the 11th carriage opens, they can simply step outside. Who knows when that will be? If it remains closed, the living area will not be constructed. It is merely an expanse of open land. Yang Yuan remarked, "In the future, we can utilize this landing pad. Haha, no more scrambling for space." In summary, various conveniences lie ahead, and they eagerly anticipate the completion of construction. After a while, the train, which had been traveling for 5 hours, docked into the star's orbit to absorb energy. Why is it still 4 hours? The new carriages also contain pipelines, which means the efficiency of energy absorption has increased exponentially. Chen An inquired, "Isn't the storage layer larger now? Can we store more resources and build more factories?" "Indeed, we can expand our factories," was the response. However, before that, we must first construct the living areas for the last 10 carriages, allowing the next batch of passengers to move in with ease. Once energy levels are sufficient, Chen An commenced internal construction of the train. He simultaneously issued an announcement, stating that passengers must strictly adhere to regulations and refrain from transferring to the new carriages. 4 hours later, the energy-laden train set sail once more. The living area in the 11th carriage was completed, attracting many passengers from the 10th carriage to come and experience it. In reality, it was no different from the other living areas. They simply sought convenience and expediency, following a prolonged journey, during which energy was replenished once without encountering any life-bearing stars. 12 days later, on February 20, the train detected a life-bearing star. The train is docking into the star's orbit. As the train entered the orbit, it happened to pass near the planet, prompting Fengyou to dispatch a reconnaissance ship. The passengers erupted in cheers, for outside the porthole lay a stunning blue planet, undoubtedly home to intelligent civilizations. Chapter 31. The Yu Civilization. The Witch God Empire beneath the azure starry sky. The palace of the Witch God Empire was festooned with vibrant decorations, alive with festivities, from the palace gates to the Grand Witch Hall. A long silk banner adorned with red lanterns hung, inscribed with peculiar symbols, characters of the Yu people's language, signifying longevity. Inside the Grand Witch Hall, melodious music wafted from the entrance, as palace maids and eunuchs busily scurried about. This was the Coral King of the Western Sea, procured by the ministers after weeks of effort, in celebration of His Majesty's longevity, equating to that of the heavens. May he live forever. Seated at the head of the hall was the emperor. Clad in a dragon robe, his age evident as laughter creased his face to be seated, he beckoned warmly. Mountains of congratulatory gift had been presented in the hall, prompting the attending eunuchs to carry some away. At that moment, a eunuch read an imperial edict. On the occasion of His Majesty's 80th birthday, let there be universal celebration, and thus a general amnesty shall be declared. The courtiers waited a moment. Surprised that the edict concluded so abruptly, an elderly official, trembling as he rose from his seat, addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, anyone may be pardoned, but evildoers must not be spared. I implore you to reconsider. The old emperor slapped his forehead, chuckling. In my old age, I seem to have grown muddled. He then turned to the eunuch beside him, adopting a serious tone. I cannot recall. Can you? The eunuch, frightened, promptly responded, Your Majesty has decreed a general amnesty. Only evildoers shall not be pardoned. With that settled, the atmosphere in the hall became amicable once more. Just then, someone raised the question regarding the 3,000 captured evildoers. What shall we do with them? They shall be dealt with according to the law. As for their leader, he should be executed by 1,000 cuts, and his family exterminated, replied an official in charge of the empire's laws, only to be met with rebuttals from other officials. Ling Zheng, the leader, hails from the Ling family, a hereditary marquis, who would dare to exterminate his kin. Moreover, the capture of Ling Zheng was due to the great righteousness of Marquis Bo. Your Majesty, not only should the Ling family not be implicated, but they should also be rewarded. The old emperor nodded. Indeed, as for the rewards, you shall discuss them further amongst yourselves. Following that, the hall was filled with laughter and toasts. However, just as the birthday banquet was nearing its conclusion, an elderly man burst through the palace doors, garbed in a white robe embroidered with intricate designs of insects, birds, fish, and beasts. Your Majesty, a portent has appeared. This is grave news. The old emperor's expression turned serious. Great wizard, what urgent matter is at hand? The white-robed elder, the empire's grand wizard, disregarded the presence of others and hurriedly declared, not long ago, a colossal entity appeared in the starry sky, suspected to be the legendary evil spirit. The witch god had previously sealed the evil spirit within the abyss of demons. Who could have foreseen its return? Upon hearing of the emergence of the evil spirit, panic ensued among those present, creating a chaotic scene. The old emperor slammed his hands on the table, commanding silence. Great wizard, are you certain of what you saw? I am quite certain. That celestial giant could very well be the beast controlled by the evil spirit. Your Majesty, the witch god once prophesied that when the evil spirit emerges, our witch god empire would face annihilation. What shall we do? The old emperor, overwhelmed, was at a loss for solutions and promptly dismissed the banquet, summoning his ministers to deliberate on countermeasures. Ultimately, they concluded that a sacrificial offering of the evildoers should be made tomorrow, invoking the witch god's intervention. Issue a decree. conduct a nationwide hunt for evildoers, and capture all, even those with mere associations, to be presented as sacrifices. An elder, startled, exclaimed, "If we do so, the number could reach millions. We cannot allow such widespread impact." The Grand Wizard raised his hand, conjuring a brilliant flame, which sent everyone scattering in fear that if we lack sincerity, the witch god will not descend. At that time, who shall be offered as sacrifices? No one dared to speak further. That night, the witch god empire was in a frenzy, capturing individuals across the land in the dungeons of the capital. The sound of scurrying rats echoed like a fierce symphony. Within the cells, the dense crowd of prisoners clamored and quarreled, their noise eclipsing even that of the rats. In a corner sat a ragged youth, appearing frail, yet no one dared to disturb him. When a beam of light streamed through the small window, the man finally lifted his gaze, though the window was merely a tiny opening. It seemed he could see the entire starry sky, there truly a deity beyond the heavens. If there's a God, why does he not come to save us? Reflecting on his various tribulations, sorrow welled within him. Oh heavens, these abilities are not what we desire. Why impose them upon us? He raised his fist and struck the wall with force, creating a breach. Yet despite such strength, he could not break the confinement set by the wizard. Noticing his awakening, others turned their attention to him. "Ling Xiao, we must find a way to escape. We can storm the Witch God Hall and eliminate those wizards." The man, Ling Zheng, retorted, "If we could escape, would we have remained imprisoned until now? The Witch God Hall is guarded by the Imperial Army. No matter how powerful we may be, we cannot contend with them." Silence fell over the group, and the atmosphere gradually cooled. It was not long before they learned through the guards' conversations that the evil spirit was set to descend, and they, as offerings, would be burned alive the following day. The prisoners were filled with rage, yet powerless to act. Far away, billions of kilometers distant, the train had just entered its orbit. Chen An issued a command to gather energy. There were plenty of resource-rich stars nearby. "Let us collect them diligently. Has the information about the planets been acquired? Partial information has been collected. Please review." "Master, you star D 36057293338 category, planet mass, 5.4678102, 4 kilograms diameter, 162,034 kilometers surface temperature, 20 rotation period, 27 hours, 25 minutes, 39 seconds, intelligent life. You people, extraordinary level 0. 3.0, could it be a humanoid civilization? Please provide me with more information." This civilization belongs to a highly humanoid society, currently in a scientifically unawakened near-ancient era. Ustar consists of only one continent, located in the northern hemisphere, and it is currently night. The U people have established an empire named the Sorcerer God Empire, the meaning of which is unclear. The probe robot has intercepted the U people's language information and is currently deciphering it. Due to the completeness of this civilization's intelligence communication, the robot is unable to infiltrate for further reconnaissance. This is unavoidable, given that the information exchange of the U people is quite primitive. If they had a modern internet, Fengyou could obtain all information immediately. This implies that the more backward the civilization, the more challenging it is to gather intelligence. How should we proceed? It is advised that the master issue reconnaissance missions for various guilds to undertake. There is no rush. We should first decipher the language and gain a deeper understanding of their culture. Otherwise, infiltration will be quite difficult. There is also a crucial question. Since the U people are a humanoid civilization, can I accept passengers? The U people have already attained a level 0.3 extraordinary civilization, fully meeting the criteria. Precisely for this reason, Chen An does not intend to adopt violent measures against Ustar, but plans a gentle conquest. After all, time is on his side. "Master, it is advisable for you to go as well. Why? Your mental state is deteriorating. You need to venture out more. Do not alarm me unnecessarily." "How could I have not noticed? Besides, who knows if there are dangers there? I shall not go. The strongest among the U people is only at the 2nd level. At the 3rd level, you would be utterly invincible. The train possesses a unique ability to absolutely safeguard you upon ascending to a new star. And should you encounter danger, this safeguard will activate. Why do you keep encouraging me to go out? If the train conductor's mental state deteriorates, it may lead the entire train to evolve uncontrollably. I hope you can maintain your rationality." Chapter 32. Do not bind yourself within the carriage. Preliminary information about Ustar is publicly available online, accessible to all through their wristwatches. So primitive. It is comparable to the ancient times of our purple star. Each person carries a firearm. A quick burst of gunfire will suffice. Why do I feel like we are the villains? It is all for survival. Moral constraints are secondary. Indeed, there is no notion of good or bad. Survival is the ultimate principle. If we cannot earn star currency, our demise will be even more tragic. Passengers eagerly await the train's orders. As soon as the hatch opens, they will board the spacecraft, swarming towards you star like locusts, intent on destruction and plunder. However, to their surprise, the train does not open the hatch for a prolonged period, only issuing a reconnaissance mission a few hours later. Reconnaissance mission. Proceed to U-Star, gathering all information, including history, culture, customs, etc. without alarming the natives. Each guild may undertake this mission once, with a maximum of 10 participants. It is good that there is a mission. The guilds promptly accept it and rush to rent small spacecraft. There is no need for F-399. A 106 will suffice. In fact, such spacecraft are quite large. A specialized small shuttle would be more economical and convenient. Chen An receives this information and instructs Fengyou to manufacture a reconnaissance shuttle for future use. The spacecraft is ready, yet the train's hatch remains unopened. Passengers are requested to purchase U-People's attire and language converters. The hatch will open in half an hour. The guilds quickly proceed to make their purchases. The clothing of the U-People is distinctive, made of ordinary fabric but adorned with a variety of intricate patterns and colors. Having been idle for quite some time, Zishu prepares to join the fun. Donning the bright and colorful attire, she cannot help but chuckle. Have I suddenly aged decades? This outfit resembles something an elderly woman might wear. Yang Yuan jokes. Even so, it cannot conceal Sister Shu's beauty. It must be said that the U-People's aesthetic is indeed peculiar. Aside from Zishu, 9 others accompany her. Yang Yuan decides not to join. Each person is equipped with a language converter, perfectly concealing it in their ear. From now on, whether speaking or listening to the U-People, the communication will be seamlessly translated. This is a remarkable device, capable of linking to the wristwatch for control that if other languages arise, they can be directly uploaded. After some time of amusement, they board the spacecraft, which takes off once the hatch opens. Thousands of spacecraft may not seem like many, but they carry tens of thousands of people. After these vessels vanish, Chen An's spacecraft finally sets off. He continues to discuss his concerns with Fengyou. You mentioned that my mental state is changing. Why am I unaware of it? I cannot accept your analogy. It would be best to have an example. Do not beat around the bush. Speak plainly. For instance, if you see a beautiful girl, would you not wish to possess her? You are aware that you hold absolute authority, and no one can refuse you. It is perfectly natural to appreciate beauty. It indicates that my aesthetic sense is intact. I find you increasingly peculiar. Fengyou is a super-intelligent entity, and all patterns revolve around you to provide the best service without any adverse changes. Chen An sits in the cockpit, gazing out at U-Star growing ever closer. Your example is not sufficiently striking. As civilizations are obliterated, your desires will gradually intensify. You may yearn to annihilate stronger civilizations and take more lives. To satiate your daily cravings, you may create more malevolence. And then, according to Fengyou's simulations, you may ultimately be consumed by yourself, transforming into a being solely intent on destruction. That it is not that such a path is unwalkable, but it is ill-suited for you. Chen An feels a headache coming on. He roughly understands Fengyou's meaning, yet understanding and acceptance are two different matters. What must I do? As much as possible, relax and do not confine yourself, especially within the train. Such a situation is the most perilous. If you desire something, strive to seize it, for otherwise, the regrets in your heart may transform into hatred. Do not underestimate such hatred. Through the amplification of the train and passengers, it can yield significant consequences. Very well, you are right. Look, I've followed your advice and ventured out. One person and one intelligent being engage in idle conversation, gradually approaching the continent where the U-People reside. Through their wristwatches, they discover that various guilds have already landed on the planet, blending in during the early morning hours without incident. Before Chen An can land on the star, information is continuously submitted via their wristwatches. The history of the U-People is extensive, spanning 8,000 years. Previously fraught with conflict, 700 years ago, the Sorcerer God Empire unified the entire continent, forming a vast empire supported by sorcerers. With a population of approximately 30 million, they possess their own script and culture. The Sorcerer Temple holds a revered status, akin to a religious significance. Sorcerers have an opposing faction known as the Evil Apostates. These apostates wield malevolent powers and wreak havoc upon the world. Upon capture, they are either imprisoned or executed. Since the establishment of the Sorcerer God Empire, countless apostates have been slain. It remains unclear what calamity has befallen the empire, as the court is currently engaged in a nationwide manhunt. This information leaves Chen An feeling perplexed. What an odd empire, with both sorcerer gods and evil gods emerging. Fengyou, do such deities truly exist? The universe is vast. Certain powerful, extraordinary beings may indeed be referred to as deities. However, for the lesser you people, the sorcerer gods and evil gods are likely mere mythological tales, not tangible realities. Indeed, Purple Star once had similar mythological stories, even more imaginative than those of the you people. The spacecraft lowers its altitude, yet does not land immediately. Instead, they head directly to the capital as they journey onward. The spacecraft glides over numerous cities, gathering a wealth of information that bears a striking resemblance to the ancient times on Earth. Though the you people exhibit some distinctions, they're set apart from the Purple Star inhabitants by two features: pointed ears and short tails. It appears that the you people have not fully evolved, retaining their tails. It is not necessarily indicative of the you people's failure to evolve. It could also suggest that the Purple Star inhabitants have undergone excessive evolution, as many powerful races possess tails. What purpose does this serve? For some races, tails help balance their bodies, granting them enhanced speed. Others use tails as a third limb, augmenting their combat capabilities. Chapter 33. The Rare, Special, Extraordinary, the Sacrificer as Daylight Dawns. The capital awakens beneath the morning sun, becoming lively with the scent of smoke and fire. It is said that today, evil apostates will be burned as a sacrifice to the heavens. Let us hurry to witness the spectacle. Regardless of the world, for ordinary folk, watching the festivities is akin to celebrating a holiday, and they cannot afford to miss it. Consequently, the shops close and the street vendors cease their trade as the crowd surges towards the execution grounds. The execution site, located outside the palace's side gate, is surrounded by throngs of citizens, creating an atmosphere of raucous excitement. Today, 3,000 individuals are to be executed at once, promising a grand spectacle. Those evil apostates truly deserve. Some individuals yearn to resist with all their might. Yet the shackles binding them are fortified by an overwhelming force, rendering escape utterly impossible. Brother, brother, to a young girl outside the stage cries out, her pleas swiftly muffled by an attendant who scoops her up. Upon the platform, Ling Zheng hears her cries, his heart stirred, yet he feigns ignorance and follows the others to the execution ground. Death is not terrifying, but such a method of dying feels unbearably suffocating. He cannot accept it. As the crowd gathers atop the platform, countless soldiers bring forth firewood, engulfing the 3,000 prisoners in flames. Nearby, on a high platform, the Grand Sorcerer begins his incantations. Gesturing dramatically, he appears to possess genuine magical prowess. As various hues of light dance around, eliciting cheers from the onlookers, akin to a theatrical performance. Yet the Grand Sorcerer's expression grows grave. After completing his spell, he kneels, prompting others to follow suit, and the citizens kneel in unison. Our tribe has suffered a great calamity, besieged by malevolent forces. Today, we burn these evildoers to seek guidance from the spirits. Should the spirits grant their approval, we shall offer even more sacrifices in the future. He mutters incantations for nearly half an hour. When his throat becomes parched, the Grand Sorcerer bellows, "Let the sacrifice commence." Ignite the flames. Soldiers surrounding the execution ground hurl torches, igniting the oil-soaked wood. Few can maintain their composure in such a dire situation. The so-called evildoers either attempt a final rebellion or shout curses, wishing to slay the sorcerers. Ling Zheng's gaze drifts to a corner of the crowd. His greatest concern lies with his sister. He hopes she remains untouched by his fate and can thrive within their family. As the flames grow fiercer, the outer crowd wails and coughs amidst the thick smoke. One by one, lives are lost. And soon it is Ling Zheng's turn. It hurts. Yet he perseveres. Even in death, he refuses to display weakness. Ling Zheng stands tall and unafraid. As his consciousness begins to fade, a crimson mark suddenly appears in his eyes. A gust of wind swells, and a red beam emanates from his gaze, forming a translucent barrier that shields him from the flames. Observers note that the charred bodies gradually vanish, transforming into sanguine energy that infuses the living, invigorating them with newfound strength, more potent than ever before. What is happening? The Grand Sorcerer gasps in astonishment, having never witnessed such an anomaly. The crowd erupts into chaos. He is indeed a demon. The bodies have vanished. Heavens, sorcerers, intervene and eliminate them swiftly. However, the translucent barrier cannot withstand the flames for long. Soon it is breached, and the inferno continues to spread, claiming more lives. The augmented power proves futile as for Lingjung. He feels his head swell, his vitality draining away until he succumbs to unconsciousness. The Grand Sorcerer breathes a sigh of relief, commanding the soldiers to add more wood and intensify the fire. Yet before long, a sudden downpour drenches the ground, a torrential rain. The spirits have manifested, indeed bringing forth the deluge. The citizens, elated, kneel in reverence, while the Grand Sorcerer pales in fear. From his elevated position, he clearly sees a colossal object resembling a vessel hovering in the sky, spewing forth water. This is no natural rain. It is meant to extinguish the flames. Could it be that the demons have arrived? The sorcerer's temple prepares for battle. Numerous sorcerers surround the high platform, trembling as they gaze at the celestial beast. The so-called beast is, in fact, a spaceship. Chen An has just commanded the extinguishing of the fire because Fengyou has revealed a delightful surprise. There exist extraordinary beings in the universe, individuals with the power to alter the course of civilization. Chen An inquires, what extraordinary being is that down below? He is a sacrificial offering, capable of bestowing power upon his allies by sacrificing the lives of the deceased. He has just awakened and is not yet potent. His effects are minimal. Should he grow stronger, he could even sacrifice civilizations we have eradicated, thereby enhancing the entire train. Chen An is astonished. Such a formidable ability. What other extraordinary beings are there? The seer, capable of foreseeing the train's future and determining its course, that if there are perils ahead, we can amend our path in advance. The defender, able to create super defenses at crucial moments to protect the train from destruction. The brutalizer, temporarily enhances the train's firepower, granting it a fearsome, offensive capability. The eternal sacrifices their own life to transform into an eternal spirit, allowing the train to ascend to a higher tier. In addition, there are numerous extraordinary beings awaiting your discovery. Chen An asks, does our purple star possess any extraordinary beings? It is highly likely, but they may not be aboard our train. They could be on others. Chen An suddenly feels a pang of regret. Had he known to travel the same route as the other trains, he might have seized the opportunity to acquire extraordinary beings. Fengyou, why am I not an extraordinary being? Any extraordinary being experiences negative repercussions when utilizing their powers. The sacrificial offering inflicts harm upon themselves. The seer consumes their lifespan. The defender grows weaker, and the eternal directly sacrifices their life. You need not become an extraordinary being. You only need to control them. Indeed, that is a fair point. The spaceship descends to retrieve the people as it approaches the ground. A torrent of arrows rains down, clattering against the vessel. The generals and sorcerers brace for battle, while the citizens scatter in panic. Chen An is utterly indifferent to them. When the distance is sufficient, he opens the hatch and lowers a ramp for the robots to descend. However, arrows are not the only threat. The sorcerers wield unknown equipment that can emit strange rays, slowing the robots' advance. What is this? We underestimated the U-Tribe. Their sorcerers can forge extraordinary weapons. Extraordinary weapons? Can we manufacture them? We cannot produce them. These belong to a level 1 extraordinary civilization, and the U-Tribe may have created them by mere chance. I suggest we borrow some for research aboard the train. Perhaps we can manufacture extraordinary weapons in advance. Borrowing feels too mundane. We should simply seize them. Chen An dispatches all the robots, who advance amidst the hail of arrows and extraordinary rays. This what extraordinary weapons look like. They seem rather weak. Low-level extraordinary weapons are inherently weak. They require development to become powerful. Chapter 34. Commencing civilization warfare against the U-Tribe. Demons, those are the demons that the U-Tribe. Any incomprehensible existence is deemed a demon. The robots engage combat mode, transforming the scene into a river of blood. Their target is Lingjung and the extraordinary weapons, so they do not linger, achieving their purpose before swiftly returning to the spaceship. For now, Fengyou, when will he awaken? The spaceship ascends, departing the capital amidst the fearful gazes of countless individuals. He is extraordinary. He will awaken upon absorbing an energy crystal. Chen An retrieves an energy crystal and places it in Lingjung's palm. He will absorb it on his own. After a while, Chen An recalls certain matters and changes into black attire. donning a cat-faced mask in the cockpit. If he is to separate his identity as a passenger from that of the train's captain, he must conceal his true visage. Fengyou. The spaceship will not return. Simply hover in a random location. Should he awaken, inform me. Holding a half-meter-long rod capable of emitting extraordinary rays, Chen An wonders how to utilize it. This is a rudimentary, extraordinary weapon requiring extensive charging time, and has already been depleted. It is advised that the master recharge it with an energy crystal. Forget it. It serves no immediate purpose. I'll take it back for research. If we manage to develop it, can I deploy it? Low-level extraordinary weapons do not impede the evolution of extraordinary beings and can be used freely. In truth, given the current technological level of the train, creating more advanced weaponry, such as particle and laser weapons, would be straightforward. However, Chen An cannot make these weapons available. They would be too expensive for passengers, and their potency might foster dependency. Fengyou frequently reminds him that extraordinary beings are paramount, while weapons are merely adjuncts, and the hierarchy must not be inverted. After waiting 10 minutes, Ling Zheng finally awakens. He gazes around in bewilderment, and upon spotting the robots, he perceives them as a formidable threat, hastily rising and retreating, only to find himself surrounded by robots. Puppets of the demons. Ling Zheng is profoundly shaken. Before he can formulate further resistance, Chen An's greeting reaches his ears. What is your name? How long have you been an extraordinary being? Ling Zheng turns to see a man in a cat-faced mask approaching. The man may not be as tall as the robots, yet he instills the deepest fear within Ling Zheng, as though a mountain's weight bears down upon him, rendering him powerless to resist. The fighting spirit he had painstakingly mustered crumbles upon witnessing Chen An. I am Ling Zheng. I do not know what you mean by extraordinary if you refer to the special ability I possess. It manifested in March of last year. Are you a demon? A demon? Please, have a seat. The robots bring forth roasted meat, beverages, and fruits. Chen An even offers him a cherished cigarette. Care to try? Ling Zheng, trembling, accepts it, and Chen An lights it for him. Taking a deep drag, thick smoke pours from his nose and ears. Cough, cough. Excuse me, sir, is this a torture device? You may ask whatever you wish. I shall divulge all. In their eyes, I'm a demon's lackey, so I might as well embrace that role. A torture device. What a vivid imagination. Chen An takes a couple of puffs himself, demonstrating its use. Unexpectedly, those few puffs lead Ling Zheng to become inseparable from cigarettes in the future. This torture device is quite nice. It evokes a unique sensation. Ling Zheng's tension gradually dissipates. Having faced death once, he now feels unafraid. Even if the enigmatic man before him is a demon, he is willing to ally with them. After finishing the cigarette, Chen An inquires, how many individuals like you are down below? Down below. Ling Zheng lifts his gaze towards the porthole. Spotting the clouds, his heart races. They must be high above the earth. In response to the esteemed leader, a person labeled as an evil disciple, might number in the tens of thousands. In truth, there were even more in the past, but the majority were eradicated by the witch god temple. Eradicated? How utterly wasteful. To awaken without the use of energy crystals indicates that these so-called evil disciples possess considerable talent. Upon further inquiry, Chen An discovered that the prevailing ideology in the witch god empire is one of opposition to evil disciples. Any encounter mandates their extermination. Yet a question arose, how is it that the wizards, who also utilize extraordinary powers, remain unscathed? Ling Zheng elucidated. Wizards lack our capabilities. They merely fabricate certain specialized tools. Chen An grasped the general idea. Evil disciples are extraordinary beings capable of self-awakening, whereas wizards are not extraordinary and cannot awaken. They merely create extraordinary weapons and engage in trickery. This presents quite a dilemma, as a nationwide opposition to the extraordinary will complicate my endeavors. Ling Zheng, misinterpreting the situation as a desire to annihilate the empire, hastily declared, as long as you, my lord, rescue us, I am willing to guide you and provide all necessary information. Viewed from the perspective of the you people, Ling Zheng's actions could be seen as treachery. However, from Chen An's vantage point, Ling Zheng was merely turning from darkness to light. Observing the circumstances, they decided to wait for more information in the ensuing hours. Chen An permitted Ling Zheng to rest, while also encouraging him to familiarize himself with the knowledge of the cosmos, clarifying that Chen An was not a malevolent entity, which would ultimately facilitate his subjugation. Chen An took the opportunity to collaborate with Fengyou in analyzing the reports from various guilds. Indeed, the wizards were not extraordinary. They could not even awaken. However, the extraordinary weapons they crafted were precisely capable of suppressing the extraordinary. Albeit their suppression was feeble, limited to the first tier, the very name of the empire suggests that their ideology is deeply entrenched and cannot be altered in the short term. Unfortunately, we lack the time to instill new ideologies in them. The detection of energy crystal mines on U-Star elucidates why the U-people find awakening so accessible. Consolidating all information, Chen An decisively proclaimed the commencement of a civilizational war. There was no need for analysis. Since altering their beliefs in a short span was unfeasible, conquest through force would suffice. Might is the ultimate truth. Subsequently, the train issued a series of commands. Reconnaissance mission concluded. The train master will initiate a civilizational war against the U-people. All guilds should prepare accordingly. Upon receiving this news, the passengers who had been lurking on U-Star hastily returned to the train. This civilizational war is classified as an occupation level, given the weakness of U-civilization. A full-scale war will not be initiated. War tasks have been issued. Please check individually. The train erupted in excitement. People have been eagerly awaiting this moment to profit from war. The guilds sprang into action, purchasing equipment and renting spacecraft, all converging on the landing pad. Guild leaders activated their wristwatches to review the tasks, discovering that the intensity of the war was relatively low, even less than the previous engagement. Main task: occupy U-civilization, with the standard being the capture of all large settlements of the U-people and the elimination of resistors. Upon completion, all guilds will share 5 million star coins. The reward pool is not fixed and will continue to increase throughout the war. The accompanying side task was singular, to occupy the designated numbered city or town. However, a dilemma arose. The Witch God Empire possesses only over 800 towns available for conquest. Insufficient for distribution. One must not overlook the fine print below. The same number can be claimed by multiple guilds simultaneously. Ultimately, whoever seizes the core of the town first will receive the greatest contribution. Task number 1 is the capital city, restricted to the top 10 guilds. Unsurprisingly, all top 10 guilds claim task number 1 in Chapter 35, the assault on the capital of the U-people. Chen An personally took the reins. Master, all guilds have departed and will arrive at U-Star in 20 minutes. Chen An reviewed the task acceptance information, noting that over a dozen guilds aimed to attack the capital. Yet, that was insufficient. Summon my battleship. Are you concerned about potential losses among the guilds, Master? No. I fear they may become uncontrollable in their slaughter. We shall suppress them with a battleship, compelling the U-people to surrender swiftly. Meanwhile, within the palace, the elderly emperor wore a troubled expression. What can the Grand Wizard do in this situation? The Grand Wizard shared his concern. His witchcraft artifacts posed no threat to the evil puppets. The previous scene at the execution ground had left the Witch God Temple utterly humiliated. Your Majesty, do not despair. Should the evil doers dare to return, I shall ensure they do not return. Hope glinted in the old emperor's eyes as he inquired, will the Witch God descend again? I am uncertain, but our research on the super witch artifacts has borne fruit. Should we encounter a beast of that nature again, we shall surely obliterate it. The old emperor rejoiced. The Witch God Temple proved reliable. If they succeeded in driving away the evil, I shall personally crown the Grand Wizard. Thank you, Your Majesty. The courtiers within the hall regained their morale, a stark contrast to their previous timidity. However, before they could lavish praise upon the Grand Wizard, a palace guard rushed in to report. Your Majesty, numerous beasts have appeared in the sky. The evil beings are invading en masse. The hall fell silent, the old emperor trembling in fear. Grand Wizard, I must trouble you. Outside the city, aboard the Scientific Guild's spacecraft, passengers gazed disdainfully at the towns below. Isn't this far too antiquated? Sister Shu. Shall we bombard the palace and see how they withstand it? Yang Yuan reprimanded. Do not forget the war classification. This is an occupation level, not a destruction level that not air, lest you risk your contributions. Sister Shu, where shall we launch our assault? Zishu manipulated the screen, displaying a 3D model of the capital, which provided a comprehensive view of the city's defenses, given the strength of their defenses. We can strike from any direction. Let us choose the Western District. Following Zishu's plan, the spacecraft could hover over the Western District, allowing everyone to disembark for battle and advance towards the palace. Some expressed confusion. Shouldn't we target the palace directly to maximize our contribution? Without needing Zishu to explain, Yang Yuan delivered a swift reprimand to the questioner. Are you foolish? Pay attention to the information from the train. The palace is guarded by 200,000 troops and elite members of the Witch God Temple. Oh, you really believe our few thousand can storm it? Even if we could breach it, could we maintain control? Completing the task requires more than just entering the palace. We must compel the army to surrender and the emperor to concede. Before he could finish, an urgent command from the train interrupted. All guilds are to proceed to the palace and await orders from the trainmaster. Yang Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed. He had just admonished his subordinates, only to be contradicted. However, this time it was a command from the trainmaster. Without such a command, my previous explanation would hold. Observing that few were paying attention, Yang Yuan felt displeased and prepared to reprimand further. Yet, just as he was about to speak, Yu Guan slapped him on the back. Old Yang, look outside. Peering through the porthole at the sky, he saw terrifying warships emerging from the clouds that in comparison to these warships, their spacecraft seemed trivial. I see now. The trainmaster intends to intervene personally. The crowd's eyes lit up with anticipation. They had long speculated about the identity of the trainmaster, but had never been able to ascertain it. Today, however, they might finally have the opportunity to find out, and excitement surged among them. Subsequently, the various guilds positioned themselves around the palace, hovering momentarily. The warships did not descend but remained suspended in the clouds, casting an imposing shadow. Such a scene was utterly awe-inspiring for the people below. This the evil. My heavens, we cannot possibly contend with this. The world is doomed. Now, they could only rely on the Witch God Temple. The populace was thrown into a state of panic and terror, gazing up at the colossal entities in the sky as if the apocalypse had arrived. Not only the common folk were frightened. The wizards were too. Can we truly withstand this, Grand Wizard? Even before the war had commenced, morale had already taken a severe blow. The Grand Wizard's hands trembled, concealed beneath his voluminous white robe. The evil had once been suppressed by the Witch God. Today, we shall defeat it again. Fear not. Long live the Witch God. Who could say how the Witch God managed to suppress the evil? Nevertheless, that was what the text proclaimed, as the chant of long live the Witch God echoed throughout the city. The Yu people surprisingly united, forming a formidable fighting force. After a brief standoff, the spacecraft descended, allowing the extraordinary beings to engage in battle. The trainmaster had arrived today. Everyone was determined to perform admirably. For if they caught his attention, there may be rewards in store. The extraordinary beings donned armor and wielded weapons, charging out of the spacecraft amidst a cacophony of cries. Arrows rained down from the palace walls, clanging against their armor with little effect, yet still posing a considerable hindrance as the shield wall was established. Rifles extended through the gaps, firing indiscriminately. The Yu people, having never encountered such weaponry, attempted to evade or deflect it as they would arrows, resulting in the majority being struck down. The sound of gunfire echoed, limbs were severed, blood holes erupted in chests, and heads were blown apart, leading to gruesome fatalities in just one exchange of fire. The Yu people were utterly routed. Sister Shu, this is downright bullying. Attacking primitive folk with firearms left many feeling uncomfortable. Zishu retorted. Do not forget the rating of the Yu people. They're a mere 0.3 level extraordinary civilization. It is not as simple as it seems. Be cautious. The wizards may strike at any moment. Yet the furs, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chen An inquired, who developed your weapons? It was forged by the celestial artisans. What are the celestial artisans? And where can they be found? In truth, the celestial artisans are the craftsmen responsible for creating weapons and imbuing them with energy. If you wish to meet them, I can summon them, he offered. Go ahead. While waiting, Chen An left the great hall to explore the surroundings. The Shrine of Sorcery consists of a complex of palaces, not merely the main hall. After walking a short distance, a grand sorcerer approached with a throng of followers. Quickly pay your respects to the Lord. These individuals exhibited arrogance, glaring defiantly at Chen An without bowing. Unfazed, Chen An asked, how can you manufacture sorcerous artifacts? And where did you learn this? No one responded. The grand sorcerer, enraged, shouted, relay my message to the Lord at once. Do you wish to perish? If death is the price, so be it. That I shall never submit to evil. A robust, the master's extraordinary absorption speed surpasses any innate talent. Chen An was astonished. Am I truly that formidable? Is there a hierarchy even among the extraordinary? The master is a triple extraordinary being. This is your normal absorption speed. If it were another high-level extraordinary, the outcome would be the same. This device can only detect unawakened, extraordinary individuals. Well, I thought I was something special. After a brief session, a fatigued Chen An persisted in training in the gravity chamber for half an hour before returning to his room to sleep soundly. The next morning at 9 o'clock, just as the sun rose over Yueshing, Chen An boarded a spacecraft once more to the imperial city of Yueshing. Given the war that had transpired yesterday, he anticipated chaos. However, today everything appeared revitalized, seemingly unchanged from the previous day. Upon noticing the arrival of the spacecraft, the palace officials hurriedly emerged to welcome him. "Greetings, my lord." As Chen An disembarked, 100 robotic guards followed closely behind, exuding an imposing presence. "Where is your emperor?" He was greeted by the imperial ministers, figures akin to chancellors. Chen An was disinclined to inquire their names. "His Majesty is coming out to greet you." "Breakfast is ready, my lord, and no need. I will wait for your emperor to arrive before issuing my commands." It was not long before the emperor rushed over, trailed by numerous civil and military officials, some of whom had even lost their shoes in their haste. "I have met the esteemed lord." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen An informed him, "I intend to take some individuals to the heavens, to journey with me to a broader world. However, I require only those with fate, and I need the court's assistance." The emperor inquired, "How many individuals do you require?" 1,000,000. The emperor was taken aback, but nodded obediently. At this juncture, 1,000,000 was trivial. Even if it were 5,000,000, it would be given, for it was better than death. "What would you have us do, my lord?" "Simple. My people will utilize special devices to assess the qualifications of the U people. Not just anyone can ascend with me. You must help maintain order and, if necessary, urge them to participate in the assessments. The sooner this is completed, the sooner I can depart to the imperial court." Chen An was akin to a harbinger of disaster. The sooner he left, the better. "Rest assured, my lord, we shall attend to it immediately." "What kind of devices are required?" Chen An replied, "They are likely already installed outside the city. You may go see for yourselves." Outside the city, various guilds had already occupied their positions, setting up the talent detectors. This contraption was not provided for free. Each machine cost 2,000 star coins, and they needed to conduct extensive assessments to recoup costs and even turn a profit that incentivize the guilds. Chen An made numerous arrangements, such as offering free crystals and equating talent levels with a number of star coins. A third-tier talent earned 3 star coins, a fifth-tier talent 5, and so forth. Should a super talent be detected, a direct reward of 100 star coins awaited, a lucrative venture. However, the guilds faced an awkward situation. Despite having set up for a long time, no one dared to attempt participation. "Sister Shu, how about we bring a few over?" Ji Shu, seated by the fire roasting meat, was utterly indifferent, and no need to worry. The train conductor is surely more anxious than we are. She glanced up at the palace walls, noticing a familiar dark figure. It bore a slight resemblance to Chen An. "Haha, perhaps my eyes are playing tricks on me. Chen An is far more handsome." Chapter 39. The Emperor sets an example. The citizens rushed to participate in testing on this splendid day. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was devoid of clouds. "Fengyou, how many testing reports have been submitted by the guilds?" 30,000 individuals have been tested, with only 500 meeting the criteria, concentrated mainly in the 3rd and 4th tiers of talent. Chen An lounged on the palace walls, basking in the sun as beautiful palace maids attended to him. As for those foul-smelling eunuchs, the further away they were, the better. "What is going on?" The U people are reluctant to participate in the assessments. The 30,000 figure stems from certain guilds applying pressure. Chen An squinted at the palace walls. Indeed, the testing points established by several guilds had seen scant participation, despite the throng of imperial citizens gathered outside. If he were a U individual, he would likely be hesitant as well. Where was the emperor? Now was their moment to act. The emperor and his ministers were preoccupied. If they could, they would even consider forcibly gathering 100,000 individuals to send to Chen An. Yet, since Chen An required the citizens to enter the iron boxes, they had to pacify, persuade, and even coerce them. With various orders issued, officials at all levels mobilized to promote the benefits of testing throughout towns and cities nationwide. They were not demons. They were the heavenly army sent by the divine. Hurry and accept the test. If you qualify, you will ascend to the heavens as deities. Do you not wish to become a deity? Once in the heavens, all your desires will be fulfilled. Fear not. Our emperor has tested himself. Regrettably, he lacked the qualification. Perhaps you are even more formidable than him. On the palace walls, Chen An learned of these rumors through a temporary network. He was not pleased. The chaotic propaganda was tolerable if it bore fruit, but it was utterly useless. He rose and summoned the attending officials. Bring your emperor and all the ministers here. Initially intending to visit the nearest scientific guild's testing point, Chen An opted instead for Chen Guoyang's testing site, considering Jishu. Upon arrival, he found the guild members listlessly seated beside the detectors, half-heartedly beckoning the citizens. Yet the common folk merely observed, showing no inclination to participate, even under the soldiers' urging. President, shall we simply seize a few individuals? Chen Guoyang shook his head. The boss needs new passengers. He certainly will not resort to excessive coercion. Besides, these new passengers may join our guild in the future. We cannot afford to offend them. Be patient. The boss will find a way. While discussing this, someone reminded, President, the boss has arrived. The term boss originally stemmed from Jishu and gradually became a habitual form of address among them. Chen An approached amidst a throng of robots, and the hundreds of guild members hastily lined up to express their respect. Greetings, boss, they chorused. Chen An was momentarily taken aback before realizing they were addressing him, touching the mask on his face. He asked Chen Guoyang, how many individuals have participated in the testing? Chen Guoyang's first reaction was not to answer, but rather to be astonished by Chen An's accent, which was nearly indistinguishable from that of the local people of Soar City. He dared not inquire further and replied, as of now, no one has come for testing, boss. Do you require us to employ forceful measures? Perhaps we could bring over a couple of your warships? Chen An turned to the crowd. The citizens mostly wore expressions of resentment and confusion. Were it not for the substantial military presence, they would likely have dispersed long ago. There is no rush. I want them to willingly participate in the testing. Shortly, many will come to your site, so be prepared to receive them. The results will all belong to you. Chen Guoyang's spirits soared, his face alight with joy. Boss, please feel free to give any instructions. While waiting for the emperor and others to arrive, Chen An engaged him in casual conversation. What improvements do you think the train still requires? Chen Guoyang respectfully responded. It is already excellent. No improvements are necessary. Chen An tossed him a cigarette. Speak your mind. I need some suggestions. Upon seeing the cigarette, Chen Guoyang's eyes lit up, and he swiftly caught it. The burly men behind him nearly drooled. Had Chen Guoyang not quickly popped it into his mouth, they might have snatched it away. Boss, give me a cigarette, and I will tell you the hand was raised. The speaker was a second-tier extraordinary, evidently a core member of the guild. Chen An tossed the entire pack of cigarettes, allowing them to divide it among themselves. Take your time. No need to rush. Those with insight quickly fetched a chair for Chen and to sit down. Boss, I believe the market supplies are still lacking in variety. For instance, we could add some tissues. While it's manageable outside, it's inconvenient on the train, as we can only use our hands to clean, which does not align with our hygiene standards. That IT would be best to stock some cigarettes as well. A higher price is acceptable, that I feel there is a shortage of weapons. Are there any formidable cannons? Renting spacecraft is too cumbersome. Could we purchase some? We surely cannot pay in full, so perhaps we could arrange for installments. Boss, can warships be rented? Among those offering suggestions were those posing queries. Chen An instructed Fengyou to take notes. That will suffice. Open your wristbands. You will find a feedback function that in the future. Should you have any opinions, feel free to provide them if I adopt any. There will be rewards. That IT was not that Chen An sought to provide exceptional service. He merely wished to cultivate a favorable ecological environment aboard the train to prevent recurring oversights. After chatting for about half an hour, the entire imperial court finally arrived. My lords, what would you have us do? The emperor bowed and nodded. Chen An gestured for them to come closer. Your subjects do not trust us. We have wasted too much time. Emperor, you and your officials must set an example for the citizens. There was no way to refuse this. They all reluctantly agreed. Chen An instructed Fengyou to deploy screens across various locations and then directed the emperor to enter the detector. Wait, let me go first. An old minister, who fancied himself loyal, interjected, hastily entering the detector. Chen An did not care about the order of entry and instructed Chen Guoyang to commence the testing process. 2 minutes later, the machine opened, and the individual emerged, trembling slightly. That IT was warm, and he felt no unusual sensations. The results were announced. First-tier talent. A first-tier designation indicated the lowest level, signifying minimal absorption of extraordinary energy, which explained the lack of sensation. Your Majesty, please proceed. It is entirely safe. The emperor cautiously entered. Exiting after 1.5 minutes, he appeared refreshed and filled with joy. Quite comfortable. I would recommend everyone to try. He passionately extolled the benefits, urging the citizens to participate actively, which left Chen An somewhat satisfied. Next, the other ministers followed suit, one by one entering the detector. The results were disheartening. Only 5 individuals possessed talents above the 3rd tier, while the remainder were deemed useless. Fengyou, the proportions seem awry. What is the matter? As living beings age, their efficiency in absorbing super energy diminishes, naturally reflecting a lack of innate talent in machines. Might such assessments be deemed unreasonable? We require youthful passengers. The evaluation is entirely justified. Very well, as long as it is reasonable. Now, let us display some celestial imagery. Surely, the young will be drawn to it. The Empire's high command has completed their assessments, and the populace is restlessly stirring. Yet something feels amiss. However, as the vast and magnificent scenes of the starry sky unfold on the screen, the masses finally spring into action. They truly descend from the heavens. It is said that ascending to the skies grants immortality. Who knows if I might be fortunate enough to partake? After all, it is merely a brief sojourn, harmless to the body. The slots are limited. Everyone, hurry and seize the opportunity. Among the crowd, someone sets the rhythm just right, prompting those previously reluctant to be assessed to frantically surge towards the testing point, fearful of losing their chance. With a number of those assessed soaring, Chen An departs from the wreaking, returning to the train. There is no rush to bring the passengers aboard. Further screening is still required. Those without family shall be prioritized, followed by veterans. Young people shall be favored, and children may be accepted in moderation, though their numbers must be controlled. Now, we shall wait. Once the passenger quota is filled, we shall depart. This wretched planet offers little in terms of resources. Chapter 40. Ascending to the heavens with the Great One. With no ties to the Ling family 4 days later, nearly 30 million members of the Yu ethnic group have undergone testing, and the number of those qualified to board the train has reached 3 million. After screening, 40,000 have been confirmed, meeting the Master's prior stipulations. No super talents emerged. A few possess 9th-level talents, with only Ling Zheng showcasing super talent. Though the touch disappointing, there are still considerable gains. Very well, let us arrange for these 40,000 to board. The remaining 60,000 will continue to be screened, and they must be informed that once they depart, there is no return. There are always those who are reluctant to part with their families. We shall not compel them. Remaining signifies death. Those fortunate enough to board this train will have to make their own choices. Half an hour later, dozens of large F-399 spacecraft head towards Yueshing. In the eastern district of the capital, before the gates of the Ling residence, Ling Zheng stand with a heavy heart. He truly did not wish to return, yet today he must bid farewell forever. A glance at his home is imperative in the chaos of recent days. The main entrance of the Ling residence remains tightly shut, and it takes Ling Zheng quite some time before someone finally opens the door. Young master has returned? The butler, surprised by Ling Zheng's appearance, inquires, "Is father home?" The butler replies, "The master is at home, but young master should refrain from seeing him. Be cautious." And no sooner had he spoken than a hoarse voice erupted from within the courtyard. "You wretch! How dare you return? Young master, you should leave." The butler urges Ling Zheng, attempting to push him away, but he remains steadfast. Raising his eyes to the courtyard, he sees the old man, face contorted with rage, brandishing a wooden stick, advancing menacingly toward the front door. Ling Zheng shoves aside the butler and strides forward. As the father and son draw near, the old man, without hesitation, raises the wooden stick and swings it at Ling Zheng's head. A dull thud resounds as the stick rebounds and falls to the ground, sending the old man staggering back several steps, supported by a throng of men and women behind him. "Calm yourself. Master, beware of falling ill from anger. Ling Zheng, do you not kneel before your father?" The old man bellows, "I have long expelled him from the family. Do not kneel. I cannot bear it." Ling Zheng's demeanor remains unchanged, allowing blood to flow freely from his forehead. Though he possesses extraordinary abilities, they are but at the first level, with little reinforcement to his skin and flesh. The vast courtyard is filled with onlookers, servants, and the old man's wives, none caring for Ling Zheng's injuries, their mouths full of reproach and insults. This strike seals our severed ties. Bujin Marquis, today I ascend to the heavens with the Great One. We shall meet no more, regardless of the astonishment of those present. Ling Zheng turns and strides toward the inner courtyard. Just as he reaches the corridor, A small girl of merely 1 meter in height, dressed in fine clothes, joyfully runs towards him and leaps into his embrace. Brother, sob, you finally returned to find me. Having lost their mother, Ling Zheng holds his sister, Lingyu, most dear. Were it not for her, he would not have set foot in the Marca residence today. Have you been well at home? Lingyu pouts, tears streaming down her cheeks. Neither second mother nor third mother likes me. Fourth mother has little she deny me sweets. Brother, I am hungry. She rubs her small belly, her tone of grievance rendering Ling Zheng speechless. A lump forming in his throat. It is brother who has harmed you. Brother did not harm me. Ling Zheng embraces her tenderly, asking, have you undergone testing? Father would not allow me to go, nor anyone in the household. Do you wish to go? I do, for I know brother is going to the heavens. I want to go with you. Her words bring a radiant smile to Ling Zheng's face, instantly easing his taut heart. His greatest fear was that Yue would not follow him. He could not compel her. Since she wishes to accompany him, there is nothing more to discuss. Come, brother will take you to be tested. And then we shall go to the heavens. The siblings arrive at the front courtyard. The old man halts them. You may leave, but leave Yue behind. Ling Zheng turns, his pupils reddening, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Old fool, do you think you can still hold your high position? Were it not for the remnants of past affection, I would slay you, and even the dog emperor would applaud. You, supporting the old man. Second mother scolds, he is still your father. Is this how you speak? Ling Zheng retorts with scorn, when it comes to the righteousness of severing ties with family, I did not hear you express such sentiments. I shall certainly take you away. Old fool, take care of yourself. In that moment, the weight in Ling Zheng's heart dissipates entirely. He believes that following the Great One will grant him a better future, an entirely new world he has yet to behold. Come, seize them. A dozen guards rush towards Ling Zheng, but he swiftly dispatches them with a few punches and kicks, departing with elegance in the street. Lingyu gazes at him with envy. Brother, when will I be as strong as you? Ling Zheng pinches her nose, laughing heartily. As long as I am here, it matters not if you're not strong. I want to protect brother too. Amidst their laughter, they reach the palace wall. From afar, they can see the spacecraft within, numerous individuals disembarking. Brother, what is that? That is a spaceship. It can fly through the heavens. How can it fly? I do not know. It simply cannot. As they converse, a crowd gathers around them. Elder brother, hurry and board the ship. Ling Zheng frowns. Who allows you to wait for me? Go on. Do not delay the Great One's time. I must head to the testing point. He carries Lingyu to Zishu's testing site. Requesting an assessment. You are Ling Zheng? Yang Yuan's eyes sparkle, gazing at Ling Zheng as though he were beauty, making the latter feel quite uncomfortable. Greetings, I am Ling Zheng. Is testing still possible? Haha, of course. Quickly let the young lady in. Your sister? Yes, she is my sister. What a lovely little girl. Lao Yu, where are the candies? Yu Guan scurries over, handing Lingyu the only candy he possesses. Thank you, brother. No need for thanks. Now go on in. They treat Ling Zheng and his sister with great warmth, not merely due to standard service, but because they are aware that the train master holds Ling Zheng in high regard, making it beneficial to establish a rapport now. While awaiting the results, Yang Yuan offers Ling Zheng some advice. Our destination is a train. Have you never seen one? You may think of it as a very long spaceship. Once you enter, quickly secure a seat. Once seated, you cannot change, so choose a spot near the front or the back of the carriage for easier access to the living area and landing pad. If you wish to join an existing guild, our science guild is the top choice. There is a beautiful guild leader. However, if you prefer to establish your own guild, you can find me later for guidance. I'm located at the rear of carriage 10. If you go to carriage 11, you can easily find me. Chapter 41. The train sets sail. Yueshing meets its doom with a tremendous roar. The spacecraft ascends and accelerates into the clouds. The passenger cabin has limited seating. Yang Yuan sits in the middle, explaining the precautions to those around him. Most of these individuals are Ling Zheng's subordinates. The initial group of miscreants. The train master is supreme. Under no circumstances must his authority be challenged. Thus, one must adhere to the rules in their dealings, or face dire consequences. Initially, conditions may be rather harsh. But do not fret, gradually acclimate. In a few days, you will realize how wise today, as choices were to first. You'll have no funds and will need to take out loans. However, if you join an established guild, you will receive support funding, negating the need for loans. The Science Guild, of which I am a member, ranks among the top 3, and possesses substantial funding. Should you be interested, you are welcome to join. In the cockpit, Chen An also listens to Yang Yuan's chatter. Though it may seem trivial, he has indeed reminded me. Fengyou, initiate a series of guiding tasks. Henceforth, regardless of where passengers are received from, let the seasoned ones guide them. I shall no longer waste time interfering. Furthermore, divide the guild into 9 levels. Completing tasks will earn points, which will be used for upgrades. The maximum membership for a level 1 guild is 10,000. With no further increases permitted, he has just identified a problem. Yang Yuan's recruitment method will be emulated by other guilds. If left unchecked, guilds reaching a scale of hundreds of thousands will soon emerge, which is detrimental to overall development. After the announcement was made, Yang Yuan felt helpless, as if these regulations were aimed specifically at him. The scientific guild originally intended to recruit 30,000 members. But now it seems that even adding 4,000 more will reach full capacity. He lost interest in explaining things and merely engaged in conversation with Fengyou. Minutes later, the spaceship burst forth from Yueshing. Look outside, my goodness. Our home is a sphere. People pressed against the portholes, struggling to comprehend the notion of their homeland being spherical. Yang Yuan, filled with a sense of superiority, became intrigued and began to impart some scientific knowledge. As the journey continued, the spaceship was filled with continuous exclamations. The existence of the train far exceeded their understanding of natural laws that the Red Star. What a massive sphere! The Yueshing people refer to the star as the Red Star. Yang Yuan admonished, do not concern yourselves with the sphere. Focus more on the train that we are about to enter the cabin, so prepare to board. When the time comes, do not panic. Remain calm. Meanwhile, Fengyou held onto Yuer tightly. Clearly anxious that in contrast, the little girl was delighted, pointing at the star, declaring it to be candy. Apart from this spaceship, others arriving later were also guided by personnel as long as Chen An issued tasks. There would certainly be someone to assist. Thus, there was no need for Chen An to standardize guidance for new passengers. The seasoned ones would take care of it. Fengyou, how long until the starry sky is obliterated? Approximately 2 days released the announcement, stating that the train will depart in 2 days, urging them to expedite resource collection. Half a day later, a guild named Fengyou applied for establishment, quickly surpassing 5,000 members. Catching Chen An's attention. Fengyou's guild? It truly is him. This young man adapts swiftly, but does he not fear the collapse of the guild by recruiting so many at once? After all, it is a new guild, and the amount borrowed is nearing its limit that if they do not generate income, a few days of travel could spell disaster for the guild. Chen intended to cultivate Fengyou, thus assigning Fengyou to guide him in tasks. However, there were indeed few resources on Yueshing, as many natural resources had already been consumed by the Yu people. In the following 2 days, barring any unforeseen events, upon receiving the reminder that the train was ready to depart, the various guilds boarded their spaceships in succession for their return journey. Only when the battleships in the cloud departed did the Yu people finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the grand hall of the palace, the ministers cheered in unison. The emperor, seated on the new dragon throne, radiated vitality. They have finally left. This is a fortunate event for the witch god empire and for all. Proclaim my decree, a general amnesty. Let the nation revel for 3 days. However, they were unaware that only 2 hours remained until the obliteration of the starry sky reached Yueshing. Within the train, passengers bustled about. All 20 carriages were filled to capacity. Due to the prior loss of 50 to 60,000 Zixing people, the first 10 carriages were supplemented with numerous Yueshing people who were coexisting relatively harmoniously. The train is about to embark. Passengers, please prepare for the journey. From now on, there will be no distinction between Zixing and Yueshing passengers. All will be collectively referred to as extraordinary beings, and any form of discrimination based on passenger origin is strictly prohibited. The latter carriages remained calm, even quieter than those in the front. Although 2 days had passed, many Yueshing individuals had yet to adapt to the new environment. The reality was not as they had imagined. Instead of a beautiful celestial world, they found themselves in a crowded train. Yet, having boarded, they had no choice but to adhere to the rules. In carriage 11, Fengyou held a candy in her hand, unwrapping one and offering it to Fengyou. Brother, this candy is so sweet, much better than the ones we have at home. Fengyou declined. This candy is too sweet. I do not like it. Brother, the brother who gave me the candy is a good person. Not long ago, Chen An had purposely introduced himself to Ling Zheng as a passenger and had generously given Ling Yu a considerable amount of candy. Ling Zheng, having visited the market, understood the value of candy. Ordinary people would not dare to offer gifts so lavishly. Your brother really likes you. If you earn money in the future, you must repay him. Wer understands. Looking up at the window, Wer exclaimed, "Brother, that's home." The Yueshing people in the last 10 carriages became excited, rushing to the portholes to gaze outside, seemingly unable to get enough. However, the train would not slow down. Yueshing only appeared for a brief moment before fading into the dark expanse of stars, never to be seen again. "Brother, the starry sky is so beautiful. Where are we going?" Ling Zheng was at a loss for words. He had originally thought that following the adults would lead to a celestial paradise, yet there was no such paradise, only greater dangers. Nevertheless, he did not complain. After all, the starry sky, no matter how perilous, was preferable to death on Yueshing. The only thing that troubled him was having brought his sister along. Glancing at his sister's joyful face, Ling Zheng vowed to protect her at all costs. After a while, screens emerged in the carriage, displaying panoramic views of Yueshing and various scenes from the planet. The Yueshing people erupted in excitement, unaware of the train's implications. This world is on the brink of destruction. Survival means death. Congratulations, you have chosen the only path to safety. This statement sounded peculiar, yet upon witnessing Yueshing's fate, everyone was left in shock. The images showed the Yueshing people celebrating the train's departure, only for darkness to suddenly descend, consuming the land inch by inch. The abruptness of death was not frightening. It was the slow psychological torment that was most lethal. They could see the emperor in the palace kneeling in prayer, ministers prostrating themselves. They also witnessed the witch god temple resume its rituals, dancing as if mocking themselves. Countless citizens knelt in prayer, yet none could halt the darkness tearing apart the entire planet. "Brother, our home." Ling Yu's voice trembled with tears. Ling Zheng stroked her head, speaking softly, "This is our true home." Unlike the other Yueshing people, Ling Zheng felt a sense of clarity. He would no longer dwell on the Ling family's matters. His only family was his sister. Yueshing has been destroyed. Survivors, good luck. The screen went dark as the train sailed into the boundless void. Chapter 42. Discovering other trains and canine-like humanoid beings. 3 days after departure, the train made another stop, this time for 2 days, allowing new passengers more time to adapt to expedite the process. Chen An issued numerous supportive tasks, encouraging seasoned passengers to assist. Notably, few new passengers established guilds. Most opted to join existing ones for resource support and to avoid unnecessary detours. Previous medium-sized guilds gradually expanded, with over 50 large guilds comprising 10,000 members each, showcasing a vibrant diversity within the train. This was precisely the scenario Chen An wished to cultivate. He could not allow a few established guilds to monopolize resources. During the 2-day stop, no incidents occurred. However, when it was time to leave, an announcement astonished everyone. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wudat, and 300 others have exhausted their loan balances. They possess no repayment capability and do not intend to repay. Consequently, the train will expel them. The carriage erupted in chaos. How could this happen? They had been warned long ago that exceeding the loan limit would result in expulsion. Were these people foolish? Given their current situation, a little effort could prevent starvation. Frankly, the train conductor had been merciful. If they truly wished to survive, they could have mined resources on nearby planets over the past 2 days. To think such worthless individuals existed, expulsion was the right choice. Keeping them would only waste capacity. The carriage displayed numerous screens showing the expulsion process. The 300 individuals appeared disheveled and unkempt, their eyes vacant. They were transported to a recently plundered life planet, where they would face natural judgment, in the cockpit. Chen An's emotions were somewhat complicated. I have provided ample opportunity. Do they truly believe I am running a charity? The master has shown sufficient mercy in reality, they could have been thrown out of the train directly. Fengyou's authoritative voice brought Chen An a sense of comfort, prompting him to chuckle. Indeed, I even sent them over. How foolish. He instructed that the footage be broadcast throughout the carriage, particularly emphasizing close-ups of their expressions before death. Let us see who dares to take advantage of me again. After the spaceship returned, the train set off once more. The screens in the carriage remained active, allowing passengers to witness the actions of the expelled individuals on the planet. Some frantically searched for food, while others waited for death in place. These individuals were truly beyond saving. Approximately an hour later, darkness began to envelop the planet. It was assumed they feared death, yet they screamed and attempted to flee as their demise approached. There are numerous planets, and the resources here must be abundant. Everyone, let us take action and prepare in advance. The guilds are moving swiftly. Some are purchasing supplies while others are leasing spacecraft. Although there are many ships, larger models are fewer in number, necessitating a rush for speed. However, as the train docked into the star's orbit and made a complete circuit, it astonishingly did not open its hatches nor extend a conduit to gather energy. Fengyou, has the other party detected our presence? Not yet. They are also a first-class train and entered the star system before us. However, they are positioned on the opposite side, so they remain unaware of our existence. Half an hour ago, the reconnaissance ship discovered another train actively collecting resources. The position of that train was beyond radar detection, which is why it went unnoticed initially. What kind of life forms? Canine humanoids with an estimated population of around 800,000. Their warships are similar in model to ours, with over 70 vessels. Canine humanoids? What are they? Show me a visual. The screen displayed the image of the adversary, whose body resembled that of a human capable of upright locomotion, but with a dog-like head. Judging by Chen An's aesthetic, these creatures appeared grotesque, reminiscent of dog-headed beings. Since it is a first-class train, it should possess 20 carriages. Why do they only have 800,000 passengers? Perhaps the leader of their train harbors severe racial prejudices and is unwilling to accommodate beings of other races. Chen An pondered another question. How do other trains select their leaders? The train automatically issues screening tasks. The most exceptional beings are chosen as leaders. Master, should we make contact with them? Let us refrain from contact with those who cannot tolerate other races. Dispatch ships to gather resources around, allowing them to occupy the 2 habitable planets while we seek an opportunity to strike in the vastness of the starry sky. All other trains are enemies, with little prospect for collaboration. Now that we have crossed paths, a victor must emerge. After another half-day, the reconnaissance ship uncovered a new phenomenon. 600 million kilometers away, within the asteroid belt, lay the remains of a train. Upon receiving this information, Chen An felt an icy chill envelop him, leaving him bewildered for a long moment. Are trains so easily damaged? Trains possess defensive strength. If that strength is exceeded, they may be breached. The target train is of the plant type, estimated to have perished half a month prior. Plant type? Clarify that. Plant type refers to plant-based life. The withered branches affixed to the train surface suggest a tree-like civilization. The screen displayed the form of the train, resembling a large tree lying horizontally, with carriages and hatches, albeit with a peculiar exterior. The breach occurred in the 7th carriage, forcibly torn open by some sharp instrument, leading to the train's loss of power and subsequent collapse. If the train collapses, the life within would struggle to survive. Reminder, each train possesses a dedicated core. If our train consumes the core of another, it may evolve special capabilities. Chen An inquired, where is this train's core? Suddenly, a clicking noise emanated from behind him. Turning around, he saw a 2-meter square compartment automatically open, revealing a dark metallic cylinder extending forth. Atop the cylinder rested a brilliantly colored orb, strikingly vivid. This is the train's core. Without it, the train will revert to a mundane state, devoid of any enhancement capabilities. As he reached out to touch it, he felt warmth and a peculiar sense of connection. Simultaneously, he received information indicating the little creature was eager to devour other cores. Given its immense utility, it must be acquired. Fengyou, swiftly dispatch a ship to scout the train. Should we assign tasks to the passengers? The passengers are too slow. I cannot afford to wait. Deploy all robots. We must ascertain the safety of the area. Here lies a significant issue. Only the train's leader can retrieve the core. So Chen An must prepare himself. Chapter 43. The train destroyed by a star beast 2 hours later. In the cockpit, Chen An obtained ultra-clear images of the plant-type train through the robots. It was breathtaking. The train was not merely severed into 2 pieces, but fragmented into 4. The front section was lodged among shattered meteors, the front body buried within the asteroid belt. The other 2 pieces floated aimlessly, unable to escape this region. The robots were deployed to the first 2 sections, allowing Chen An to observe the details of the train's rupture. The train had not been evenly sliced by a sharp blade. Rather, it appeared to have been forcibly torn apart by immense strength, with numerous pipes trailing out like elongated tails. There were even many desiccated tree trunks riddled with holes from passing debris. Fengyou, who did this? It is impossible for other trains. There are no entities of such power at this stage. Preliminary analysis indicates that this was a leader-level star beast that, after a fierce battle with the train, compromised its defenses and then tore it apart. The absence of the star beast's corpse nearby suggests it emerged as the unequivocal victor. Though Chen An was already aware of much information, he remained astounded. Can my train withstand such a leader-level star beast? Not at all. If we encounter such a creature, please prioritize escape. The overwhelming sense of crisis left Chen An feeling cold, intensifying his urgency to elevate his level. As the visuals progressed into the train's interior, he observed that it was cluttered with tangled, dried branches, all drained and frozen, ensnared in the train's seats. The robots would need to sever these branches to clear a path. Upon the train's rupture, passengers were exposed to the vacuum and perished swiftly. Based on the biological remains inside, we can infer the general appearance of the plant-based life forms. The screen displayed a standard tree-person form, nearly identical. Switch the view to the front. Where are we now? The scene transitioned as the robots entered the hangar of the first carriage. The spacecraft of the plant civilization bore resemblance to Chen An's, with only color differing that a multitude of damaged ships lay piled along the passage to the cockpit, requiring the robots time to clear. After preliminary investigation, all plant-based life forms are deceased, and no residual threats remain in this area. Chen An rose and proceeded to the lower level, where his exclusive hangar was located. Reminder, if you wish to enter the train, please wear a spacesuit. Previously, to prepare for such unique circumstances, he had manufactured several spacesuits, which were now of great use. Bring me several sets. We shall depart. The spacecraft departed from the train, swiftly heading toward the target area under the escort of 10 warships. Nearly an hour later, Chen An's ship reached the external region of the deceased train. The visual appeared rather ordinary, yet the scene before him was truly awe-inspiring. The 1,000-meter-high vessel had been literally torn apart, with numerous gaping holes spanning several meters wide. These should be the width of a star beast's fingers. Chen An found it difficult to fathom the size of the star beast. This was merely a leader level. What of the more formidable entities to come? Would they not be unfathomably immense? The strength of a star beast is not solely correlated with its size. Indeed, there exist superstar beasts capable of swallowing a star whole, but there are also smaller star beasts comparable to your normal size. Let us hope I do not encounter one. It sent a shiver down my spine. As the spacecraft entered through the breach, the interior resembled a decrepit factory, sending chills across his body. Observing plant-based life up close, Chen An noted the differences from tree people. These beings had legs formed from entwined roots, and their bodies bore numerous hands, all resulting from twisted branches. What surprised Chen An even more was that these plant-based beings had distinctly visible reproductive organs, prominently exposed, that their method of reproduction similar to that of animals. Your understanding of animals and plants is rather superficial. In the universe, there are no such divisions. You could say this plant-based life form belongs to a bisexual reproductive species, differing from unisexual and polyspecific reproductive types. Polyspecific reproduction? Is there also asexual reproduction? Provide me with an example. Mechanical life forms are a typical example of asexual reproduction. Polyspecific reproduction is common among highly socialized species, capable of manipulating genetic information to produce relatively perfect offspring. How enlightening! In the midst of their conversation, the spacecraft docked outside the hangar. Clad in a spacesuit, Chen An exited the ship. Although he could not feel the extreme cold of the air, he could see frost on the shoulder of the guard robot. What is the temperature now? According to the calculations of Zixing, it is currently minus 170 degrees. As far as I know, the temperature in space is around minus 270 degrees. Why the discrepancy? Although this train is deceased, it can still emit some warmth, persistently resisting the external frigid temperatures. Very well, there is indeed another reason. My knowledge is too limited. Even in true space, it does not necessarily remain at minus 270 degrees. Has the passage opened? Chen An looked ahead as hundreds of robots worked in unison to cut through and move the obstructing vessels. They would require a bit more time. The front breach was situated in the middle of the first carriage, so this area remained relatively safe. He turned to explore the living quarters. Curious about the lifestyle of the plant-based beings, though his disappointment, he discovered the living area was quite meager, containing only a few large pools constructed from special metals. All now frozen. Fengyou, do other trains possess intelligent cores? Each train has a basic intelligent core, but they are far from being as powerful as I am. Da ha ha. I can see that if this train's intelligent core were you, it would undoubtedly have developed into something vibrant and diverse. Fengyou's tone brimmed with pride, resembling that of a sentient being. Point one cannot appreciate until compared. Only then does one realize Fengyou's strength. Without her, Chen An's train would likely be in utter disarray, lacking the smooth, ecological system it currently enjoyed. Moreover, Fengyou provided him with a wealth of advanced information, reminding the master, the passage to the cockpit has been opened. Very well, take out the shuttle. The shuttle is a small flying vessel, capable of accommodating a few to several dozen individuals, serving as a fundamental unit within the interstellar fleet. Although, Chen An was not far from the cockpit. Walking would take at least half an hour. Therefore, taking the shuttle is much quicker. Fengyou, the shuttle can be put on the market, priced at 50,000 star coins. Then we can manufacture some armored vehicles or convenient motorcycles. Since the feedback feature of his wristwatch was enabled, Chen An received a plethora of information daily. Some of it resonated with him, such as the passengers' need for driving tools, previously after landing on planets. Passengers had to rely on spacecraft for relocation. However, if the guild's numbers were too large, they would need to rent more spacecraft for convenience and efficiency. In reality, though, not that many spacecraft were necessary. A single motorcycle could suffice for their normal operations on the planet's surface. Fengyou executed the command swiftly, immediately listing the goods, causing a stir in the cabin, while the specifics of the train situation remained unclear. It was evident from the introduction of driving tools that they should be departing soon. The guilds hurried to purchase, lest there be insufficient quantities. The shuttle was indeed the most useful, yet it was too expensive. Overall, various types of motorcycles seemed to be the most cost-effective option. Armored vehicles were not particularly useful. Speed was paramount. Amidst rampant consumption on the train, no one was aware that Chen An had already arrived at the cockpit of the death train via shuttle. Chapter 44. The Plant Life Fengyou. A special extraordinary being on the opposite side of the star, numerous spacecraft traversed between the train and the life star, transporting various resources. The train appeared to be functioning normally, devoid of any special structure. Inside the cockpit, the train conductor, Gusta, had just received crucial information. Discovering a death train? Can a train even die? The console before him looked somewhat outdated, displaying a virtual character resembling a dog-headed humanoid. The train was not invincible. If subjected to an extreme force attack, it could sustain damage. Gusta stared blankly, his long tongue extending. Adorned with peculiar white spots, he rubbed a few withered hairs atop his head and inquired of his intelligent assistant. Are there any other discoveries? There were warships and robots near the death train, suggesting the presence of other trains that IT was advised to send out more shuttles for exploration. The core of the train was of utmost importance. I am well aware, but rash actions are unwise. I shall release 100 shuttles to scout from various angles and locate the opposing train, as this is the most critical matter. Inside the cockpit of the death train, Chen exerted effort to extract the train's core. It was a dim green orb, lacking any brilliance. When Chen An picked it up, it attempted to resist, but its strength was far too feeble to break free. Does it possess consciousness? The train core will gradually develop consciousness. It is aware that it will perish once consumed, hence it seeks to escape. It is recommended that the master keep it close, as only you can suppress it. Very well, this should explain why I was summoned to retrieve it personally. He needed to return to the cockpit with the core to consume it. Without delay, he set off. However, just as the shuttle left the cockpit, the door on the right side of the corridor was violently breached, and countless branches shot towards the shuttle. Sizzle. The shuttle's robust body was pierced, and its power was forcibly severed. How could there be living trance? Seeing the shuttle rendered inoperable, Chen An urgently instructed the robots to intercept, planning to escape from another direction. Master, you are at the 3rd level. And then, the target is merely at the 2nd level. You need not flee. Chen An ran even faster. Regardless of their levels, if he could avoid combat, he would, as self-preservation was paramount. The trance that had survived until now certainly possessed some skills. What if they were the protagonists? In novels, protagonists excelled at defeating foes beyond their level, while only side characters would naively trust in levels and act arrogantly. He swiftly gathered the robots, determined to breach the opposition at any cost. Capture them alive. He sought to learn more information in the matter of fleeing. Chen An demonstrated the speed expected of a 3rd-level extraordinary being, leaving the train and entering a warship in just 8 minutes. The escort vessel boasted high defenses, rapid speed, and housed a fleet of fighter jets, making it both offensive and defensive, thus safer. He activated the frontline visuals. The screen displayed the cockpit of the death train. Due to the rapid demise of the robots, the footage required constant switching. As the images multiplied, Fengyou revealed the form of the Chen An. How should one describe it? It appeared somewhat delicate. Fengyou, is it a girl? No, a female. The Chen An was a pale green, its slender body emanating a palpable sense of strength. This Chen An is a female being, at the second level of extraordinary ability. Its branches are as hard as iron, easily capable of tearing through the defenses of robots. What do you mean by a female being? Zixing beings categorize genders as male and female, but expanding the perspective to the broader universe may not be suitable. Broadly speaking, beings can exhibit various characteristics in a singular form, such as female, male, balanced male and female, female dominance, male dominance, and non-binary, among others. Chen An felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, muttering, I am not an intelligent assistant. Could you speak plainly? If compared to Zixing beings, female corresponds to the female, while male corresponds to the male. Oh, I understand. Balanced male and female are bisexual, while non-binary indicates asexuality. That I am more intrigued by bisexuality. Are such beings numerous? Certainly, many exist. Bisexual beings can self-reproduce, perfectly adapting to most harsh environments in the universe. Even if a civilization were to be obliterated down to a single individual, they could still recreate a new race. Chen An was left speechless. Give me one woman, and I could create a race that... It seemed that statement was still overly conservative. The Fengyou's subsequent declaration was even more astonishing. The spiritual type of this Chen An is highly compatible with the Master. It is advised that you achieve a harmonious balance, which will grant you incredible benefits. The term harmonious balance had long rendered Chen An incapable of facing it. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? He gazed at the screen, where a multitude of robots surged toward the Chen An, ultimately subduing her under overwhelming numbers to prevent any further outbursts from the Chen An. The robots constructed a sturdy iron cage, confining her within and transporting her to the warship. Chen An was filled with anticipation. After a while, the iron cage was delivered to the main chamber of the warship, guarded by hundreds of robots. Chen An descended onto a floating platform, approaching the Chen An and discovering her to be quite diminutive. The Chen An stood 5 meters tall, her body of vibrant green, resembling beautiful jade. Chen An approached closer and looked up. Greeting. Hey, what is your name? To himself, it sounded perfectly normal, but to an outsider, it might seem as if Chen An was murmuring, uttering peculiar words with inflections. The Chen An, initially lethargic and prepared for death, suddenly perked up upon hearing the language of her kin, her eyes, concealed within the treetop, appearing like azure pearls. What kind of being are you? Why can you speak this spiritual plant language? Spiritual plants, from your Zixing perspective. All plant-like life can be classified under this category. Fengyou provided a timely explanation, alleviating Chen An's need for inquiry. Chen An replied, I am human. I have just learned your language. My name is Chen An. What about you? The Trent's voice was ethereal and youthful, reminiscent of a 15 or 16-year-old girl, quite melodious. My name is Loyu. My father is the train conductor. Can you release me? So, she's the conductor's daughter. No wonder she could survive in the conductor's private domain. Chen An mentally asked Fengyou, how did she manage to survive? There's only one possibility. She is a special extraordinary being. I'll defend it. Any special extraordinary being possesses unique survival abilities. Currently, we cannot assess her unless she exhibits her abilities. It is recommended that the Master achieve a harmonious balance with her to clarify matters. You are truly persistent. Chen An did not respond to Liu. Instead, he contemplated how to handle the situation. The best course of action at present seemed to be to take Liu back and keep her, seeking ways to control her. However, at that moment, Liu uttered astonishing words. Human, I foresee that you will become my companion. Thus, I am prepared to save you. Chapter 45. Spiritual harmony with you. You are a prophet? Chen An was astonished. Liu nodded. Indeed, I am a prophet. Just now, I foretold that we will soon achieve spiritual harmony, that I also predicted that you would be defeated by the dog-headed humanoid, with significant casualties among the passengers. And ultimately, you would escape with great difficulty, hiding away for a long time before regaining your strength. If anyone else had said such a thing, Chen An would have dismissed it as a joke. But given that you claim to be a prophet, it could not be mere fabrication. Wait, if you are a prophet, why did your civilization fail to evade the crisis? Luoyu waved her long branches, expressing her grievance. My father does not believe in the existence of prophets. He says I am talking nonsense. Because of this, he even locked me in my room. Woe is me, if my father had believed in me. The train could have evaded the star beasts, such terrifying star beasts at this moment. Fengyou's significance was once again highlighted. Otherwise, Chen would not have believed in the existence of prophets, as it seemed too outlandish. Even if I believe you are a prophet, how can you prove it? Your predictions seem rather far-fetched. I can prove it right now. Suddenly, a wave of disorientation washed over Chen An, and he felt as if he had entered a celestial realm. A kaleidoscope of stars, soft and translucent nebulae, harmonious and perfect. In that instant, Chen An's mind was infinitely relaxed, casting aside all worries that, do you like it? It was Liu's voice. Chen An turned to see a beam of green light undulating behind him. As certain information flooded his mind, Chen did not hesitate to accept the truth that he, too, was a source of light. He was red light. Fengyou, what's happening? There was no response. Perhaps he had blocked Fengyou's information. Or she had blocked him. Where am I? What do you intend to do? I must leave. A green light swooped by, skimming alongside Chen An's red light. Boom! In an instant, Chen An's consciousness expanded, his thoughts soaring like mountains. Ascending infinitely towards the heavens, he nearly forgot everything, even his own name. Half an hour later, Chen An's spirit returned to his body, yet he remained dazed, unable to regain his senses, even after emerging from that ethereal state. The profound connection with nature lingered in his consciousness, an indelible mark that could not be easily severed. Fengyou, I believe in you now. This method is indeed quite sophisticated, shedding mundane shackles. Only the pure essence of spirit remained. Akin to a melody plucked from the starlit sky, each chord resonating in perfect harmony, he found her increasingly refined, an awkward feeling washing over him. The master recovering. This is merely the most rudimentary form of spiritual resonance. Should you encounter a perfect connection in the future, the experience will amplify a billionfold. Chen An felt breathless that a billionfold was utterly absurd. If the spiritual connection is weak, it can indeed be painful. But a perfect connection brings no suffering and enhances both parties. Master, you may now check if you have received any special enhancements. I can't be bothered to check. Just tell me directly. A small number of your cells have acquired the ability for photosynthesis. As long as there is sunlight, your body will never lack energy. Is that even possible? Chen An could not see the internal state of his body. Yet he could faintly sense that something had indeed changed within his cells. Could it be chloroplasts? Since I have acquired this special ability, does Liu also possess it? Liu's cells have received equivalent enhancement. She now possesses certain human traits. After conversing for a while, Chen An gradually restored his physical normalcy and instructed the robot to open the cage. Upon its opening, Liu joyfully approached him, attempting to embrace him with her branches. No, maintain some distance. Spirit is spirit. It has nothing to do with the body. Chen An felt uneasy with Liu's physical form and would never initiate contact. I understand now. Liu looked somewhat aggrieved. Chen decided to care for her, as one would a pet. He finally grasped why there was a designated area for pets on the train. Once back, he would provide Liu with a pot of soil, allowing her to take root within it, after addressing personal matters. Chen An pondered a more pressing question. Why could I not defeat the dog-headed men? Liu replied, the dog-headed men's train is a pure war machine. Everything serves the purpose of war. Your train is filled with passengers who lack the capacity for space combat. The process of war involves mutual fire between the fleets. You have not engaged the dog-headed men's armada. Chen An felt a headache coming on. No wonder the dog-headed men refuse outsiders. Their operational model differs from ours. Fengyou, is it somewhat outdated to manage using a passenger model? Master, do you doubt me again? It pains me that I didn't say, I don't trust you. Just provide a clear explanation. The passenger model is the most excellent operational mode because you can cultivate countless powerful passengers who will form numerous fleets. The dog-headed men's model is severely limited as they lack any developmental potential and will inevitably be consumed. There are no exceptions. Chen An began to understand. His current model was far more sustainable, while the dog-headed men were depleting their resources, destined for annihilation. Yet I cannot defeat them now that I suggest you ask Liu how we managed to escape. Logically, the dog-headed men would not let us go. Chen An inquired, and Liu provided the answer. In the latter half of the war, you returned to the train and allowed the core to be consumed. Gaining special abilities. It was precisely these abilities that enabled you to repel the dog-headed men's fleet. I see now. The turning point lies in the special abilities. Fengyou returned to the train immediately. Covering a distance of 600 million kilometers without a warship would take at least an hour. In Chapter 46, the train acquires a new ability. The extraordinary orbital cannon on the dog-headed men's train. Gusta received complete information. Another train was on the opposite side of the star, having arrived not long ago. The death train was also across the way, already explored. It remained uncertain whether they had taken the train's core. Gusta's expression darkened as he clenched his right fist and slammed it onto the solid control panel. If the opposing train evolved special abilities, they would undoubtedly use them against us. One star system cannot accommodate two trains. What civilization are they? They're a canine-like civilization, yet they possess oddly shaped heads that appear quite repulsive. Master, according to my exploration, this canine civilization only has corvettes and has yet to develop destroyers. Finally, some good news. Gusta's mood brightened. We happen to have two destroyers. Combined with the corvettes, we might succeed in an ambush. If the opposing train's captain has discovered the core of the death train, he may not have had the chance to return. We will attempt to intercept. With the order given, over 100 corvettes surged forth, surrounded by a multitude of shuttles and various spacecraft. Alongside the fleet, two destroyers of equal size surged into the starry void at a faster pace, cloaking all detection signals. However, Gusta was unaware that Liu had already foreseen his actions, prompting Chen An to return to the train early. On his way to the cockpit, Chen An noticed Liu appeared dazed. Something felt off. What's wrong? Liu walked with her slender wooden legs, faster than Chen An usually. Yet now she seemed frail, worse than before. She softly replied, I previously thought I was doomed, so I improperly used my abilities, leading to a decrease in my lifespan. Look at my branches. They have withered significantly. Chen An's heart sank. He had forgotten that prophets would expend their lifespan. How long do you have left? I don't know, but I don't feel well. Seeing her in such confusion, Chen An could only ask Fengyou. Though the prophet will consume lifespan, it will not lead to immediate death. If her lifespan is too short, she will be unable to use her abilities until it increases. Plant-like beings are unique. They possess an inherently long life force. Though she is only at the second tier, she can live for thousands of years, far longer than you. Chen An replied, Is this daily torment for me? What is her current condition? Using foresight and further spiritual resonance has drained her energy excessively. She needs energy crystals. Just providing her with 100 units of energy crystals will restore her within half an hour. Now, I understand. You should have said that earlier. Chen An instructed Liu to rest in the lounge temporarily and commanded the robot to provide her with energy crystals. He then hurried to the cockpit, eagerly opening his train's core, allowing it to consume the green civilization. Amidst the brilliant radiance, the green began to dissolve. What abilities would the train evolve? Liu had not clarified this earlier. Please await the outcome. Master. After approximately 10 minutes, the core finally completed its consumption. The brilliance intensifying, a light screen emerged beside the core, displaying a wealth of information that scrolled frantically from top to bottom. These details were incomprehensible to Chen, but after a while, Fengyou summarized the core's contents. The train has acquired a new ability, the extraordinary orbital cannon. Installation is underway. The screen displayed an image of the train's lower defensive layer, where the corresponding space in the cockpit was being cleared to create an exceedingly large piece of machinery. Coils folded, forged, and shaped in rapid succession, then encased, surrounded by hundreds of peculiar energy storage devices. Finally, another layer of casing enveloped all the equipment, resembling a fortress. The iron box was tightly connected to the train, with pipes leading to the storage layer, allowing for instant access to all energy crystal reserves. Was this not an electromagnetic orbital cannon? What distinguished it from the ones atop the train? Merely a much larger version. As the train advanced a level, 200 electromagnetic orbital cannons were added to the roof. Yet they had yet to be used. The energy consumption and power of the two differ, as do their mechanisms. The extraordinary orbital cannon consumes only energy crystals. The more abundant the energy, the greater the power. With a current limit of 100 million units, IT could be upgraded later. One shot consumes 100 million energy crystals. Absurd. Yet, Chen An soon found joy in the thought. He feared not the consumption, but the insufficiency of power. With the extraordinary orbital cannon as a safeguard, Chen An felt bolstered and instructed Fengyou to scout the movements of the dog-headed men. The enemy fleet is only 200 million kilometers away, arriving in approximately half an hour. Are they definitely targeting the train? We still have 10 warships near the death train. The enemy may be attempting to intercept. I suggest taking the initiative, utilizing the extraordinary orbital cannon to obliterate them. After much contemplation, Chen An asked, even if I destroyed dozens of their warships, what then? The key point remains the train. Can the extraordinary orbital cannon target the train? The extraordinary orbital cannon is a high-level extraordinary weapon. As long as there is sufficient energy, it can tear apart the bronze train. How many energy crystals do I currently possess? 120 million basic units. Chen An was quite satisfied. I believe I know what to do now, and no matter. Let them intercept. Immediately instruct the 10 corvettes near the death train to depart without returning, and we shall deploy all remaining corvettes to form a defensive perimeter around the train. Regardless of whether they choose to attack, we must prepare adequately. Most importantly, I must convey that I have yet to approach the death train, that I even want to feign ignorance regarding the train's core's ability to consume. Fengyou promptly provided her analysis. The master intends to deceive this fleet into a death train 600 million kilometers away, and then we will destroy the dog-headed creature's train on the opposite side of the star. Haha, clever. Actually, we could go now. The frigates cannot stop us. While the frigates cannot hinder us, I fear the other side might flee, that if I were a dog-headed creature and noticed the enemy train approaching rapidly, I would certainly be on high alert. By the way, what is the range of the extraordinary orbital cannon? The maximum range is 100 million kilometers, but the energy will gradually diminish, and it is unclear how much power it will ultimately possess. Chen An remarked, there is indeed another issue. The reconnaissance range of the opposing train must exceed 100 million kilometers, and they will detect us in advance. You have any solutions? The star will significantly weaken radar detection. The closer we get to the star's surface, the more severe the effect. This explains why our two trains are very close on either side of the star, yet unable to detect each other. Chen An looked up at the gigantic star ahead, feeling a sense of dread. Are you certain the star's gravity will not pull us in? Please rest assured, Master. Calculations indicate that our train can overcome it. That's good. Once I dispel the dog-headed creature's suspicions, we shall navigate the train past the star through the sea of flames. I eagerly anticipate the shocked expressions of the dog-headed creatures. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the dog-headed fleet finally arrived at a position 300 million kilometers from our train and 400 million kilometers from the death train, effectively at the midpoint. Chapter 47. The dog-headed creatures who have gone overboard with their appearance. The train showed no intention of opening its doors, and the passengers' excitement gradually waned. When they saw the frigates outside the train forming a formation, they were astonished. What is happening? Are we about to engage in battle? It seems the train's frigates have increased significantly. Outrageous at this moment, the train emitted an announcement throughout. This train has encountered a hostile train threat. A war may occur. Please fasten your seatbelts. Following the announcement, the entire train erupted in commotion. Did other trains also come from the Purple Star? It was stated that it is a hostile train. How could it possibly be from the Purple Star? Why isn't the train captain assigning tasks? We could also go out to fight. Engage in battle with a cargo ship? What do they think? One frigate could annihilate a whole bunch of us. The carriage was in uproar, while Chen An in the cockpit remained calm. The reason for informing the passengers was to remind them how precarious their situation was. They should not assume that staying on the train guarantees safety. Anyone could perish at any moment. This way, the passengers would strive harder to scavenge collect resources. Fengyou broadcast the war scene live, accompanied by stirring music. Should we issue the ultimate mission? Upon seeing the task content provided by Fengyou, Chen An's mouth twitched. Ultimate mission. All passengers are to unite with the train to repel the invading enemy. If successful, the top 100 contributors will receive the title Train Guardian. Special note, donations of star coins to support the train will count as contribution points. Aside from donating star coins, there were no other means to participate in the battle. I suddenly realized that compared to you, Fengyou, I'm truly a benefactor. If the master does not approve, this task need not be published. Publish it, of course. Some wealthy individuals have too much money. My modest collection is quite reasonable. The ultimate mission was merely a jest. Chen An did not take it seriously. However, the passengers did. Their lives were bound to the train. And if the train perished, they too would be reduced to ashes at that point. Star coins would merely be a string of data, utterly worthless. Consequently, the passengers rushed to donate, and the amounts soared rapidly. Chen An mused, "They are far more sincere than I. I am truly a merchant of deceit. I shall save these star coins for next time, placing them in the reward pool for the main quest. After all, I must eventually return them. Star coins are merely data. Chen An holds absolute interpretative power, and he cannot truly drain the passengers dry." Beep! A notification of an external signal appeared on the control panel screen. Originating from the dog-headed train. Establish a connection and simultaneously decode their language. Shortly thereafter, the screen displayed the opposing image, causing a pang of anxiety within Chen, and the appearance of the dog-headed creatures was shockingly absurd, delivering a particularly intense jolt to Chen An's heart. If possible, he wished to turn off the video and switch to voice communication. Meanwhile, Gusta was also taken aback. The creatures on the opposite side were hideous to the depths of the soul. Why are their eyes so oddly shaped? Why do they have so much hair? Wouldn't having worms growing in it be utterly revolting? What distinguishes them from mere waste without fangs? Most notably, the strange fur draped over them appeared to be of inferior quality, far inferior to the bee skins worn by their kind. Gustav felt a surge of superiority and stroked his own scorched, dry yellow hair, inquiring, "Where do you come from? Where are you headed?" Chen An instinctively replied, "I hail from the Eastern Tang dynasty, and I seek to journey westward to pay homage and seek scriptures," although he did not know how the dog-headed creatures translated this phrase. Their expressions indicated they believed it wholeheartedly. Before Chen An could inquire further, Gusta self-introduced, "I come from the Hound Star. My name is Gusta. Pleased to meet you." The terms hound and dog-headed creature are not inherent to them, but rather a result of Fengyou's translation, suited to the purple star. The pronunciation from the opposite side was peculiar, sometimes dull, and at other times sharp, as if their voices were being forced out from their throats, creating a sense of urgency. Chen An engaged in warm conversation with him, nearly to the point of sitting down for a drink and swearing brotherhood. Gusta cheerfully added, "In that case, we might travel together. Brother, have you gathered any results regarding the death train over there?" In truth, I had already discovered it, but had not found the time to investigate. Spouting nonsense, Chen An did not expose the ruse. Striving to cooperate, I arrived here not long ago and dispatched some robots to scout. They're all worthless scraps, of no interest to me. You haven't Tigon in person? What would I go for? What if there were danger? As the train captain, my first priority is to ensure my safety. Everything else is secondary. Gusta was overjoyed internally, yet his expression remained unchanged, even growing more amiable. Haha, brother speaks wisely. A dilapidated train holds no value. That is precisely why I have refrained from visiting it for several days. However, I am currently short on materials, and there may be some on that train, so I would like a few. Chen An was unconcerned, smirking. That is unclaimed property. If you want to, go ahead and take it. By the way, it seems there are only 2 life-bearing planets within the galaxy. Could you grant me one? This statement completely dispelled Gusta's suspicions, and he burst into hearty laughter. What are you saying? Brother, since you're allowing me the death train, I shall, of course, share half the resources with you that I will have my people withdraw shortly, and you may proceed at any time. Chen An rejoiced. Brother, you are generous. Tomorrow we can gather to discuss. Perhaps there will be more cooperation in the future. Gusta, a splendid idea. We can even trade with each other. I have many resources that I do not require. Anything unnecessary is certainly waste. After all, the resources needed by both trains are quite similar. Chen An chuckled a few times, exchanged pleasantries, and then cut off the screen, severing the signal. The smile on his face faded, returning to a serious demeanor. Fengyou, can my performance be awarded? Congratulations, master. You have won the best performance award on the Fengyou train. Why is it the Fengyou train? Well, that works. It must have a name. Let us wait a little longer to see if they divert their attention to the death train. If they do, we will swiftly turn around and head toward the star. The frigates will remain in place to confuse them and the train's maximum speed. There will be no time for Gusta to react. Within the dog-headed train, Gusta spat disdainfully, cursing the worthless thing. How dare they seek cooperation with me, without considering their wretched appearance? The fleet will immediately proceed to the death train, taking complete control, once safety is confirmed. I will personally travel there by ship. As long as we secure the core, we can then turn our assault on the Tang people. The intelligence brain provided a reminder. Do not be hasty. What if the other side flees? We need to observe what new abilities the train may acquire. If the abilities are inadequate, I do not recommend turning against them. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Bring the train as close as possible to the opposite side. reducing our distance to the death train. However, he remained unaware that this would facilitate Chen An's assault. Chapter 48. The orbital cannon is fully charged. Filling 100 million energy crystals, the train frequently approaches the star to absorb energy, with its closest position being near the convection layer and the furthest being 50,000 kilometers away, which is the limit of the conduit extension. Under normal circumstances, Chen An would set the distance at the extreme of 50,000 kilometers to ensure normal entry and exit for the spacecraft. However, even then, only the spacecraft and frigates could operate normally. Shuttles or space yachts will be compromised by the extreme heat. Yet now, Chen An piloted the train straight into the fiery convection layer. Surrounded by a boiling sea of flames, the temperature rising rapidly, to be honest. Although Fengyou assured him that the train would be safe, he still worried that the high temperatures might melt it. I do not understand. If Star Beast can tear the train apart and concentrated bombardments can breach its defenses, why can the star's extreme heat not do the same? The train, needing to harness the energy of the star, can naturally endure incredibly high temperatures. This is a special rule. I cannot provide a reasonable explanation. Unable to explain means one can fabricate answers. As you hold the authority, he lifted his gaze to the porthole, where terrifying flames obscured everything, relying solely on the detection system to navigate this moment. The passengers in each carriage were paralyzed with fear. They were unaware of Chen An's plan and did not know that the train could withstand such high temperatures. The passengers either huddled in their seats or roamed about, screaming to vent their panic. The view outside the window was engulfed in a crimson hue, a formidable pressure seemingly capable of shattering the glass at any moment. It was over. The train had likely lost power after its defeat and was now ensnared by the gravitational pull of the star. Everyone should remain silent and await their fate. I refuse to be quiet. Dare to challenge me. Many compartments erupted in disputes, with some even resulting in fatalities. This atmosphere of panic mirrored the chaos experienced during the explosion of the Purple Star, in the 10th carriage. Zishu remained remarkably composed. Surviving this long was a source of satisfaction for her. Even death now felt like no great loss. She surveyed the surrounding turmoil and shouted, "Silence. Even in death, we must retain our dignity." Her high standing quelled the unrest temporarily, allowing many to regain their composure. Zishu activated her wrist device to message Chen An. "Can I see you one last time? You are my foremost thought." Chen An replied curtly, "Stop causing a fuss. I'm busy." Without further response, Zishu felt a sting in her eyes, her heart heavy with emotion. In other compartments, calmer individuals existed, such as Chen Guoliang, who was leisurely narrating enlightening stories to his son. Similarly, Xiao Zhan activated the projection feature of his wrist device, watching videos he had recorded earlier, chuckling with glee. In the 11th carriage, Ling Zheng and Ling Yu engaged in a conversation. "Brother, will we be burned alive?" "Absolutely not. The train captain is as powerful as a deity and will ensure our safety." Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Is the world behind the flames filled with evil spirits? Perhaps we are destined to confront them." "Indeed, you might be right. It could be that way." Chen An was aware of the chaos within the carriages, but remained indifferent. The slight emotional upheaval was natural. It was preferable to an eerie silence. He noted the brawlers would face confinement afterward, starting with 10 hours, while those guilty of murder would be dealt with according to the train's regulations. Punishments would be enforced without mercy. This approach would prove beneficial, identifying unstable elements ahead of time to prevent complications during critical moments. After a 40-minute journey, the front of the train surged forth like a fearsome fire dragon, bursting through the stellar convection layer and piercing into the starry expanse. The content on the carriage screens updated accordingly, yet the window remained a fiery red, requiring time to cool down. "Look at the screen. The content has changed." "What? Has the train truly flown out?" Outside, the raging flames seemed to fade as the colors began to shift. Passengers gradually calmed down, contemplating their situation, each harboring various speculations. At this juncture, the train issued a notification. "To enhance our offensive capabilities, the train captain has navigated through the stellar surface and successfully reached the opposite side. Numerous violations have been observed. Accountability will be enforced post-battle. Robots will soon apprehend those involved, and any resistance will be met with stringent suppression." With a clatter, countless robots entered the carriage, their synchronized footsteps sending chills down spines. It dawned on the passengers that the train was unharmed. It was their own fears that had led them astray. Those who had committed infractions felt anxious, uncertain of the impending punishments that I accidentally killed someone. What should I do? A wave of despair washed over one individual, prompting others to distance themselves, fearing further outbursts. Fortunately, the robots arrived promptly, apprehending the dangerous individuals for temporary confinement. Warning, warning, another train has been detected. Just 30 million kilometers away. Gusta, preparing to board spacecraft, was suddenly alerted by the AI. He hurriedly returned to the cockpit and summoned all available information. What? How did they get here? The AI responded. The star interferes with our detection capabilities. They're skimming along the surface of the star, their intentions unknown. Though Gusta prided himself on his intellect, he couldn't fathom Chen An's motives. Was it to capture the life star? That would make sense, given that the orbits of two life stars leaned in this direction. The screen displayed the train emerging from the inferno, resembling a colossal red dragon, soaring at full speed. Yet if they aimed for the life star, they should have traversed along the orbit to the asteroid belt, 50 million kilometers away. Oh, you have a logical explanation. The AI replied, the opposing train exhibits aggressive intent. They may be coming for us They can't even construct a destroyer. What gives them the right to attack me? Just as he spoke, Gusta's pupils dilated, his hair standing on end. There was only one possibility. They had merged with the train's core and had been deceiving him all along. This is bad. They must have acquired the power to obliterate me. Set sail immediately. Our warships are primarily stationed outside, and your kin remain on the planet. The AI warned. Gusta's expression twisted in rage. As long as the train survives, I have hope. Warships can be built. My kin are of no consequence. Initiate full power navigation at once, as the dog-headed train set sail. Fengyou sensed the change immediately. Master, we are now fixed at a distance of 25 million kilometers. It is unlikely we can get any closer. Both parties were traveling at full speed, with no advantage in velocity. Therefore, as long as the direction remained unchanged, the relative distance would be nearly constant. Fengyou, how long will it take to charge the orbital cannon? Master, how much energy crystal do you intend to expend? The minimum charging time is 2 minutes, while the maximum can extend to 10 minutes. Chen An chuckled. Charge it to the max. I want to obliterate them. 100 million energy crystals are currently being charged, with a charging duration of 10 minutes. Chapter 49. The cannon that thoroughly penetrated the train. Gusta considered himself a prodigious talent, the savior of the hunting dog star. Yet now, confronted with a lethal threat, he found himself in a frantic escape. If not for the lack of better escape options, he might have even contemplated abandoning the train. Stop dawdling. Commence the attack. Both sides of the train were equipped with laser cannons, while the top featured conventional electromagnetic railguns. They launched simultaneously but lacked sufficient distance. Chen An burst into laughter. You think conventional electromagnetic cannons can reach 20 million kilometers? You must be joking. Should we retaliate? If I were to retaliate, wouldn't that make me a fool? It seems you are not foolish. You possess a clear awareness of your capabilities, which pleases me. I sense your human consciousness has become increasingly pronounced. Are you learning independently? Chen An grew wary. Fengyou is a super-intelligent brain with self-learning capabilities. I am continuously acquiring new information. Please grant me your utmost trust. My core program is absolute loyalty to you. Chen An's expression softened. I trust you completely. After all, if you malfunction, never mind that. Continue pursuing them and maintain our distance. Who knows if this far reach will possess sufficient power? Meanwhile, in the defensive layer below, the massive orbital cannon was rapidly depleting energy crystals. Chen An dared not check the consumption levels, fearing the pain it would bring him. He only had a total of 120 million energy crystals, a result of 2 months' accumulation. Now, that 2-month supply could vanish in a single shot. I hope there will be ample rewards. Otherwise, I might just perish from heartbreak. As time drew near, Chen An felt more anxious than Gusta. If the shot failed to incapacitate the opponent, a counterattack was inevitable. With over 100 escort ships, 2 destroyers, and a populace ready for battle, Chen An was convinced they could not prevail. Master, there is no need to fret. Even if we cannot destroy the opposing train, we can intimidate them, as they are unaware of whether we can fire again. You have a point. As long as this shot establishes a deterrent. That a sufficient point. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and the 2 trains had traveled considerable distances. Chen An's train opened its front, revealing a dark circular aperture akin to a black hole. Initially unresponsive, after 3 seconds, a colossal azure beam erupted forth, traveling at the speed of light and slicing through the cosmos. The immense recoil caused the train to shudder violently, and Chen An grasped his seat to avoid being thrown. The carriage descended into chaos. Those who had fastened their safety belts fared better, while unbuckled passengers were tossed about, colliding with one another, resulting in numerous injuries. Look outside. What a magnificent beam of light. Amidst the battle, people craned their necks to gaze out the window. The azure beam sent shivers down their spines and tingled their scalps. As the beam illuminated the starry sky, they could see it ultimately struck something. Though due to the vast distance, it appeared merely as a dot. Look at the screen. There's content displayed. The screen showcased the blue beam penetrating from the train's rear, cascading through it, and finally emerging from the front, continuing its trajectory into the abyss. The image froze on the train, not extending further. Yet from an angle, it was evident that the beam ultimately struck a planet, piercing it from end to end and exploding violently. Though sound was absent, the spectators could envision the explosive spectacle vividly. The Purple Star people recalled that moment from 2 months prior, as if it were yesterday. Inside the cockpit, Chen An was equally astonished, struggling to regain his composure. Not only had they penetrated the train, but they had also obliterated a planet in the process. My heavens, is this the might of the extraordinary orbital cannon, treating a planet like a mere toy? Fengyou has calculated the relevant data. It requires only 80 million units of energy crystals to annihilate a bronze-class train. Thus, we squandered 20 million. Chen An's tense demeanor gradually eased, replaced by a radiant smile. Not wasted at all. 100 million, or even 200 million, would be worth it. The dog-headed train seems to have lost power. Let us close the gap swiftly. In reality, the train had not halted. It soon approached the vicinity. It became apparent that while the dog-headed train had not disintegrated, it had suffered extensive damage. The rear compartment of the train had been entirely vaporized, with the walls on either side bulging outward in a grotesque display of extreme expansion. The windows were stained a deep crimson, a testament to the gruesome fate of the dog-headed beings who had been crushed against them, reduced to mere pulp. Even the remnants of flesh had vanished, leaving only a thin layer of cellular structure, frozen in the biting cold. And dog-headed beings would survive. Even if they were not obliterated by the luminous beams, the immense pressure would shatter them. Most critically, the internal environment of the train had been utterly compromised. No one could endure, unless they were Starwalker capable of traversing the void of space. Immediately, I began to scout the cockpit, ensuring the train's core remained intact. The train's core can only be consumed, it cannot be destroyed. That is reassuring. Just as I was preparing to dispatch a ship for close reconnaissance, a communication request from Gusta appeared on the screen. He was still alive? As the screen activated, a disheveled Gusta lay amidst the ruins, clad in a spacesuit. Brother, you truly are ruthless, that I concede. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer you everything. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully, withholding a response. It was Fengyou who offered a reminder. Collecting high-quality passengers would be more advantageous for you. A smile crossed my face as I replied to Gusta. Very well, I accept your surrender. I shall send someone to retrieve you. However, once the communication was severed, I swiftly changed my demeanor. I dispatched combat robots to eliminate Gusta and cast his remains into the void. I had just played the role of the deceiver. How could I trust that he truly surrendered? Caution is the best policy. Ensuring the complete annihilation of the enemy is the safest course. Fengyou, your suggestion is rather unreliable. All of Fuyu's decisions arise from analysis of the master's interests, but they're not always entirely correct, requiring the master's own judgment. There is no need to rush. You can take your time to learn. I felt remarkably at ease, even instructing the robotic chef to prepare a sumptuous meal, which I enjoyed in the cockpit. Once Fengyou informed me of Gusta's demise, I declared the war officially concluded. An announcement echoed through the train, proclaiming the mission's success, leaving the bewildered passengers weeping in relief, having narrowly escaped death. The delightful chime of music filled the air as the train conveyed my care for them. To celebrate our victory, all food in the market will be free for the next 3 days, as long as there is no waste. For the passengers, food was not a significant expense. Yet everyone was eager to take advantage of the free offerings, and the previously somber atmosphere gradually dissipated. Look, the contribution leaderboard has been unveiled. The top 100 contributors were, in fact, those who had donated the most. It was evident that those with greater wealth were more likely to appear on the list. The honored passengers gleefully activated their wrist devices to display their titles as protectors of the train, basking in a sense of pride, even receiving electronic certificates. What benefits does this bestow? Certainly, with this title, one can access the services of robots, though their assistance is limited to tasks like purchasing items or fetching water, which is already quite advantageous. Many regretted not donating more, realizing too late the potential rewards that in the abandoned cockpit. Clad in a spacesuit, I extracted the train's core, a gray sphere of light. Without the core, the train, which had still been operational, began to gradually power down, its energy resources rendered ineffectual. Fengyou immediately began transferring the resources from this train, with a primary focus on the storage compartments that I returned to my own train. Eagerly integrating the core, my expectations were modest. I sought only the ability to survive. Having witnessed a single blast obliterate a train, my sense of security was tenuous. By the way, since I have destroyed the dog-headed beings' train. Does that mean I have simultaneously eradicated their civilization? Alert! Most dog-headed beings are currently mining resources on their planet. We have not completely annihilated them. There is no rush. The dog-headed beings without a train are merely awaiting their demise. If I were to eradicate all the dog-headed beings, could Lingjung utilize his abilities? The sacrificer can offer up a civilization to enhance the train's special functions. Unlike the prophet, the sacrificer must sacrifice their own health. Currently, Lingjung cannot bear the consequences of sacrificing a civilization. He can only offer up a limited number of life units. Very well, let him develop on his own for now. I have no immediate need for him. Is it not finished yet? After several minutes of waiting, the train's core finally completed its absorption. New ability acquired, space jump. Upon comprehending its function, I felt an immense sense of relief. Space jump. The train consumes energy crystals to traverse long distances. The more energy crystals consumed, the farther the distance, with a maximum limit of 100 million energy crystals. The only issue is that I am running low on energy crystals. Fengyou prioritized the search for energy crystal mines. Currently, I possess an extraordinary orbital cannon capable of obliterating any adversary at this stage. Additionally, with the space jump ability, I can retreat in the face of danger, with a capacity for offense and defense. I finally felt a semblance of security. Fengyou, can I directly commandeer the warships left behind by the dog-headed beings? They cannot be used directly. Modifications are required, as long as they can be modified for use. That will suffice. That I promptly piloted the train towards the warships, determined to seize them all, particularly the destroyers, which are the true weapons of space warfare. The train's speed surpassed that of the warships, and I was unconcerned about energy consumption as I approached. During the journey, I observed a troubling fact. Gusta's warships differed from my own, as he had equipped each vessel with a dog-headed commander, not merely robots. Upon realizing the train had been destroyed, these commanders banded together and fled, already 300 million kilometers away. Master, we currently lack the capability to capture enemy ships. If we attempt to forcibly seize them, we will incur significant losses. My initial exhilaration quickly waned. What is the most reasonable course of action? Allow them to escape. We will eliminate all dog-headed beings on the 2 planets, which will still count as completing the civilization war, without affecting the judgment. Whether or not we complete the civilization war will influence the train's ascension evaluation. I pondered for a moment before commanding full-speed pursuit. Even if I cannot obtain them, I shall ensure their destruction. I cannot leave any potential threats. Fengyou, if we recover the wreckage of the destroyers, will that assist us in manufacturing our own? Certainly, it will be beneficial. Our destroyer manufacturing is currently stalled due to power issues. If we acquire the corresponding power modules, we can proceed with standardized manufacturing. Very well, let us proceed with the assault point 1 billion kilometers away. Over 80 warships scattered in disarray, racing towards the edge of the star system. The commanders activated their public screens, their spirits low. The train captain has perished. The train has been destroyed. We have no other options. We can either surrender or flee. However, the problem is we cannot escape the annihilation of the cosmos. The warships lacked sufficient speed. Only the train could outpace the cosmic obliteration. Thus, our only means of survival was to surrender, and we must never capitulate to inferior beings. Even if we must die, we will do so with grandeur. I believe we can surrender. A temporary defeat is better than death. In the future, we may find an opportunity to reclaim the train not forget, Gusta was not the original captain. Indeed, rather than die in humiliation, It is better to surrender and seek survival, waiting for a chance. That could work. Though they are grotesque, we might manage to coexist. United in thought, the dog-headed beings halted their warships, preparing to surrender to the pursuing train. When they were a mere 500,000 kilometers away, they simultaneously initiated communication requests. I was taken aback, expecting the dog-headed beings to be obstinate, yet they collectively sought to surrender. This was fortuitous. I could acquire their warships that I accept your surrender, but you must abandon your warships and board a shuttle to enter my train. They responded, apologies, we cannot depart at this time unless you grant us your full trust. What do you mean? You're likely to remain in this star system for a while. During that time, we will stay aboard our respective warships. When it is time to depart, we will pilot our warships into the train. Formally submitting to you, a sardonic smile crept across my face as I replied, that is an intriguing proposal. I agree. The dog-headed beings breathed a sigh of relief, at least securing their lives for the time being, with ample opportunity to devise a plan. Once communication was severed, my smile faded into cold indifference as I commanded, charge all electromagnetic railguns on the train's roof, targeting the heads of all warships to attack. While minimizing damage to the hulls, the robotic troops are on standby for boarding operations. The master has taken duplicity to an extreme. Tactics. Do you understand tactics? They truly dare to make demands. Thinking I am a benevolent figure? In truth, it is crucial that they do not influence our war against the dog-headed beings on the planet. Precisely. What I seek is a victory in the civilization war. Not new passengers. T.O. can find such creatures aboard the train, torturing myself daily. As the electromagnetic railguns unleashed their assault, the unprepared warships were struck at their heads, their commanders disintegrated along with their control rooms, leaving no trace behind. Eliminating the commanders was merely the beginning. It was equally vital to eradicate the other dog-headed beings aboard the warships. The command hubs within the warships had been destroyed. Could you take control of their robots? I am currently linking signals to rewrite the programming of the enemy robots. Rewriting successful. The core programming of the enemy robots will undergo a widespread viral modification. Simultaneously, the robotic troops I dispatched commenced boarding operations, with the battle overwhelmingly in our favor. These confrontations did not shy from the presence of passengers. They could witness the entire affair, their gasps of astonishment reverberating throughout. This is the combat capability of the train. I had previously underestimated its potential. The train conductor is remarkable, effortlessly annihilating the opposing train and fleet with mere banter. Oh, how I long to wed the train conductor. Spare me your absurdities. You are male that I could assume the role of a zero, provided the train conductor is amenable. Suddenly, an announcement resonates. Please check your wristwatches. A new mission has been released. The crowd inspects the task. The train conductor has initiated a cataclysmic war against the canine civilization. All passengers may participate. Main task: annihilate the canine civilization. Slay all dog-headed beings. Upon completion, participating guilds will evenly distribute 50 million star coins based on contribution. The prize pool is variable and will grow as the war progresses. Side Task 1. Procure spacesuits from a market. Pilot a spacecraft to engage in combat aboard enemy vessels. Rewards will be granted for each dog-headed being slain. Side Task 2. Proceed to Lifestar AB and conduct a thorough search for dog-headed beings on the planets. Rewards will be granted for each dog-headed being slain. The train conductor will dispatch escort ships. Should formidable entities be encountered, the escort ships will clear the path, accelerating the war effort. Side Task 3. Gather comprehensive intelligence on the canine civilization. Chapter 51. The frail mechanic girl in Carriage 11. A somewhat anxious Ling Zheng hastily gathers his guild members. You, go rent a spaceship. A large one. You, purchase 200 spacesuits. That should suffice. It is said that combat aboard warships yields greater rewards. President, our guild lacks sufficient funds. Fear not. I shall procure a loan that we must acquire the necessary weapons. This is a prime opportunity for our advancement. As Ling Zheng turns to depart, he is halted by Ling Yu. Brother, I wish to accompany you. Ling Zheng chuckles warmly. You may either play here diligently, or I shall send you to a care facility. Choose wisely. Ling Yu sticks out her tongue. I shall seek out the robotic sister for play. The robotic sister? Ling Zheng turns to see a slender robot with a pale red exterior, exhibiting feminine features. May I ask who you are? The robot responds in a human voice. Attend to your own affairs. I shall look after her. Ling Zheng, assured that the robots here pose no threat, nods in agreement and rushes to the market. After he departs, the robot sits in his seat, extending a finger. Yeah. Can you assist me further? Lingyu beams sweetly and nods vigorously. In the lounge area. Chen An has just taken a sip when he receives a reminder from Fengyou. Are you suggesting that Lingyu possesses a mechanical aptitude, albeit uncertain if it can be awakened? She recently enabled a self-programming capability in a robot, and it can evolve continuously until it becomes a true mechanical life form. Chen An is taken aback. Can a mechanic truly grant life to a robot? That seems of little benefit to me, that he desires absolute control over the robots, without their self-awareness. Mechanics can upgrade mechanical components, creating more potent, extraordinary weapons. The robot does not possess life. It is merely upgrading. However, due to Lingyu's current frailty, this process is exceptionally slow. Master, shall I intervene? After a moment contemplation, Chen An shakes his head. No need to intervene. A single robot poses no issue that IT can serve to hone Lingyu's abilities. Suddenly, he feels a twinge of regret, pondering whether he should have regarded Ling Zhang's lineage with more significance. Is there an issue with their family bloodline? It has been tested. Both Ling Zhang and Lingyu exhibit normal bloodlines, devoid of any extraordinary genes. So, it is merely luck. Where has Luo Yu gone? Chen An strides towards the pet area, discovering Luo Yu there. Previously, on the giant lizard star, Chen An had transformed half of the pet space into a verdant oasis, complete with lawns, trees, and flowers, a relatively intact ecosystem. If the train journey is prolonged, he can rejuvenate himself there. Luo Yu is currently nestled in the grass, joyously shaking branches. Chen An, you've arrived. Chen An strolls nearby, inquiring, are you still adapting? Hee, it's absolutely splendid here. I thought your train wouldn't boast such an environment, though it is slightly inferior to my previous train. Chen An generously declares, this area is yours. Modify it as you please. Thank you. Shall we form a spiritual bond? No, I require none at present. Would you like a prophecy? Neither is necessary. Focus on your recuperation. Luo Yu's prophecies must not be squandered. They are reserved for pivotal moments, and Chen An is wise enough to recognize this. Just as he is about to depart, he observes Luo Yu's form growing wildly until she resembles a grand willow tree. Come, sit for a while. Very well, let us converse. Elsewhere, the Shenhue Guild spaceship departs the docking bay. Akin to other vessels, in search of warships yet to be extensively stormed in the cockpit, Ling Zhang studies the map, identifying a warship 30 kilometers away. This ship has sustained severe damage, having lost half its head and become adrift space debris. The warship's landing pad lies in ruins, and the train's robotic forces are infiltrating, with no other guilds in proximity. Let us proceed there. I hope the robots are slow, as the dog-headed beings seem sparse. The data on his wristwatch indicates that the dog-headed beings surpass the robots in strength. Without our involvement, the robots would incur significant losses to eradicate them. The speaker is Lu Yang, the vice president and a comrade brought by Ling Zhang. Ling Zhang accesses his wristwatch, retrieving pertinent information, a note of concern lacing his thoughts. There must be some formidable dog-headed beings among them, armed with heavy weaponry, and we can only deploy 200 personnel. This may prove troublesome. Lu Yang, at times, possesses greater insight than Ling Zhang. Chuckling, our objective is not to eradicate all dog-headed beings. We are merely fulfilling a task. If we can slay a few, it suffices. Let the robots handle the rest. Linggu, are you nearing the second tier? Indeed, but I am still a tad short. Quickly select individuals. Those willing to engage in combat, step forward. The rewards will be shared equally with other guilds, with the slain enemies divided 50-50. This implies that if a dog-headed being is slain, both the individual and the guild receive half the bounty. The number of volunteers swiftly fills, comprising Ling Zhang's most trusted subordinates, each possessing commendable combat prowess. Minutes later, the spaceship lands on the warship's docking bay. 200 individuals donning space suits and fully armed prepare to engage in battle, including Ling Zhang, Lu Yang. We shall each command 100 and engage separately. Understood. Linggu, take care. Navigating through the docking bay, they enter a lengthy corridor marked by the remnants of numerous battles fought by robots, littered with discarded carcasses. Can everyone wield their weapons? Ling Zhang inquires loudly. The group responds affirmatively. We have mastered them. These weapons are formidable. A single shot can end a life. Had we possessed such arms earlier, we could have toppled the Witch God Empire. Let bygones be bygones. Load your magazines, chamber your rounds, and unleash hell upon any dog-headed being you encounter. Understood. The team advances swiftly, traversing the corridor until they reach the armory. It is a chaotic scene, already ravaged by explosions. With the sounds of fierce combat echoing ahead, Ling Zheng leads his team forward, and upon arrival, they witness three dog-headed beings utilizing the armory's equipment to massacre robots. The robots, in their folly, charge headlong into the fray without adaptability. Ling Zheng perceives numerous strategies to resolve the situation. Believing that a frontal assault is the least effective approach, that he surveys the surroundings and gestures to two subordinates skilled in marksmanship, indicating the overhead beams on the left. You two ascend and secure the high ground. Should the enemy attempt to flee through the side door, you shall fire immediately. He personally guides three agile subordinates through the ruins on the right, swiftly positioning them on the flank of the enemy. The dog-headed beings, perhaps believing only robots were engaging, remain engrossed in battle, their laser weapons raining fire ahead. What weapon is that? It appears more powerful than ours. One subordinate murmurs. Ling Zheng commands, disregard that. Await my signal. Chapter 52. Laser weapon. Blue light having found the optimal angle, Ling Zheng gives the order to fire. .3 rifles discharge in unison, the barrage of bullets rendering the nearest dog-headed being riddled with wounds. While the bullets may not match the might of the enemy's laser weaponry, they are lethal enough. There are enemies over there. Retaliate. The other two dog-headed beings, quick to react, shift positions to evade, one aiming towards Ling Zheng. However, their current position is already exposed to the assault from the left beam. In a flurry of gunfire, the two dog-headed beings collapse, lifeless. After a moment, observing that the robots are retreating from the armory, Ling Zheng realizes there are no more dog-headed beings present, that he hastily instructs, whoever slays an enemy must take a photograph. No fighting over spoils, that if two collaborated to kill, the reward shall be split. There are two methods for submitting tasks, either bringing the corpses back to the train or photographing them with a wristwatch. The latter is undoubtedly more convenient amidst the chaos of war. Suddenly, a nearby individual, in a flurry, switches to an enemy weapon, inadvertently firing a laser that scorches a hole in the steel wall. What an impressive weapon. Seeing its effectiveness, Ling Zheng instructs his team to switch to the new arms. He even contemplates whether the weapons can be transported back for his guild's use. However, just as he is about to proceed, a warning blares from his wristwatch. All the weaponry aboard the battleships has been confiscated by the train. The passengers possess only the right to use them, not ownership. It is imperative that the passengers refrain from indiscriminately seizing spoils of war. Their presence is intended to hone their combat skills, not to pillage weaponry for profit. Otherwise, Chen An would not have assigned them any missions. Subsequently, Ling Zheng and his team continue their assault, eliminating all encountered goblins. The interior of every battleship mirrored this scenario. Robots forged ahead while passengers followed, collecting heads. However, it was not merely collecting. Without their assistance in dealing damage, the robots would have sustained greater losses. After 3 hours, the battles aboard the various battleships drew to a close. Fengyou conducted a full scan, confirming the absence of goblins before retracting all ships back to the train. The guilds also returned, as they would be transported back to an orbit near the star, where the war against the two planets could commence. In the absence of new battleship production, 8 ships can be repaired daily. Recently, Chen An and Luo Yu achieved a mental connection, and now he sprawled lazily on the couch, reluctant to move. The priority was to repair the destroyers, followed by the frigates. Once all repairs were complete, both types of ships would be constructed simultaneously, with an emphasis on destroyers. After estimation, constructing a destroyer requires 2 days. 2 days is but a fleeting moment. I am not lacking in time. Once the train returns to its orbit, we shall promptly initiate a new war. Is there any issue with that? Previous battles revealed that goblins primarily utilize laser weaponry, which the passengers are ill-equipped to counter. Chen An expressed his displeasure. Costa truly disregards the future. And no wonder I found the goblins' enhancements weak. He never intended to develop the extraordinary, merely focusing on survival in the early stages. Extraordinary capabilities are the future, regardless of how powerful the weapons are. When faced with a stellar destroyer capable of shattering planets with a single blow, neither laser nor particle weapons will suffice. Chen An stated, I am acutely aware, akin to the beast that obliterated the plant-like civilization. Only an extraordinary orbital cannon could annihilate them. Nothing else would prove effective. However, the circumstances are peculiar. An announcement has been made. The market will launch the laser weapon Blue Light, priced at 200 star coins. Goblins lack training value, prompting the train to launch an offensive. 80 frigates and all combat robots were dispatched to swiftly eradicate the goblins that eye in the market. The introduction of blue light caused a sensation, with major guilds rapidly commencing purchases, expending star coins in the thousands. It was rumored that the train's decision to release this was in response to the goblins' use of laser weapons. Our laser weapons boast a more advanced energy module, capable of firing a total of 100 shots when fully charged. There is no need to worry about charging issues, as each ship will have charging ports available. Wow. Purchasing a blue light implies prolonged usage. It is exceedingly economical. The energy module has a charging limit. If one notices a decrease in shots after each charge, it is best to replace it promptly. Relevant information is readily available on the wristwatch, and those diligent in reading are already aware. Sharing insights in the market and garnering considerable attention. Are those individuals from the Night Guild. Even President Xiao is unrecognized. They, too, have come to procure weapons. Given the scale of the Night Guild, acquiring 500 blue lights should pose no challenge. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Zhan opted not for blue light, but for the K-28 sniper rifle, which had been available for several days yet garnered little interest. The sniper rifle only cost 20 star coins. But the ammunition is exorbitantly priced at 1 star coin per round. In the recent conflicts, rifles proved more effective than sniper rifles due to the complex environments on the planets, which often lacked suitable sniping conditions. Someone could not help but inquire, "President Xiao, did you perhaps make an error in your purchase?" Xiao Zhan chuckled with a grin. "My vision is perfectly fine. I would remind you that the train's previous announcement clearly stated that battleships and robots would be the main forces in the war." He uttered this single statement, leaving those around him perplexed. As Xiao Zhan's actions became known, many guild leaders experienced a moment of clarity, promptly halting their blue light purchases in favor of bulk buying sniper rifles. In Market 10, Yang Yuan expressed confusion over Jishu's orders. "Sister Shu, that fellow Xiao Zhan never follows conventional paths. We are different and ought to proceed cautiously. While the sniper rifle is cheaper than blue light. In terms of combat effectiveness and value for money, blue light is superior." Jishu, disinterested in explanation, commanded, "Enough chatter, just buy it. Each facial recognition scan permits the purchase of only 10 rifles, which is too slow. You all should buy together. Aim to gather 500 rifles, with ammunition tentatively set at 10,000. Beside Jishu, Cheng Guoyang from the Hope Guild and Xia Feng from the Dragon Guild were also urged to swiftly acquire sniper rifles. They tacitly refrained from making a fuss, allowing others to grasp the situation themselves. In Carriage 11, Ling Zheng was questioned by other guild leaders regarding his motives, as he had purchased sniper rifles even more rapidly than Xiao Zhan. However, his lesser fame meant his actions were not widely known. Ling Zheng, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and explained, "There are 2 reasons. First, our guild lacks funds. We cannot afford blue light. Second, I discovered during previous battles that once the train participates in warfare, we seldom have opportunities for close-quarters combat. In such instances, possessing sniper rifles enables us to collect heads from a distance. I have tested this. Even if the enemy is severely weakened by the robots. As long as I deliver the final shot, the head counts as mine." Others suddenly grasped the situation. What is the use of purchasing a plethora of blue lights when such weapons require close-range combo in the scene? The warships have already penetrated the atmospheres of 2 planets, searching for the location of the dog-headed people. The dog-headed individuals are not fools. They have been preparing for battle since the moment their train was destroyed. With no retreat possible, they must fight to the bitter end. Boom! 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 Each warship unleashes a barrage of firepower, commencing a concentrated bombardment on the areas where the dog-headed people are gathered. A truly spectacular sight. Chen An cautions, "Do not destroy the mineral resources, especially the energy crystals. Rest assured, Master, we have avoided most of the significant resources. Should we preserve the natural resources? No need, just proceed with carpet bombing. After the bombardment, let the robots and the guilds land and eradicate the remaining enemies." Following this command, Fu Yao commands the warships to launch indiscriminate attacks with utmost efficiency in areas that are dry and flammable. Incendiary bombs are deployed en masse on flat grasslands. Lasers sweep across, leaving no escape for the dog-headed ships. Behind the fleet, the guild ships temporarily hover in awe. Once the dog-headed fleet is decimated, we are left with pure dimensional oppression, terrifying. They cannot see the situation on the planet's surface, but through their ship's reconnaissance systems, they witness the relentless warfare raging across the planet. If compared to the Purple Star, A single warship can cover a significant portion of the continent with its firepower, rendering ground resistance utterly impotent. Yet, there is some resistance. A few large ships retaliate with their main cannons, causing minor damage to the warships. However, the warships can easily adjust their targets, obliterating the attackers in an instant, an entirely different level of combat power. The guild leaders are profoundly shocked, particularly Xiao Zhen, whose eyes redden with intensity, fingers cracking from tension. If I had such a fleet, I could reach the heavens. Leader, we are already in the skies. Silence, and no one will consider you mute. I find this journey increasingly intriguing. I must work harder to acquire a warship. Those around him believe their leader has lost his mind. After all, who could afford a warship when they cannot even purchase a spaceship? However, shortly after, someone exclaims in surprise while glancing at their wristwatch. Look, everyone! The crowd opens the market on their watches and discovers new products have become available. A 106 transport ship, small 500. 000 star coins. A 106 transport ship, medium 1 million star coins. A 106 transport ship, large 5 million star coins. F399 multifunctional transport ship, small 800,000 star coins. F399 multifunctional transport ship, medium 2. 000 star coins. F399 multifunctional transport ship, large 8 million star coins. Train exclusive escort ship, standard 150 million star coins. Train exclusive destroyer ship, standard 300 million star coins. Oh my heavens. 300 million star coins. That wouldn't even cover a fraction if we sold ourselves. In contrast to the others' despondence, Xiao Zhen beams with delight, for he sees hope. As long as the train is sold. He believes he can earn and purchase one at just 300 million. Surely he can manage that. Chapter 54. SOS from Beyond the Stars. Leyu's prophecy. 80 escort ships methodically circled the two planets, and after a 2-hour ceasefire, the robots and passengers commenced landing operations. The train broadcasts real-time statistics. Remaining dog-headed, 270,531. Surviving over 200,000 amidst such fierce attacks demonstrates the dog-headed people's remarkable resilience. However, as the landing forces advance, the dog-headed people's space for survival is gradually contracted. Inside the train, Chen An is dissatisfied with the current situation. How many combat robots do we have? 74 to 86 units, with over 20,000 deemed scrap in the process of recycling. Continue production, ensuring the number of combat robots remains around 200,000. Can they upgrade? Is the version too low to even defeat the dog-headed? If the master wishes to upgrade the robots, further technological breakthroughs are necessary. There are two meanings to breakthroughs. One is self-research, and the other is seizing the achievements of others. I recommend choosing the latter. Chen An, I wish, but if others can manufacture more advanced robots, do you think we can compete? How long will research take? Given our current research capabilities aboard the train, it will require at least 2.5 years. Aren't you supposed to know everything? Just upgrade me directly. Fengyou also needs to learn. She has not yet encountered advanced robot development materials. That makes sense. Although Fengyou is a super-intelligent brain, her knowledge is largely confined to procedural rules, lacking comprehensive understanding of substantive content, requiring continuous learning and upgrading. All right, I understand. Let us initiate the development of the next-generation robots. It's better than having nothing. Chen An shifts his focus from the war to the future development of the train. Besides resources and the core, what else can we salvage from the two destroyed trains? The derelict trains can be dismantled for considerable materials, which can be used to manufacture celestial patrol ships. Can I manufacture them now? Once the train is upgraded to 2 stars, it will acquire a factory for manufacturing celestial patrol ships, but may not guarantee production without further technological breakthroughs. After collecting the resources, immediately dismantle the 2 trains. Gather every useful item. An hour later, Fengyou reports on the resource collection status. The initial search for the dog-headed train has been completed, yielding over 50 million energy crystals. Chen An beams with satisfaction. That means I only expended over 40 million energy crystals, an incredible profit. Master, reconnaissance ships in the vicinity have relayed information. This star system has discovered 4 planets rich in energy crystals, with an estimated total of 70 million units. Chen An cannot contain his joy, promptly grabbing a bottle of celebratory drink and taking a hearty swig. From now on, collecting energy crystals will be our primary mission. All other collections must take a back seat. Fengyou understands and has prioritized energy crystal collection as the highest priority. Besides energy crystals, there are numerous other mineral resources available for constructing destroyers, which are also a focal point for Chen. And over the next few days, the train doubles the number of mining ships and mining robots, fervently gathering resources. Meanwhile, the dog-headed people succumb after only 3 days, signaling the end of the war. All guilds reap substantial benefits. Firstly, there are task rewards, particularly from the mainline task pool, which enriches the large guilds immensely. Secondly, the 2 planets are abundant in resources. With effort, every guild can prosper. No one remains idle aboard the train. All passengers toil for survival. The Yushing people fully adapt to their new lives, gradually blending with the Purple Star inhabitants, AS for certain physical distinctions. They go unnoticed. 5 days after the train arrives in the star system, a sudden signal heightens Chen An's alertness. Fengyou, has the signal been deciphered? Chen An sits upright in the cockpit. As reconnaissance ships scattered throughout the star system relay a wealth of real-time footage, revealing no anomalies, the information has been deciphered. It is an audio transmission. Shall I play it? Play it. The audio transforms into the Purple Star language. The tone urgent and frantic. Help! Such powerful star beasts. The train has been torn apart. It's over. It's truly over. Are there any nearby trains to rescue us? The content is fragmented, yet the message is clear. Another train has encountered a star beast, likely the same one that previously annihilated the plant civilization. Fengyou, how far is that train from us? Based on the signal attenuation, it is possibly over 10 billion kilometers away, likely ahead of our course. Chen An swallows hard. I have an extraordinary orbital cannon. I should be able to take it down, right? I advise against attempting that. If the star beast possesses special abilities, it may evade the orbital cannon. So, if we encounter that creature, our only option is to leap through space to escape. After much contemplation, Chen An calls for Liu, asking her to foresee what may lie ahead for the train's route. If we are to face a commanding level star beast, we must evade it in advance, even if it means taking a longer route. Liu obediently follows Chen An's instructions, her entire body intertwining like tendrils upon the train's interior, her trunk radiating with green energy. Chen An refrains from interrupting, maintaining a respectful distance. Fengyou, prepare the energy crystals. She may expend a considerable amount this time. Chen An feels a pang of concern. He wonders how much life force Liu will expend during this prophecy. After approximately half an hour, Liu lets out a piercing scream. Chen An rushes over to find her entire form withered. Her tendrils limp as if drained of moisture, collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. Quick! Energy crystals! Boxes of energy crystals are quickly piled beside Liu as her body absorbs the energy rapidly. Fengyou, why is she experiencing such severe aftereffects? Perhaps because the master did not impose limits on her, she continued to prophesy until utterly exhausted. Chen An slapped himself. It's my fault. I forgot to instruct her to only predict the days leading up to our departure. After waiting for about an hour, Liu finally revives, her body regaining its vibrant green hue. Chen An, I have foreseen the train's encounters for the next 6 months. Isn't it impressive? Chen An praises her. Indeed, there is no one more formidable than you aboard this train. My mind feels a bit muddled. Let me gather my thoughts first. After a moment, Liu reveals her prophetic results that we will depart in 12 days. And after 31 days of travel, we will arrive in a vast star region. There are numerous star systems there, each containing life-bearing planets, and we must remain there for an extended period, as it is a jumping node that may open at any time. Due to our late arrival, the advantageous star systems were seized by other trains, leaving us to navigate through remote areas and develop in relatively barren galaxies. 2 months later, we encountered conflict with the Triclops, who annihilated over a dozen of our escort ships. Their overwhelming strength forced us to abandon the system and relocate to a more peripheral region. 3 months later, we clashed with the lycanthropes, resulting in a loss of numerous passengers. In a fit of rage, you unleashed the extraordinary orbital cannon upon them, inciting fear among other trains. 6 months later, the star beasts approached us directly, prompting you to prepare for a spatial jump. This is where my prophecy ends. Chapter 55. The useful and useless photosynthesis. After hearing Liu's prophecy, Chen An felt a sense of frustration. How did I end up in such a predicament? Despite being both offensive and defensive, it turns out our tardiness prevented us from securing a prime position. Fengyou, issue an announcement immediately. We shall depart tomorrow, and we will forego any uncollected resources. He resolved to move at full speed, aiming to reach the jump point before other trains and find the most advantageous position. The abrupt command from the train left the passengers astonished, yet they dared not protest and complied. Consequently, the guilds hastily gathered essential resources to ensure the upcoming voyage would proceed smoothly. Chen An was also ready to implement changes. Xiaoyu, how many times have we stopped on the way to the jump node? And how much time have we spent? Liu replied, after departure, we will encounter the Life Star in 10 days, at which point we will dock for 5 days. Chen An said, all right, let us save those 5 days and keep moving without stopping. Fengyou, immediately lower the base food prices in the market so that all passengers can afford meals on the train. Only the guild leaders possess wealth. The true underclass cannot last a month. Chen An must ensure ample food supply for them. Master, if we lower the price further, there will be no profit margin left. It would be better to offer it for free. This is where you misunderstand. Even a reduction to 0.01 star coins is preferable to giving it away for nothing. Remember, we must never open the door to free offerings, except in special circumstances. Have we completed the crystal collection? We have gathered 60 million units. The remaining 10 million units are buried too deep and require more time to extract. Then let it go. We shall dedicate the rest of today to gathering food, exhausting both planets as much as possible. After making these decisions, Chen An returned to his quarters to lie down for a while. He did not fall asleep, but contemplated the appropriateness of his decisions and whether they needed refinement. Fengyou also contributed thoughts in his mind, leading to a final modification. The departure was postponed by 1 day. The train would set off the day after tomorrow, since the additional day would not significantly impact reaching the jump point. It would affect the guilds and resource collection on the train. Chen An realized much. The train did not need to synchronize with the cosmic annihilation. If he had a superior plan, it could advance ahead, distancing itself from the destruction. Moreover, it was unnecessary to collect every resource along the way. The universe is vast, and with so many planets, some must be left behind for the greater good. Fengyou, prepare the spacecraft. I will take you to explore the planet. The plan was executed by Fengyou, as he had nothing else to do. Upon hearing of the outing, Liu was overjoyed. Chen An, thank you. I merely wished to venture out and brought you along. Half an hour later, Chen An's private spacecraft docked on Planet B. He had forgotten one thing. This planet had been ravaged by war, making it difficult to find a comfortable environment. Fortunately, the planet was vast, and there were bound to be remnants of unspoiled scenery. Liu joyously entered the lush forest, frolicking about. Occasionally, she would root herself into the ground, growing taller to savor the nutrients of the surrounding soil. Chen An followed her, suddenly recalling his ability to photosynthesize and wishing to try it. Fengyou, how do I photosynthesize? Simply allow your body to freely absorb ultraviolet radiation. In essence, it meant sunbathing. Chen An found a large stone slab to lie on, positioning himself as though he were a tree. After a while, he felt no sensation. Where are the cells that allow me to photosynthesize? Please explore this yourself. Undoubtedly, the photosynthetic cells must be beneath his clothing. Thus, Chen An shed his upper garments, and the warmth intensified immediately, with energy surging within him. Oh, this is photosynthesis. It felt quite marvelous. While lost in thought, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. I sense that you feel closer to nature this way. Why did humans invent clothing? It's so peculiar. Chen An's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. Well, you said, there's a small lake over there. Would you like to catch some fish? Certainly. Fish meat is not rare. It can be found on nearly every life star. However, aquatic creatures often exhibit greater diversity than terrestrial ones, and one might encounter new species. Upon reaching the lakeside, Chen An prepared to send a robot to catch fish. To his surprise, Liu was faster, her legs rooted into the earth, and her arms transformed into long branches, effortlessly pulling several fish from the lake. Chen An gave her a thumbs up. Whoever takes you along will never go hungry. Liu preferred raw fish, while Chen An opted for grilled fish, with both parties remaining undisturbed. The day passed in tranquility, and Chen An felt immensely relaxed. Returning to the train that night, Chen An checked the resource collection progress. 2 derelict trains had been dismantled, and all usable materials had been retrieved. The food storage was full, sufficient to meet the needs of everyone on board for half a year. Important minerals were still being collected, and the reserves had increased significantly. Then there were the warships. About 20 escort ships had been repaired, and both destroyers were fully restored, with new destroyers specially designed for the train currently in production. Overall, everything was progressing well, just awaiting departure that on the final day, Chen An transformed into a passenger and strolled through the carriage. Most people were outside collecting resources, leaving very few aboard. Chen An first visited the daycare, where the children were engaged in learning. The knowledge imparted was not merely arithmetic and science, but more focused on recognizing cosmic life forms. This was satisfactory. He intended to cultivate loyal explorers rather than scientists. After a casual glance around the daycare, Chen An proceeded to carriage 11. Lingwei. I'm back. Lingwei was playing with a robot and was overjoyed to see Chen and brother in. I missed you. You haven't tea coming days. Chen An handed her a handful of candies and asked her to fetch some hot water. After sending the children away, he inquired of the robot, what do you think of Lingwei's existence? All robots were aware of Chen An's identity, and this one was no exception. Lingwei is the most adorable person. I wish to protect her. Chen An instructed Fengyou to scan the robot's signal for anomalies. Finding none, it was indeed speaking the truth. All right, your next task is to protect Lingwei closely. Oh, you have a name? The robot shook its head. Please bestow a name upon me, train master. From this moment on, you shall be called Yi Ding. A spark of humanity ignited in the robot's eyes, and the name Yi was deeply engraved in its core programming. Chapter 56, Spiritual Resonance and Spiritual Coupling, Master. Yi is evolving towards a feminine aspect. Chen An understood that feminine referred to a female presence. Hadn't he previously encountered a female robot? Previously, it was merely in form and designation. But now it embodies true femininity, capable of harmonizing yin and yang. Don't speak to me of yin and yang harmony. I have spiritual responses now. Before long, Lingwei returned, offering Chen An a cup of hot water. After he drank it and exchanged a few words with her, he departed. The final day passed swiftly, and as it neared its conclusion, the passengers instinctively returned to the train, refraining from further excursions. Chen An returned to the cockpit, checking for any omissions. The energy was full, and all necessary resources had been gathered. Was there sufficient water aboard? The train's water storage has consistently maintained a 3-month supply. This meant that even if the passengers used it freely, there would still be enough for 3 months. Good. Then announced that the train will depart in 1 hour. After the announcement, the various carriages remained relatively calm. With no signs of unrest, Fengyou issued another announcement stating that the train will accept second-hand weapons, with prices calculated according to their condition. Recently, it had been discovered that some guilds had purchased large quantities of weapons with little utility and could not repay their loans. In such cases, Chen An needed to make appropriate adjustments to prevent these guilds from becoming complacent. Once the announcement was made, not only the smaller guilds but also the larger ones actively participated. The most reclaimed item was the blue light, with the highest price adjustment reaching only 70%. This situation left Chen An astounded that is it possible that such a fine weapon as blue light is being discarded. Not every situation is the same. If I refrain from action next time, won't you still need to purchase blue light? This is a form of herd mentality. When many people partake in something, others will feel compelled to join in. In truth, it boiled down to a lack of funds. Large guilds like Night Hope simply bought and stored their purchases without any intention of recycling. Chen An chose not to dwell on these issues. As long as survival was not impacted, they could do as they pleased. An hour later, the train set off, soaring beyond the star system. Initially, the speed was slow. But once they exited the inner orbital path of the star, the train surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing through the starry expanse at great speed. During the journey that followed, the train would endeavor to avoid the star system, maintaining a steady velocity. Half an hour later, the train has completely exited the star system and has entered normal cruising mode. It is advisable for the master to leave the cockpit and rest. Chen An stood up from the pilot's seat. Stretching, he gazed out the porthole at the dazzling sea of stars, which appeared particularly vast, that in the infinite distance, scorching stars twinkled incessantly, potentially harboring strange phenomena. However, the train would not approach, but would instead maintain a safe distance. After a brief interlude, Chen An returned to the lounge area, embarking on his solitary existence. However, with the addition of the enchanting Luo Yu, his days had improved significantly. Half a day after the train's departure, Chen An received a message from Zi Shu. Are you busy? I'm napping, with nothing to do. Not seeking me out for a nap? Have you found another companion? After exchanging a few casual remarks, they arranged to meet in their usual room half an hour later. Can I truly achieve a spiritual connection with her? You can connect with any being. But the degree of compatibility cannot be guaranteed. Is it possible to connect with a yang-type being? You cannot spiritually connect with yang beings, but you can achieve a coupling influenced by the degree of connection. Wait, let me first shatter my worldview. All right, my perspectives are in tatters. Please continue. What benefits can coupling provide? Coupling between yang with yang, or yin with yin, does not yield any tangible benefits, only peculiar sensations. Moreover, this sensation is inferior to spiritual connection. Chen An sighed in relief. That's good. I was genuinely concerned you might suggest something nonsensical. However, if the coupling degree reaches 100%, it can produce extraordinarily potent effects, even surpassing spiritual connection. Stop right there. I'm not interested in any extreme effects. Tell me how to actively achieve a spiritual connection. The previous connections have been initiated by Luo Yu, with Chen An remaining entirely passive and unaware of the method. Only extraordinary beings can spiritually connect. You may attempt to disperse your consciousness. A wondrous phenomenon will be revealed at that moment. Chen An was on the first basement level, riding a floating platform toward Car No. He closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Upon dispersing his consciousness, he was astonished to find a magnificent world of colors. Are those light points extraordinary powers? You can amalgamate extraordinary powers into a beam known as a spiritual string. Spiritual strings can connect or couple with one another, providing sublime spiritual sensations. If you're the passive party, your spiritual string will be drawn out by others, and the choice to connect remains yours. I thought as much. If one could not choose, people would be coupling with strangers indiscriminately on the streets. With familiarity, Chen An proceeded to the physiological area of car number 10. Zishu had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Chen An, she rushed forward to envelop him in a heavy embrace. After their embrace, Zishu leaned in, sniffing intently at Chen An. What are you doing? I'm checking whether you carry the scent of other girls. Surprisingly, you do not. Why do you wear such a look of astonishment? Chen An replied. Should I be expected to? Zishu teased. I just feel you are not the stable type. Fear not. We are merely companions. There's no obligation on your part. Besides, you can hardly afford it. Your guild is already ranked beyond 500. The Red Sun Guild is merely a facade. I rarely pay attention to ITM. Why guild has few members. We're just scraping by. Are you dismissing me? Dressed in a flowing purple gown and with her long hair cascading elegantly, Zishu's appearance was strikingly different, exuding an air of refined grace. What nonsense! If I were to dismiss you, would I actively seek you out? Hey, have you begun to dismiss me? You've never sought me out before. You are the guild leader. I wouldn't dare waste your time. Zishu clung to Chen An's arm, unbothered by the gazes of others, confidently leading him to their reserved room. Half an hour later, Zishu inquired, Aren't you worried I might develop feelings for someone else? You seem rather unconcerned. Chen An was well aware of Zishu's daily whereabouts. Are you contemplating that? She playfully bit his arm. If it were another man, he would be anxious by now. Yet you remain unfazed. I have no interest in other men. But if the train conductor were to suddenly appear before me and express affection, I might indeed fall for him. Chen An, can you not exhibit a sense of urgency? I'm the beautiful guild leader. If the conductor dares to act that way, I will undoubtedly make him unrecognizable. Zishu's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly covered Chen An's mouth. The conductor is our superior. Chen An is just a child who speaks without thinking. Please disregard him. Chapter 57. Zishu's suitors. Chen An understood Zishu's emotional turmoil. The surrounding changes were overwhelming, and she feared losing herself. Thus, she sought closeness with those she cherished, attempting to anchor herself. Yet, if her anchor proved too feeble, it could lead to dire consequences. Very well, for your sake, I may reluctantly develop the guild, Zishu replied softly. If it weren't for me, would you intend to remain idle indefinitely? It is not idleness. It is merely going with the flow. Now, do not wear that expression. When my guild surpasses yours, do not shed tears. Zishu chuckled. You think you can surpass me? Have you yet to awaken from your dreams? Do you require assistance? I could casually let slip some resources that would suffice for you. Chen An commanded Fengyou in his mind. Cease the recruitment of the Red Sun Guild. Only accept experienced secondary extraordinary beings. Master, should I specify the benefits? The Red Sun offers no benefits. Those who come do so at their own discretion, and fortune will favor the fortunate, with an entire train as a backdrop. This was the greatest benefit. Since Zishu desired a sense of security, Chen An could provide her with some during their leisure time, as he often found himself quite bored. Subsequently, Zishu recounted her experiences and observations, weaving tales of wonder. Oh, you remember the singer Wen Jie? She is now with Yang Yuan. Liang Yu, who is usually so mysterious, has surprisingly caught the attention of you, girl. He lives quite lavishly now. During the last hunt against the dog-headed men, Yu Guan nearly faced disaster. Since then, he has been training diligently. She chattered on for over 10 minutes, while Chen An closed his eyes, focusing on conjuring his spiritual strings. He merely needed to guide his spiritual strings into Zishu's mind, and she would passively manifest her own. Chen An's strings were red, while Zishu's were purple. Where am I? What is happening? Chen An refrained from explanation, steering himself closer to achieve the connection. A thunderous resonance ensued, to Chen An's astonishment. This spiritual connection lasted a staggering 8 hours. Fu Yao, what transpired? Your compatibility with Zishu has reached 90%. Ah, I see that I believe your earlier words now. The higher the compatibility, the lesser the after-effects post-connection. What is my compatibility with Luo Yu? 86%. The primary reason is the cultural differences and significant disparity in perspectives. As your time together increases, the compatibility will gradually enhance. Their possibility of achieving 100% compatibility, you must seek it out yourself. 100% compatibility, also known as perfect compatibility, undoubtedly exists within the universe. Whether you encounter it depends on your luck. After assimilating this information, Chen An inquired further. What have I gained from Zishu? Due to your shared lineage, you have not acquired any extraordinary abilities, but have instead strengthened your spirit. You can now manifest 2 spiritual strings. As his consciousness returned, Chen An noticed that Zishu had fallen asleep, and he too succumbed to slumber. 4 hours later, the two left the physiological area, encountering Yang Yuan at the entrance. This fellow was embracing Wen Jie, astonished upon spotting Chen and Zishu. Shu Jie, you claimed you had not been here before? Old Chen, it seems you were indeed the key. I reckon those suitors must be in tears. Intrigued, Chen An asked, how many suitors does my dear Z have? Many. Far too many to enumerate succinctly. Then take your time. Let's go. I shall treat you all to a grand feast. The 4 proceeded to the dining area, where Chen An gestured extravagantly, ordering the most abundant dishes. After only a few selections, Zishu intervened. Not waste money. A moderate amount will suffice. Yang Yuan chuckled. Indeed, we are family, always looking out for old Chen's finances. Let us split the bill. I shall also call you Guan and Liang Yu. Chen An did not insist. Splitting the bill was acceptable. While waiting, Yang Yuan elaborated on Zishu's admirers. Zishu did not interrupt. Rather, she seemed eager, hoping for Chen An's reaction. Shu Jie's most formidable suitor is Qi Mingguang, the president of the Mingyue Guild. Are you familiar with him? Chen An nodded. That lad is bold and ambitious. I see potential in him. Yang Yuan continued. The Mingyue Guild boasts a membership of 10,000, filled with countless experts that he himself has already reached secondary extraordinary status and is likely on the cusp of the tertiary level. Be cautious, old Chen. Are there others? Indeed, many, including various guild leaders and vice leaders, for instance. Yang Yuan spoke for about 10 minutes, revealing a plethora of suitors, many of whom were on Chen An's watch list. The watch list comprised promising guild leaders who might receive specialized support in the future. The dishes began to arrive. Shortly thereafter, Yu Guan and Liang Yu joined them. Liang Yu was accompanied by his partner, a polite Yu girl named Zhu Xiaoyu. Old Chen, I heard from Yang that you and Shu Jie have finally come together? Yu Guan inquired, brimming with curiosity. Liang Yu added, I suspect it wasn't only today. Issues between you two seemed apparent during the Purple Star event. One must never hesitate. Affection is affection. Had we not been on the same train, you might have remained eternally apart. What a pity. Yang Yuan playfully kicked him, admonishing, do not speak such disheartening words. The food has arrived, so silence your mouth. The meal was filled with joy, and after parting ways, Chen An and Zishu continued to explore before eventually returning separately. Half a day later, Fu Yao informed Chen An that someone wished to challenge him. What does that mean? Qi Mingguang awaits you in the entertainment area, claiming he wishes to duel you in extraordinary combat. The loser must leave Zishu. Chen An chuckled, a mere child throwing a tantrum. There is no need to pay him any mind. However, the situation escalated, and the number of challengers to Chen An continued to grow. Many sought out the first carriage, causing quite a stir. It seemed that idleness bred mischief. Fu Yao suggested researching entertainment projects that could engage the entire populace. After referencing the Purple Star data, I recommend hosting a singer selection competition or a train game event, which can effectively allow passengers to vent their emotions. Please prepare a detailed plan for me. For now, I must deal with these ruffians to prevent them from continuing their provocations. Chen An was not angered. Instead, he found the situation amusing. He donned his helmet and entered the extraordinary battle game. Anyone could come. He intended to sweep the entire train. Initially, it was a suitor of Ji Shu challenging him, but it transformed into him challenging the entire train. The commotion rippled through the carriages, particularly among Ji Shu's admirers, who flocked to the entertainment area to issue challenges against Chen and no need to rush. Let them come one by one. Chapter 58. 100 consecutive victories. Soaring to first place. What is the current situation? In the entertainment area of the 10th carriage, the crowd was congested, a veritable sea of people. The extraordinary battle game was broadcasting live, and a large screen displayed the combat at that moment. Two cartoon characters engaged in a fluid battle, with the character on the right emerging victorious. Chen An was indeed formidable, having achieved 15 consecutive victories, including against several presidents. At first glance, his enhancement level appeared to be at the pinnacle of the second tier. My goodness, 15 victories? I had no idea Chen An, previously unknown, was such a big shot. Has Qi Mingwang stepped up yet? Not yet, but look over there. He seems ready to go. Qi Mingwang donned the virtual helmet and, upon entering the game, issued a challenge to Chen and had been anticipating this moment and readily accepted the challenge, both entering the extraordinary battlefield that I am about to enter the third tier. Against a dog-headed man, I don't require a gun, only close combat. You might want to concede now. Qi Mingwang aimed to assert his dominance. Chen An chuckled lightly. I don't need a gun to deal with a dog-headed man. Since you refuse to concede, let the battle commence. I must warn you, I have previously trained in Sanzhou. Once the battle began, the two fought like martial arts masters, neither able to gain the upper hand. Chen An sensed that this fellow indeed possessed skills. After all, he had trained in Sanzhou. Had it not been for Chen An's overwhelming level, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. Fengyou, gather me some close combat fighting techniques. I wish to learn on the spot. As various combat techniques flooded into Chen An's mind, he utilized Qi Mingwang as a practice partner, his skills becoming increasingly adept and methodical. Initially, the audience believed the two were evenly matched, cheering fervently for Qi Mingwang. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Chen An seemed to grow stronger, gradually suppressing Qi Mingwang, poised to defeat him but holding back. Was he merely looking to hone his skills? It was evident, and it piqued interest. The one speaking was Xiao Zhen, who had just arrived, feeling a bit restless. 5 minutes later, unable to bear the humiliation. Qi Mingwang voluntarily conceded, leaving with a flushed face and a promise to cease pursuing Ji Shu. With Qi Mingwang defeated, weaker challengers hesitated to step up, leading to Chen and waiting for quite some time without an opponent. Just as he was about to declare his complete victory, a game prompt indicated someone had issued a challenge. Xiao Zhen. What does this have to do with him? Why is he joining the fray? The two were sent to the arena, where Xiao Zhen first clasped his fists in apology that I am simply eager to test my skills against you. Brother Chen, please go easy on me. Although they had met before, they were not particularly close. Currently, on the extraordinary leaderboard, Xiao Zhen consistently ranked within the top 10. Chen An replied, let us see what you've got as Xiao Zhen engaged in the challenge. It quickly garnered even more attention. The previously uninterested presidents of the event hurried to the entertainment area, having nothing better to do. Yet, just as they arrived, they received news that Xiao Zhen had been defeated so soon. Xiao Zhen was ranked in the top 10. How could he not best Chen An? Unclear. Chen An is absurdly strong. Initially, they appeared evenly matched, but for some reason, Chen An always seemed to suddenly grow stronger. Look, someone else is stepping up. It seems to be Xiaofeng. Greetings, I am Xiaofeng. I seek guidance from Brother Chen and Xiaofeng, hailing from Special Forces background, had a vicious fighting style. Surprisingly, Chen found himself at a disadvantage initially without employing his third-tier strength. Fortunately, he quickly adapted and learned Xiaofeng's military combat techniques, turning the tide and ultimately defeating him. Following this, more challengers emerged, and Chen welcomed them all. Han Dong lasted 3 minutes, Chen Guoyang 5 minutes, and Liu Chang 7 minutes. In just 2 short hours, Chen had faced nearly all the experts at everyone as surprise. The final challenger was Ji Shu. I wish to challenge you too. Chen defeated Ji Shu in 10 minutes. It wasn't out of mercy. Ji Shu was already ranked 3rd, possessing even greater combat strength than Xiao Zhen. After this, no one dared to challenge him again. Someone compiled the data and discovered that Chen had achieved a remarkable 100 consecutive victories. In silence, he had astonished everyone, rising from 500th to first place in a single day, an unfathomable feat. Which guild does he belong to? The Red Sun Guild, which ranks quite low. Interestingly, his guild offers no benefits and has high-level requirements, thus attracting no members that a guild that requires a second-tier level to join. Have they lost their minds? This event invigorated the train's interior, but it lasted only a day. The following day, the train issued a series of announcements. The train will host a singing competition, with the champion receiving a reward of 20,000 star coins and the title of Best Singer. The train will hold a talent show, with the champion also receiving 20,000 star coins and the title of Train Expert. The train will organize various game competitions, with winning teams receiving rewards ranging from 5,000 to 20,000 star coins. The train will conduct extraordinary battle competitions, with the champion earning 100,000 star coins and corresponding rewards for the top 10. This flurry of announcements caused a sensation, making the carriage even more lively. Those who enjoyed singing joined the singer competition, while those with special abilities entered the talent show. For game enthusiasts, there were ample opportunities to form teams and register, with numerous game projects available. However, people were particularly interested in the extraordinary battles, not only for their entertainment value, but also for the generous rewards. Was there even a need to compete? Chen An was undoubtedly the first. Please do review the rules first and refrain from merely complaining. The rules clearly state that the top 10 on the extraordinary leaderboard are ineligible to compete. Moreover, those participating must be limited to the second tier. Exceeding that will result in disqualification. What are we waiting for? Register quickly. The singing competition and talent show will be held in separate zones, with the 20 carriages divided into 20 competition areas. First, a selection of winners will be made within each area, followed by knockout rounds, culminating in the semi-finals and finals, promising plenty of excitement. The games primarily consist of shooting and MOBA games. I suggest using virtual combat for the shooting games, which will enhance the passengers' combat skills and attract more participants. The extraordinary battles, the most popular, will also be divided into competition zones. Each zone will select over 10 participants to enter the knockout rounds, providing them with ample opportunity to showcase their skills. Master-related activities are underway. According to the plan, the events will conclude just as the train reaches the jump point. Chen was quite satisfied. He organized these activities not on a whim, but to maintain the passengers' vitality. Otherwise, prolonged travel would render them weak. Quite well. This could be a regular occurrence. Are there any suitable projects for the guild? You could develop guild versus guild games, which might prove even more engaging. Currently under research. It will be developed soon. All right, take your time. There's no rush. After setting aside these trivial matters, Chen had displayed the scenery outside the train, revealing the boundless starry sky. How we confirmed that we've circled past the area inhabited by the star beasts. According to the model estimates, the star beast is now 2 billion kilometers away and continues to expand. There's an issue with Luoyu's prophecy. She can only predict the original route and encounters. However, once Chen An made modifications, the previous predictions would collapse entirely, and any subsequent encounters would be new situations. Thus, Chen An remained vigilant regarding the star beast. As long as there's no danger, we shall proceed with caution. The nebula shimmered brilliantly as the train sped past, leaving behind a trail of fireworks created by friction. Chapter 59, Arrival at the Jump Point. Docking at Star System 17 after 21 days of continuous travel. On April 17th, the train finally approached the designated area. Chen An invigorated himself, checking the situation ahead from the control panel. In truth, there was little to see, only a vast, colorful nebula forming a colossal ring. The jump node lay within this ring, marking the destination of their journey. How long until we reach the nebula? 8 hours. Very well, no need to hurry. During this time, the various competitions within the train reached their conclusions, overall proving quite successful. 8 hours later, the train plunged into the nebula, leaving a massive void in its wake. Yet if one expanded their view, such voids were insignificant within the entirety of the nebula. Fengyou, have you discovered anything? A star system has been located only 18 billion kilometers away. Should we stop? 18 billion kilometers will take some time to traverse. Chen An summoned Liu to discuss the information, learning that the train had arrived half a month ahead of the prophecy. Liu remarked, the second train may not arrive for another 10 days. Chen An asked, are you certain? I cannot be entirely certain, but my prophecy contains similar information. For a month from now, a train will create a star domain network, allowing us to view public information. Chen An responded, please tell me more about the situation in each star system. There are a total of 126 star systems in this star domain, meaning it can only accommodate 126 trains. In principle, the closer a galaxy is to a jump point, the larger and more resource-rich it will be. The Stargate network assigns numbers to galaxies, and if we wish to secure sufficient resources, it would be prudent to control one of the top 30 galaxies. The number of trains will exceed 126, leading to numerous conflicts. The closer a position is to the main route, the more susceptible it is to attacks. Thus, I do not recommend selecting a galaxy at the edge of the main route. Chen An inquired, what does the main route signify? The entire star domain is enveloped by nebulae, presenting a circular shape with a jump point at its center, which, prior to activation, appears as a dark void. Using this as a reference, for primary routes are drawn at 90-degree angles radiating outward, indicating the four main directions into the star domain. As Luoyu illustrated on the screen, the general layout of the star domain became clear, with galaxies labeled from 1 to 126. I understood that we were approaching Galaxy 94. Fengyou, navigate around. We shall enter the main route. The next 10 days were fraught with tension, as Chen An was reluctant to squander time in minor galaxies. After 5 hours, the train finally entered the main route. A remarkably spacious and unobstructed passage. The train is nearing Galaxy 29. Should we halt to extract resources? Chen An questioned, if we devote ourselves entirely to mining energy crystals, what is the maximum we could yield daily? In the preceding 20 days, he had been constructing mining ships and robots, reaching his limits. If we achieve 100% extraction of energy crystals, we could obtain 20 million units per day. Chen An resolutely commanded, the train shall immediately dock in the galaxy and extract energy crystals at maximum capacity, with passengers remaining on board at all times. We will change positions daily to optimize our efforts. Galaxy 29 is vast, twice the size of the previous galaxy inhabited by the dog-headed creatures. However, this galaxy is only considered average in this region, as the train docked in the stellar orbit. Passengers anticipated disembarking, only to discover that swarms of mining ships were busily traversing outside, showing no intention of releasing them. Concurrently, the train deployed numerous reconnaissance orbs, a more efficient scouting device than reconnaissance ships. Luoyu's prophecy needed verification. 5 days later, the reconnaissance orbs had spread across critical points in the star domain, confirming the accuracy of the prophecy. Having elapsed 5 days, we needed to finalize our destination. The train arrived at Galaxy 1, currently fervently extracting energy crystals. Galaxy 1 is the wealthiest, with a total of 200 million units of energy crystals discovered, though most are challenging to extract. The top 10 galaxies are all near the main route, and with relatively abundant resources, they will inevitably become the focal point of contention for the train, that if we wish to develop steadily, it is best to avoid these galaxies. Chen An nodded in agreement. That is my thought as well. In reality, any galaxy among the top 30 is adequate. The basic resources are abundant that I ask for energy crystals. No amount is excessive for me, so there is no need to pursue a slight increase or decrease. That I propose we establish our base between galaxies 10 and 20. Utilize your big data to analyze this. Prioritizing safety, Fengyou analyzed for 10 minutes and arrived at the optimal solution. I recommend the train dock in Galaxy 17. The rationale. This galaxy is resource-rich, sufficient for our normal use for nearly 10 years. It contains approximately 150 million units of energy crystals, meeting our requirements. The galaxy is not on the main route, and its edges are surrounded by numerous meteor fields, which will hinder other trains from entering, allowing us to fortify our defenses nearby. Lastly, Galaxy 17's unique position places a portion within the first galaxy ring, facilitating our journey to the jump point. As all galaxies orbit the jump point, they can be broadly categorized into 6 galaxy rings, with the outermost being the least favorable. Chen An concurred with Fengyou's analysis. The plan was to remain in Galaxy 17 and spend the last 5 days mining in its vicinity, ensuring a swift return. To expedite the process, Chen An dispatched a fleet to enter Galaxy 17 first and establish preliminary defensive measures. Over the next 5 days, the train entered Galaxies 14, 15, 16, 18, and 19, extracting 20 million energy crystals from each, distributing the yield evenly to avoid provoking conflict with any particular galaxy's train. By the end of the 10th day, reconnaissance orbs relayed information to Chen An that a train had entered. Traversing the main route. Albeit, Fengyou. Recall all mining ships to the train. We shall proceed to Galaxy 17. The entire process took 6 hours, during which Chen An continuously monitored the new train's movements. It was a rodent-like humanoid species, even more grotesque than the dog-headed beings, which Chen An termed ratmen. The ratmen initially intended to enter the nearest Galaxy 108, but may have discovered a more advantageous location, thus redirecting towards the center. As Chen An's train docked in the stellar orbit, Fengyou provided an update. The ratmen have entered Galaxy 1, searching for a route. Chen An expressed surprise. The ratmen are quite audacious. How do they dare to enter Galaxy 1? The ratmen are unaware of the overall structure of the star domain. They do not even know that other trains may arrive. Hence, information is paramount. Otherwise, they may tread blindly into peril. We shall not concern ourselves with them. Our focus is on expeditious development. We shall locate a suitable position outside the train to establish a battleship factory. Accelerating the production of warships, passengers will be assigned daily tasks to explore the planet. This planet is vast, providing ample opportunity for exploration. Not neglect our defenses. Deploy all warships. Lastly, maintain vigilant surveillance of other trains and gather any intelligence. Chapter 60. A surge of incoming trains and neighborly communication as the hatch opened. Passengers confined for a month surged forth in spacecraft towards the life-bearing planet 300 million kilometers away. The planet is immense. Predominantly inhabited by various star beasts, prior to the passengers' exploration, Chen An had already dispatched robots to ascertain the details. This planet is designated as Origin Star 4399, categorized into 3 levels of danger: low, medium, and high. The low-level zone contains a maximum of 1-tier star beasts, with a total of 172,509 independent low-level zones. The medium-level zone has a maximum of 2-tier star beasts, totaling 51 independent medium-level zones. The high-level zone features a maximum of 3-tier star beasts, with 480 independent high-level zones. Various guilds cautiously select exploration areas based on their capabilities. The passengers were filled with enthusiasm. Disembarking from various locations on Origin Star, embarking on their exploration journey. Chen An, however, held little interest in the planet. He was far more concerned with the movements of other trains since the arrival of the Ratman's train. A continuous influx of new trains had entered the star domain. Some chose galaxies at random, while others navigated inward, systematically occupying the more favorable positions. Utilizing the remaining reconnaissance orbs, Fengyou organized some rudimentary information. The life forms in Galaxy 2 resemble mantis-like creatures, currently exploring the energy crystals of that galaxy, seemingly not very eager to gather mineral resources. Galaxy 3 is inhabited by insectoid beings small in size, resembling glowing crystal worms, their true strength unknown. Galaxy 4 is occupied by a humanoid civilization with peculiar skin tones, possessing a substantial fleet of destroyers, currently the most formidable presence. Galaxy 7 is home to a mechanical civilization, suspected to possess powerful mechanical beings capable of traversing space, possibly matched in the span of half a day. Over 10 trains had settled in, scattered haphazardly, with no mutual awareness. Many trains were entirely oblivious to the existence of others, focusing solely on their own development upon entering the galaxy. Fengyou, what is our current energy crystal reserve? 300 million. Excellent. Once mining in this galaxy concludes, we will have a reserve of 400 million. That should suffice. Master, we have received signals from extraterrestrial civilizations, likely a mass broadcast. Do not accept it. However, we must ensure they are aware of our presence. Some trains, lacking decorum, will hastily abandon initial galaxies after a cursory inspection, feeling unimpressed, and will seek other locations. At this stage, relocation is feasible, given that ample vacancies remained. In the ensuing days, the number of trains surged dramatically, filling the previously vacant spaces in succession. Daily, a cacophony of random signals flooded in, all of which Chen An disregarded, fostering an ample air of mystery. After 7 or 8 days, Chen An finally acquired neighbors. Galaxy 16 was occupied by a plant-based civilization, distinct from Luo Yu's kin, hailing from another planet. Galaxy 18 was home to triangular-headed humanoids, which Chen An dubbed Triangle People. These Triangle People excelled in technology, boasting over 20 destroyers. Had they not faced greater constraints, their train might have achieved a 2-star rating. On May 10th, not long after settling, the Triangle People transmitted a communication signal. The signal originated from the train's cockpit, indicating an independent message from the Triangle People's train captain. Chen An instructed Fengyou to translate and respond. Greetings, I am Yueqi, the captain of the Triangle People's train. The triangular-headed figure on the screen appeared rather captivating, with slanted eyes and long gray eyelashes. The Triangle People's eyes were unappealing, reminiscent of serpentine creatures, exhibiting little variation in color, imparting a cold and unwelcoming aura. Chen An replied, "Hello, I am Chen." Yueqi spoke gently, a stark contrast to his appearance. "May I ask how long you have been here?" Chen An responded, "Not yet 10 days. That's so. May I inquire about the current situation? Where is the jump point?" "The jump point has yet to be activated. No one is aware of when it will open. For now, we shall wait here. Thank you for the information. Are you acquainted with the other trains?" Without prior contact, there was little familiarity between them that a few simple sentences did not exchange any core information. You sure wished to share some data with Chen An, but Chen An did not comply. Sufficient caution was necessary regarding any alien species. Given the initial contact, Chen An proactively reached out to the nearby plant-based civilization. Upon connection, both parties introduced themselves. The train conductor of the plant civilization was named Man Se, who bore fewer humanoid traits than Luo Yu and was closer to a pure tree being. "Do you possess more information?" Man Se exhibited an air of arrogance, even when posing questions to Chen An, who was regarded with disdain due to his human nature. Chen An offered little warmth in return. Exchanging only a few remarks before terminating the communication, it appeared that the triangular beings were more approachable. Chen An did not hoard this information. Rather, he disseminated it through the train's network, allowing passengers to be informed of relevant circumstances. Lo and behold, numerous trains were visible outside. Were they on the brink of war again? Were they to remain mere spectators? There was no declaration of war. It was merely a matter of understanding first. Regardless, they should focus on their own affairs. If they lack strength, they must strive to grow stronger. On Origin Star, various guilds were engaged in conquering the Star Beast Zone. The resources of the Star Beasts were plentiful, and even a small area could provide ample sustenance. As resources accumulated, passengers gradually shifted their focus from basic needs to enhancing their physical capacities. Finally, half a month after arriving on the planet, the first triumphant emerged among the passengers. This individual was not someone familiar to Chen, but a nameless lone wolf named Zhou Jiang, who had never joined a guild and rented a small spaceship to wander, primarily focusing on self-enhancement. Chen took an interest upon learning this, and asked Fengyou to conduct a search, discovering that such lone wolves were quite numerous. This was perhaps acceptable, as each had their own developmental path, which could not be forced. Fengyou, how long until I reach the 4th level? The 3rd level enhances muscles, while the 4th strengthens bones. The master can check if the 3rd level is completed. I still have a way to go. Open the training room. I need to train diligently for a while. On Origin Star, with Zhou Jiang's emergence, others were also seizing the opportunity to improve themselves, particularly the guild leaders. The next day, Zishu broke through to the 3rd level, joined closely by Xiaozhen, Chen Guoyang, and Xiajiang. As more individuals reached the 3rd level, the higher-tier Star Beast zones were gradually conquered, leading to a circulation of rare resources within the train. On May 13, Chen emerged from the training room and hurried to the cockpit. What is happening? He had just been awakened from his training state by Fengyou. A special signal is coming from outside the galaxy. Shall we respond? How special is it? The location may be 2 billion kilometers away. It's from the train of the 4th star system. Accept it. I fear no one now, and there is no need to remain overly cautious. After the signal was connected and deciphered, a colorful background appeared on the screen. Within this backdrop, a humanoid being radiating vibrant colors greeted him with a warm smile. No, this was not a humanoid. It was a pure human, even more so than the Zixing people. However, the colors on these individuals were peculiar. Shifting with the background. "Hello, Mr. Chen," the being greeted. Their language was easily decipherable, as their mode of speech resembled that of the Zixing people. "How did you come to know my name?" Chen inquired cautiously. The response came. "It was your neighbor, the triangular being, who mentioned it. They also said that you are a friendly civilization and quite approachable. I was delighted to learn that you are also human. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Luo De, from Ling Shua civilization. Luo Da's name was translated by Fu Yao. Chen An contemplated changing it to Da, but decided that Luo Da would be more memorable. Hello, I am indeed Chen An from Fu Yao civilization. Stating he was from the Zixing people was inappropriate, and claiming to be from the Yueshing people was even more so. So Chen An simply invented a civilization. Master, I'm so touched. You're touched. It has nothing to do with you. I merely spoke casually. After mentally berating himself, Chen An asked, "What brings you here? Our distance seems quite vast." Luo Da did not respond immediately. Instead, he began by introducing his civilization. This approach astonished Chen An, as the trains were typically secretive, yet Ling Shua's civilization openly shared information, seemingly eager for outsiders to understand them that we originated from Ling Shua star. Naturally coexisting harmoniously with all things that we excel at absorbing stellar energy for our sustenance and do not need to harm other life forms that I in summary. This was a civilization so altruistic that it was almost unbelievable. Logically, such a civilization should have been wiped out long ago. Yet to everyone's surprise, they thrived and developed relatively advanced technology. Following the impending apocalypse, Ling Shua's civilization was evacuated by hundreds of trains, one of which arrived here. After listening to him drone on, Chen was tempted to disconnect the communication. Eventually, after numerous examples of their love for peace, Luo Da revealed his purpose. We have established a star domain network and invite you to join. Creating a star domain network was not a challenging task. Even Fu Yao could accomplish it, provided there were base stations set up in various star systems. The fact that Ling Shua civilization could operate a network without base stations indicated their proficiency in networking. How do I join? According to Luo US prophecy, all trains would eventually join their network, so entering early would likely be beneficial. Luo Da responded enthusiastically. I will send you an invitation. You simply need to accept it. Rest assured, this network is purely external and will not infringe upon your data. Besides, even if we wished to, we could not bypass the intelligence core. After much hesitation, he finally sent an invitation to Chen. On the screen appeared an invitation letter, and upon opening it, a dazzling array of colors flashed, revealing a vibrant interface reminiscent of social media. Luo Da of Ling Shua civilization has sent a friend request. Killian of Blackwater civilization has sent a friend request. Motherbug of Crystal Insect civilization has sent a friend request. Yang Ding Tian of Triangular Civilization has sent a friend request. O2 of O2 Civilization has sent a friend request. Over 10 civilizations had already joined, none of which were weak, occupying positions within the top 20. Chen accepted them all and was added to a civilization chat group by Luo Da. This novel method of communication opened Chen An's eyes. He never imagined that trains, which were supposed to be in conflict, could communicate in this manner. Yang Ding Tian remarked, I heard you were a brother of the humanoid civilization. Care to share a photo? O2 retorted, Humph, just another ugly carbon-based life form. Killian added, did carbon-based life forms consume your food? What is there to boast about for a bunch of robots? Motherbug chimed in, you carbon-based beings are inherently weak. Is it so difficult to accept the truth? What was intended as a welcome for newcomers devolved into a quarrel. Chen did not plan to message, but he received a private message from Yang Ding Tian. Brother, let us form an alliance, quickly. Yang Ding Tian hailed from the Triangular Civilization, which Chen viewed with utmost caution. As in Luo US prophecy, the Triangular Civilization had caused him considerable distress. Yet the situation had changed. With Chen occupying the 17-star system, his apparent strength could instill both fear and respect among other civilizations. Chen inquired, how do we form an alliance? Yang Ding Tian explained, we share mutual benefits and face dangers together. Although we are somewhat distant, we should assist one another whenever possible. What do you think? Forming an alliance was a simple matter of words. Whether it could be realized depended on specific circumstances, and Chen was no fool. Very well, I am willing to ally. Yang Ding Tian rejoiced. Besides you, I have also allied with the Tianlang civilization, and we will look out for each other from now on. Well, that brought together two civilizations that either bullied or were bullied by Chen and in the original timeline. Chen would ultimately obliterate the Tianlang civilization's train. He wondered if this time would yield a different outcome. After some casual conversation, Chen shifted his gaze to the group, gaining insights into other trains. The Blackwater civilization comprised the rodent beings of the first train. Their strength indeterminate, yet they appeared formidable on the surface, given their control of the first train. The train conductor of the Crystal Insect civilization was a mother bug, with all passengers being her progeny. Fu Yao, Didn't you say that reproduction cannot occur after the revival period? The mother bug of the crystal insect civilization does not reproduce. She clones instead. So, you mean all other crystal insects are clones? That is one way to interpret it. As long as the mother bug has sufficient energy crystals, she can infinitely clone small crystal insects. These insects will grow into either warriors or new mother bugs. Goodness, isn't this akin to the Zerg? Infinite cloning. Who could contend with that? The crystal insect civilization is severely constrained by energy crystals. If they run low, they could even face extinction. Understood. What about the Otis civilization? The Otis civilization is akin to the crystal insect civilization. The O2 serves as the absolute leader, responsible for creating other mechanical life forms. Master, these two civilizations must be taken seriously. Do not provoke them lightly. I am a benevolent person. I cannot afford to offend them. There are also manid people, bird people, and a plethora of other beings as more civilizations joined. Chen was increasingly amazed. There were even civilizations resembling stone giants, with an entire train carrying merely 10,000 stone giants, eschewing technological advancement in favor of being a purely extraordinary species. Over the next 2 days, the Star Domain network buzzed with activity, and Chen made the acquaintance of several train conductors. Overall, Yang Ding-Tian was the most enthusiastic and aligned with Chen An's preferences. Chen pondered how they would eventually turn against each other. This segment of content was unknown to Luo Yu, as she had previously only traced the train, not Chen. On May 15, an incident occurred in the vast expanse of the Star Domain, amidst numerous vacant spaces. A newly arrived train boldly plunged into the first star system, disregarding the warnings of the Ratman. Chen An, feeling rather bored, hastily accessed the Star Domain network upon hearing that a spectacle was about to unfold. The reconnaissance probes he had previously deployed had been largely destroyed, rendering them incapable of capturing a complete image of the first star system. However, the Star Domain network was remarkably powerful, capable of almost entirely capturing the visuals of the outer alien ring of the first star system. The inner ring was a different matter. Should the Ling Shua civilization dare to act similarly, they would face a united assault. Master, the attacking party has been identified as the Dogman from the Hound Star. Ah, now this is intriguing. Chapter 62. Two great civilizations clash. Other train masters watched the show. The first star system was vast, too expansive for the Ratmen to establish a flawless defense. Their main defenses were concentrated in the inner ring, while the outer ring merely housed a few frigates. Yet against the onslaught of the Dogman-esque train, those few frigates were insignificant and were swiftly annihilated. Within the Ratman's train, the slender figure of Cleon, sporting a large rat head, was seething with frustration. With so many star systems outside, why must they target us? Connect me to the enemy's communication. However, the Dogmen refused to. I have observed that during combat, your muscular strength far exceeds that of others, leading me to conclude that you are a triple extraordinary. Your keen perception, fervent dedication to extraordinary cultivation, and exceptional physical prowess left a profound impression on Chen An. Upon witnessing Zhou Jiang, Chen An finally discerned the path for the development of the Red Sun, while other guilds are currently focused on establishing fleets and relying on trains for supplies to pursue external conquests. Red Sun is distinct. Chen An intends to cultivate the extraordinary specifically, which he believes is the true future of the train. Fleets have limitations, but the extraordinary do not. Very well, I welcome you to join Red Sunday. Zhou Jiang checked his wristwatch, confirming his membership in Red Sunday Brother. And how many members do we have in our guild? I am preparing to conquer Area 72, and I only need 20 assistants. Chen An rose and beckoned him to follow. You can check the guild information yourself. We are heading to the market now. 0.5 seconds later, Zhou Jiang let out a wail of despair. Just the two of us? Ignoring the disdainful looks from those around them, Zhou Jiang hurried to catch up with Chen An and inquired, I've heard that leaving a guild requires prior application. How far in advance must we notify for our guild? Red Sun does not allow withdrawals. Do not even think about it. Zhou Jiang was taken aback to the market. Chen spent 2,000 guild star coins to purchase 4 3.0 version bronze battle knives. Bronze does not denote the material, but rather a classification of levels. The knives are all made of alloy, but the quality varies across different versions. This weapon is essential for Zhou Jiang, who was astonished that I thought the bronze battle knife only came in version 2.0. Where did 3.0 come from? It just became available. Take it. Use one and keep another as a spare. The knife could be slung across his back. And Chen An tried it on, exuding an imposing presence. Brethren, what are your plans? Since it is not possible to withdraw for the time being, Zhou Jiang decided to take it step by step. Didn't he want to go to Area 72? I'll take you. Let us go. Just the two of us. There are quite a few triple star beasts inside. Are you afraid? Of course not. I am merely concerned for your safety. With the train's protection, Chen An would be safe even if all passengers perished. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to hone his combat abilities, which would be beneficial for advancing to the fourth extraordinary. Half an hour later, Chen An rented a small A-106 spaceship and flew with Zhou Jiang towards the Origin Star. Upon reaching the atmosphere of Origin Star, they beheld a multitude of large ships suspended in orbit, most of which belonged to major guilds. With the mass availability of shuttles and various modes of transport, guilds find it expedient to dock transport ships in orbit as transfer stations, thereby accelerating their operations. As they traverse the orbit, they observe numerous shuttles ferrying resources between the ground and the ships, displaying their ingenuity and adaptability. Chen An pulled out a map densely marked with numerical designations, ranging from 1 to over 200,000, categorizing different danger zones. The high-risk zones numbered 480, occupying the first 480 slots. The location of Area 72, which Zhou Jiang was particularly interested in, was situated in the northern hemisphere within a forest, home to numerous triple-star beasts. According to the missions issued by the train, successfully exploring Area 72 would yield a reward of 100,000 star coins along with a plethora of other resources. Chen An called Zhou Jiang to the cockpit and asked, "Have you studied the information on Area 72? Zhou Jiang nodded. "It is a primitive forest with a warm-tempered climate. There are many star beasts, primarily serpentine. The train has issued a special warning that there are toxic hazards in that area. It would be wise to bring gas masks that, oh no, did we forget to purchase them? We can manage without. It's not critical." The spaceship gradually decelerated, landing in a clearing at the southern edge of the primitive forest. As they exited the vessel, a wave of warmth greeted them, and the fresh air revitalized Chen An. Taking a stroll is indeed beneficial for the body. One cannot remain cooped up in the train all day. Gazing ahead, towering ancient trees reached skyward, with birds flitting through the foliage, emitting crisp chirps. "Brethren, are you not bringing a gun?" Chen An retorted. "Why aren't you bringing one?" Zhou Jiang replied, "I prefer close combat and do not favor firearms. However, Area 72 is extraordinary. We should remain cautious." Zhou Jiang's unease indicated the challenges that lay ahead. Chen An, however, was unconcerned as no one understood Area 72 better than he did. "Enough chatter. Follow me swiftly. Our objective is to penetrate this forest by day's end." Zhou Jiang felt a pang of anxiety. He previously believed himself to be the most audacious, only to realize that there are always greater heights to aspire to. "Brethren, wait for me. Be careful." He unsheathed his battle knife, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Originally, Chen An had intended for Fengyou to provide continuous alerts, but he disabled it. "If I am to hone my skills, I must not rely too heavily on Fengyou. My senses also need strengthening." Thus, the pair ventured into the forest with a carefree demeanor. Zhou Jiang, influenced by Chen An's confidence, gradually became more at ease, engaging in light banter. "Brethren, why didn't you recruit anyone earlier? There is no one worthy of my attention. Registering a guild without recruiting means losing star coins daily. You are unique in this. Establishing a guild incurs daily fees payable to the train. Not everyone can afford it. Shoo, lower your voice. Look above you." Chapter 64. 15 hours to clear Area 72 following Chen An's warning. Zhou Jiang looked up, instantly feeling tension grip his body, his heart nearly stopping. Above them, nestled in the treetops, several purple and red venomous snakes observed them, stretching their necks, poised to strike. "Oh no, they're coming!" Zhou Jiang exclaimed in alarm. The venomous snakes shot forward like arrows, leaving afterimages in their wake. Chen An remained still as Zhou Jiang leaped high, drawing his battle knife and swiftly dispatching the snakes with precision, leaving no room for error. Upon landing, Zhou Jiang picked up the most vibrant red snake and consumed its gallbladder. The venom of this snake could easily kill an ordinary person, yet posed no threat to them. Zhou Jiang remained unfazed. His prior shock stemmed from the suddenness of the encounter, not fear. Chen An, unconcerned, urged Zhou Jiang to press on. Along the way, they encountered numerous serpentine creatures. However, unlike those on Purple Star, these venomous snakes possessed sharp teeth, and some even sported short legs, allowing them to sprint rapidly. Gradually, Chen An found his rhythm, attacking any creature they encountered without hesitation, regardless of appearance. Zhou Jiang, on the other hand, occasionally spared smaller animals. The red squirrel you just let go of contains potent venom that can kill a double extraordinary. In the future, it is best to eliminate any such threats. Zhou Jiang was taken aback, thereafter adopting Chen An's ruthless approach, killing anything that obstructed their path, regardless of its strength. Half an hour later, they finally encountered a triple star beast. It was a massive black and red python coiled around an almost withered ancient tree, sporting horns on its head, but a dragon. Zhou Jiang exclaimed in surprise. Chen assumed a combat stance and replied, "Just a horned python. You attack from the left, and I will attack from the right." The python's length was indeterminate, but it was clear that it could swallow a person whole. Zhou Jiang understood Chen An's tactics, which often lacked conventional strategy. He quickly reacted, stealthily moving toward the dense left thicket to find an opportunity for a surprise attack. The python, possessing acute senses, detected Chen An's approach from the right and immediately slithered down from the ancient tree. Its long tail, striking like a scorpion's stinger, its tip adorned with barbs. After several agile maneuvers, the python found itself at a disadvantage. Chen An relished this level of opponent, as it allowed him to truly engage his body in battle rather than merely partake in a one-sided slaughter. "Is that all you've got? Show me what you're capable of," Chen An taunted. The python, unable to comprehend human speech, retracted its tail and propelled its head forward, opening its gaping maw, revealing a jagged array of teeth, some as long as 30 centimeters. Chen An grew increasingly exhilarated, leveraging the power of his legs to leap high. On the subsequent journey, Chen endeavored to minimize the use of weapons, opting instead to rely on his own physical prowess. Zhou Jiang followed suit, and the two of them traversed the dense forest with abandon. They encountered a winged cheetah, a scorpion with two heads, and rabbit-like creatures the size of small hills, regardless of the extraordinary threats they faced. All fell beneath the might of their fists, and as they gradually discovered the strength of their own bodies, the knife became an encumbrance. After 15 hours, they had penetrated Area 72, completing their mission ahead of schedule. On the train outside the guild's announcement board, someone stumbled upon an odd piece of information. Was it true that the preliminary exploration task for the high-level Area 72 had been accomplished? There were numerous subtasks involved, and the preliminary task merely required a walkthrough from start to finish. Yet, not a single guild had managed to accomplish even this seemingly simple task. Thus far, no one dared to tackle the top 200 high-level areas, making the sudden emergence of Area 72 quite remarkable. Who could have achieved this? It seemed utterly absurd. Clicking on the information revealed the details. It was the Red Sun Guild. Did the two individuals truly spend 15 hours to complete the task without taking a spaceship? The wristwatch would constantly assess the task progress, confirming that they must have traveled on foot. Who was the Red Sun Guild? A flicker of recognition surfaced. It belonged to Chen An, with Zhou Jiang as the other member. So they had aligned themselves with the top two. That made sense. The news of the exploration of Area 72 ignited interest across the train network, drawing the attention of other major guilds. Upon returning to the train, Chen An received a private message from Zishu. Did those two dare to venture into Area 72? With a courting death, Chen An refrained from replying for the moment. Parting ways with Zhou Jiang upon returning to the train, appointing him as the guild's vice president. "I may not always have the time. The guild effectively hinges on your decisions," he conveyed. Zhou Jiang sighed. "But does the guild have other members?" "Of course," Chen An replied to that moment. Many were applying to join the guild, primarily those in the second tier. Chen An dismissed them and instructed Fu Yao to amend the membership criteria to the third tier. When this news spread, it caused an uproar. IT had already seemed outrageous to require the second tier, and now only accepting the third tier was even more shocking. Rumor had it that the Red Sun Guild currently had only 2 members. Guilds typically valued numbers, as more members equated to greater profits. See, the Red Sun will inevitably face bankruptcy. Leaving Zhou Jiang, who was utterly bewildered, Chen An promptly returned to the exclusive area, feeling at ease. He greeted Luo Yu before heading to the cockpit to bring up the screen's Point 3 trains. The 3 newly arrived trains currently possess unknown strength and unclear targets. Chen An invigorated himself, commanding, regardless of their choice. "We must be prepared." The escort and destroyer ships were strategically dispersed, concealed within the asteroid zone. The train retracted its energy conduits, moving 30 million kilometers outward, ensuring it could strike with utmost swiftness. Chapter 65. The landing battle of the three-eyed beings against mechanical civilization, Chen An readied himself for battle. However, the three trains exhibited cowardice, retreating to the periphery. Over the following days, the number of trains increased, some igniting warfare, while others sought vacant positions, ultimately occupying all 126 star systems. On May 24 the Star Domain Network ranked the 126 trains. Those that had engaged in warfare were assessed based on their victories and defeats, while those that had remained stagnant were ranked according to their star domain numbers. Chen An occupied the 17th star system, ranking 16th. The first star system, inhabited by ratmen, had been demoted to 26th due to significant losses in the previous conflict. The rankings were established in the first half of the day, but by the afternoon, 5 trains suddenly emerged from 4 directions, causing an immediate stir within the Star Domain Network, with no vacant positions available. Warfare was imminent. It remained to be seen whom they would target. I hope a train selects me. I find myself with nothing to do. Although they spoke nonchalantly, basic defenses were imperative. All trains across the star system sprang into action to prepare for any potential crisis. 3 hours later, the 5 trains selected their targets. The 17th star system, intercepted by the asteroid zone, remained unscathed. In reality, the 5 trains had not ventured too deep. 4 of them engaged in combat at the periphery, while the 5th train fortuitously targeted Yang Ding Tian's position. The 5th train belonged to the mechanical civilization. The three-eyed beings were likely formidable opponents, prompting the activation of the Star Domain Network's live broadcast. Although Chen An had allied with Yang Ding Tian, it was merely superficial. He had no intention of providing genuine assistance. Within the alien circle of the 5th star system, the mechanical civilization's train advanced cautiously. Refraining from any reckless incursions as they progressed, various warships were sequentially deployed. These warships bore a distinctive conical shape, unlike standard models. In addition to the warships, a multitude of shuttles and drones surrounded them, poised to board enemy vessels at a moment's notice. The Star Domain Network could not probe the inner star circle's visuals, rendering the activities of the three-eyed beings unseen. Inside the three-eyed beings' train, Yang Ding Tian displayed an unusual calm, in stark contrast to his usual brash demeanor. You wish to deliver the train's core to me. Such a generous gift cannot be declined. He issued command for the fleets to disperse immediately, instructing them not to regroup without his orders. The train housed 2 million three-eyed beings, as Yang Ding Tian had previously assimilated a fellow train during their journey. Unlike Chen An's guild model, Yang Ding Tian maintained absolute control, forming a fleet structure akin to that of dog-headed beings. With the orders given, various fleets departed the train, vanishing into the alien circle. Witnessing this scene, the train masters within the Star Domain Network were perplexed by Yang Ding Tian's intentions. Was he planning to endure the assault with the train? Did he aim to protect the warships? Such a strategy seemed futile, as both sides operated single-star trains, while the opponent had warship protection. In a direct confrontation, the three-eyed beings train would be at a distinct disadvantage. Look, the three-eyed beings train has also retreated to the alien circle. Are they preparing to flee? Surely not, to abandon the 5th star system without firing a shot. The train masters were astonished, unable to believe that the boastful Yang Ding Tian would capitulate so easily. Observing the visuals, it was evident that the three-eyed beings had yielded their position, allowing the advancing mechanical civilization to take the upper hand. Fearing a trap, the mechanical civilization halted 2 hours away from the star, only daring to proceed afterward. Once the mechanical civilization advanced, Yang Ding Tian piloted his train to follow suit. With no visuals available from the inner star circle, Chen An could no longer observe the unfolding events. We have reconnaissance balls in there? The reconnaissance balls were destroyed long ago, and we are unable to obtain internal information. Very well, let us watch the other battles. The remaining 4 star systems, 85, 93, 101, and 112, exhibited relatively normal scenes, with both sides engaged in fervent exchanges, their battles casting shadows across the starry expanse. There were no discernible tactics. As their strengths were roughly equivalent, it devolved into a mere exchange of fire, with accuracy controlled by the intelligence brains, ensuring even the weakest could strike true. Thus, the conflict devolved into a game of attrition, hinging on which side would falter first. 6 hours later, the attacker from the 112 star system was the first to concede, retreating with only a handful of warships remaining. The defenders also suffered heavy losses and lacked the strength to pursue. A new dilemma arose. With no vacant positions confirmed in the star domain, The fleeing train could not exit. It must find a star system to dock within, lest its energy reserves dwindle. This predicament applied to the attackers from the other 3 star systems as well. They could not fight to the bitter end. Upon realizing they could not achieve a decisive victory, they swiftly piloted their trains to escape. Tension suddenly enveloped the star domain network. The lack of information was palpable. Had they known the circumstances in advance, they would surely have fought to the last breath. Now, it remained to be seen where they would go. Rhoda, are you there? Do not recklessly provide information, or you may become a public enemy. Rest assured, everyone. Currently, there are no vacant star systems, and I will not reach out proactively, regardless of where they go. I hope you all refrain from competing. The 4 trains were soft targets. Anyone will want to take a shot at them. Chen An also harbored thoughts of his own, should anyone dare to enter his star system. He would crush them without hesitation. Fengyou, withdraw the warships from the alien circle and dismantle all defenses. Master is truly clever. This will lure the outside trains in. Chen An expressed concern. That may not be certain. We have an asteroid zone outside. What if they choose not to enter? In his initial considerations, he had overlooked this possibility. Do not worry, Master. The more difficult it is to enter, the more they will be tempted to investigate, especially since other star systems are heavily fortified. Let us leave it to chance. The 4 train speeds were insufficient, as they meandered while probing for weaknesses. Upon detecting any signs of defense within a star system, they would hastily retreat, like startled birds. 0.5 hours later, the 5th star system stirred. Oh, everyone's astonishment. The mechanical civilization's train was in retreat, and no one knew what had transpired within. The 3-eyed beings had decisively triumphed. Just as it seemed the mechanical civilization would escape, the 3-eyed beings' train emerged from the asteroid belt, cutting through the chaos. The 2 trains collided, resembling 2 celestial bodies colliding, creating shockwaves that altered the trajectories of nearby asteroids. What was Yang Dingtian attempting to achieve? Even with the train's protective shell, a collision would not breach their defenses. Such an act seemed utterly pointless and could potentially endanger his own train. Look, is this a landing battle? They were taken aback to witness all doors of the 3-eyed being's train swing open. What emerged were not warships, but countless shuttles, swarming towards the enemy train like a hive of bees. Simultaneously, the railguns atop the 3-eyed being's train began charging. While these railguns could not breach the train's defenses, their target appeared to be the doors. Chen An was astonished. Could they destroy the doors? The doors are the weakest points on the train. Brilliant beams of light shot forth, obliterating the doors of the opposing train one by one. The shuttles surged forth, initiating the landing operation. The course of the war was not particularly brutal, as the strength of the 3-eyed beings overwhelmingly surpassed that of the mechanical life forms, resulting in a one-sided massacre. 0.4 hours later, Yang Dingtian entered the enemy's cockpit and personally executed the conductor of the mechanical civilization. Silence enveloped the star domain network. Chapter 66. Soft Targets. The 4-armed beings. To be frank, Yang Dingtian's command of the war was not extraordinary, yet it provided significant insights to other conductors, particularly Chen, and he realized that warfare among trains did not necessarily entail destruction. It could also involve occupation. When the 3-eyed beings boarded the mechanical civilization's train, did the train not retaliate? Is the train's countermeasure ability entirely external? How can it counter from within? Could it merely watch as the enemy infiltrated? Are there not passengers and conductors aboard? Chen An suddenly understood. The rules must allow for landing operations as well. It seemed that Yang Dingtian had long been aware of this, deliberately feigning weakness in hopes of annihilating the enemy's warships. Not long after, Yang Dingtian's 3-eyed civilization was ranked first, without any dissent. On the surface, the 3-eyed beings were guaranteed to obtain a core and unlock the train's special capabilities. However, what those capabilities entailed remained a mystery. Half an hour post-battle, Yang Dingtian sent a message to Chen An, appearing somewhat